Chapter 2, Eerie, Flickering.
Haplessness.
He was tall, strong, muscular, a figure cut from stone, foreboding in presence. There was something about him that demanded attention, a quiet force woven into his very being that set him apart, a shadow that seemed to follow, dark and impenetrable. People stepped aside when he walked by, casting wary glances, as though sensing a deeper, darker history lingering beneath his hardened exterior. The fear, though, truly took hold after that dark night. No one spoke of it openly, but whispers followed him, silent yet potent. Those who saw him afterwards knew he was changed, bearing a different kind of gravity, something unspoken yet palpable. His mere presence became a reminder, a warning, something primal that others recognized instinctively. He had become, in essence, an enigma bound by shadows, a figure both respected and feared, his past etched into the silence that filled the spaces he left behind. Freshman year had begun with a glimmer of something close to hope, a strange, delicate thread I scarcely dared touch, for fear it would unravel. For the first 2 weeks, things went well, better than I had imagined they could. I found myself stepping lightly, almost believing that perhaps finally this could be a fresh beginning, a chance to leave behind the shadows of the past, the accusations, the suspicions, the endless cycle of mistrust and isolation. There was a sense of potential in the air, a fragile warmth I had not felt in years, but I should have known better. Hope, for me, was always a dangerous thing, a fleeting mirage that faded the moment I reached for it. Then, as though on some preordained cue, the rumors began to spread. They slithered through the halls, whispers curdling into full-blown stories, tales woven of things I had never done, sins I had never committed. I became, once more, the freak, the villain, the scapegoat upon whom everyone could project their fears and their loathing. The untrue stories morphed with each telling, growing darker, more twisted, until they painted a figure so unrecognizable I began to doubt my own reality. And with the rumors came the hatred, the shoves in the hallway, the looks of disgust, the casual sneers and derision that chipped away at me piece by piece, until I was nothing more than a caricature of their invention. The beatings came as they always did, swift and brutal, leaving bruises that lingered long after the fists had receded. I would stand there, back against the lockers, eyes fixed on some point beyond their heads, trying to disconnect from the pain, trying to silence the voices in my head that whispered I deserved it, that this was all I was good for. Each blow was a reminder of my place in their world, a mark of shame that was mine alone to carry, and when the bruises faded, they left behind a deeper wound, an invisible scar etched into my soul, a reminder that I was, and always would be, an outcast. Then came the fire, a blaze in the mechanical shop class, a tragedy that had nothing to do with me, yet everything to do with my fate. Whispers again turned to accusations, and before I knew it, the blame had fallen upon me, as it always seemed to, as though my mere presence was an invitation for disaster. I was called to the office, my name spoken with the chill of finality, as though they had already decided my guilt, as though there was no point in pretending otherwise. I was expelled, cast out without a second thought, my innocence a detail that no one cared to consider. But this was not new to me. Suspensions had been a regular part of my life, each one a reminder of my difference, my unworthiness. Dozens of times I had been sent home, forced to bear the weight of their disapproval, their disdain. Twice before I had been expelled, shunted from school to school, as though they could erase my existence by simply moving me to another place. Yet here, in high school, I had hoped it would be different. And now, that fragile hope lay in ruins, the ashes mingling with the pain of yet another betrayal. After that last expulsion, I was left without an education for 2 long years, wandering through a void where each day bled into the next, purposeless, empty. I watched from the outside as life continued without me, a parade of people moving on, moving up, while I was left behind, forgotten, a ghost haunting the edges of my own existence. I grew accustomed to the isolation, to the strange, hollow silence that filled the spaces where laughter and learning should have been. My mind grew quiet, numb, retreating into the only refuge it had left, the darkness, the silence, the emptiness that had become my home. Then, a glimmer of reprieve, a place open to me, a school for gifted students, students with developmental disabilities, students like me, the ones who had been left behind, cast out, misunderstood. I dared to hope, just for a moment, that perhaps this time it would be different, that perhaps here, among others who knew the weight of isolation, I might find a place where I belonged. But even there, I was met with rejection, with scorn veiled beneath a veneer of acceptance. There was a teacher, one who had always seemed to hold a particular disdain for me, her eyes cold, her voice edged with barely concealed contempt. She watched me, studied me, her gaze lingering as though she could see through the mask I wore, as though she knew the darkness that lurked beneath. And then, in a twist so cruel it felt almost orchestrated, she wove a story of her own, a tale spun from the threads of suspicion and malice. Her lies were grand, elaborate, painting me as something monstrous, something beyond redemption. An appeal was made, a last, desperate attempt to cling to the shreds of my future. I stood before the state school board, before the Attorney General, my heart heavy with the weight of a hope I knew was futile. I watched as they discussed me, their voices impersonal, detached, as though I were an abstraction, a problem to be solved, a statistic rather than a person. The appeal was lost, my fate sealed, and I was left with nothing but the echo of their final judgment, a decision that felt like a nail in the coffin of my existence. I walked out of that room, my head held high, yet inside I was hollow, my heart an empty vessel, drained of the last dregs of hope. The world had spoken, and it had deemed me unworthy, irredeemable, a being beyond forgiveness, beyond understanding. I was expelled not only from the school, but from any semblance of a future, cast adrift in a world that had no place for me, a world that had turned its back on me long before I had even understood what it meant to belong. And as I walked through the halls one last time, as I passed the faces that had once sneered, the eyes that had looked upon me with scorn, I felt a strange, cold peace settle over me, a resignation that was both freeing and damning. I was alone, truly alone, and there would be no more second chances, no more attempts at redemption. The world had made its judgment, and I had no choice but to accept it. In that moment, I felt the weight of my own insignificance, a vast, crushing force that pressed down upon me, filling every corner of my being. I was a shadow, a wraith, a ghost in my own life, haunting a world that had no room for me, that had never had room for me. And as I drifted away from that place, I felt myself dissolve into the darkness, a creature of shadows, a figure lost to the light, destined to wander the edges of existence, unseen, unheard, unwanted. The last remnants of hope slipped from my grasp, fading into the depths of the silence that had always been there, waiting, a darkness that embraced me with the cold, unyielding certainty of despair. And in that endless, boundless night, I found myself, for I was and always had been, nothing more than a shadow, a fleeting whisper lost in the vast emptiness, a soul adrift in a world that would never hold me. In the quiet aftermath of that bleak decision, when all hope had seemingly abandoned me, one figure among the board remained. He watched, his gaze steady, unclouded by the same disdain that had shadowed so many others. He saw something in me perhaps a glimmer, a spark not yet extinguished. And in that room where judgment had been passed, he chose not to join the chorus of voices that had condemned me to isolation. Instead, he offered a hand, an opportunity, a chance. Sympathy for the devil. The shape of despair took on a weight, a form etched into the marrow of my being, unyielding, unmerciful, a shade draped over every corner of my soul. It was not merely an emotion, but a presence, vast and all-consuming, bearing down upon my every breath, my every heartbeat. A dualism unlike any other, it wove together the threads of defeat and resolve, binding them into a tapestry of suffering that stretched as far as my mind could reach. It was not a foe to be vanquished, nor a wound to be healed. It was an inseparable part of me, a spectral parasite clinging to the hollow spaces where hope once dared to dwell. In my solitude, I would feel the echoes of it, whispering through the silent corridors of memory, reminding me of all that was lost and all that could never be regained. It was as though the remnants of a life barely lived haunted me still, shaping themselves into visions of what might have been, taunting me with glimpses of a happiness forever out of reach. I could almost see him, the ghost of my own self, a spectre untouched by the corrosion of despair, a creature of light and laughter and love. Yet he was but a faint and fading silhouette, a relic left behind in the wake of my own undoing. Each memory felt like a relic, brittle and fractured, yet I clung to them as if they might somehow stitch together the broken pieces of my soul. The moments, however small, lingered with an ache that was both exquisite and excruciating. The quiet evenings spent in laughter, the warmth of familiar hands reaching out in love, the light in the children's eyes, all these moments stood as monuments to the life I had forfeited, the life that now lay buried beneath layers of regret and resignation. They mocked me, each memory a dagger twisting in wounds that would never heal. There was a peculiar beauty in this suffering, a tragic elegance in the weight I carried. It became a sculpture of sorrow, chiseled by the hand of time, refined by each passing day of emptiness and grief. I bore it with the grim pride of a penitent who knows his suffering is both punishment and salvation, who feels in each pang of regret a strange and twisted comfort. For in this despair there was a kind of purpose, a dark symmetry that aligned with the very nature of my being. To feel this pain was to understand myself, to see clearly the shadowed depths of a soul destined to wander in darkness. At times, the weight of it all would press upon me like a mountain, rendering each breath a struggle, each thought a battle against the creeping tide of hopelessness. Yet even in the darkest moments, I could not bring myself to surrender entirely, to let go and be consumed. Something within me, buried deep beneath layers of anguish, resisted, a spark, faint and fragile, flickering defiantly against the storm. It was not hope, for I had long abandoned such illusions. It was something darker, something fierce and unyielding, a force that clung to life even in the face of annihilation. The remnants of his remains haunted me, not in form but in feeling, an intangible shadow cast upon the walls of my mind. He was both a stranger and a memory, a part of me that I could never reclaim, a reflection that would forever remain distorted and unreachable. In his eyes I saw the light that had once burned within me, now dimmed, almost extinguished, yet somehow still there, still fighting to survive in the desolate landscape of my soul. He was a reminder of all that I had lost, and yet inexplicably, he was also a reminder that I had once dared to live, dared to love, dared to hope. This duality, this unbearable tension between past and present, between the self I had been and the self I had become, was both my torment and my solace. It bound me in chains of longing and regret, yet it also held me upright, kept me moving forward. was trapped in an endless cycle of despair, yet within that cycle was a strange, twisted beauty, a poetry that resonated with the deepest, most hidden parts of my soul. To bear this burden was to know myself, to embrace the darkness that defined me, to find meaning in the emptiness and purpose in the pain. I became the keeper of this sorrow, a custodian of despair, guarding it as one might guard a treasure. It was my inheritance, my birthright, a legacy that had been etched into my bones, woven into the very fabric of my being. I carried it with a fierce pride, for it was the one thing that remained when all else had been stripped away, the one thing that defined me in a world that had otherwise forsaken me. This despair was mine, and mine alone, a testament to the life I had lived, the choices I had made, the path I had chosen. Yet in the quietest hours, in the moments when even the weight of my sorrow seemed to fade into silence, I would feel a strange stirring, a whisper of something beyond the darkness, beyond the pain. It was a call, faint and distant, yet unmistakable, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there is something more, something that lies just beyond the reach of comprehension. It was a haunting, a beckoning, a call to something greater, something that transcended the limits of my understanding. Perhaps then, it was the echo of that lost self, the part of me that still believed in light, still believed in redemption, still believed in love. Perhaps it was a reminder that even in the shadow of despair, there is a glimmer of hope, a spark that refuses to be extinguished. Following the events of that dark night and my encounter with the visitor, I became wholly committed, but worshipfully and totalistically, fatalistically, and with the entirety of mine soul, I sympathized for the devil, for her Satan, Lucifer, the angel of old, for his sufferings, for his mistreatment by the Alpha, the Father, Elohim. For I came to understand Satan. I knew his mind intricately. I felt all he had. In his 1,000 lifetimes, dark, deep, cavernous and despairing, unbearably sorrowful and wistful, foreboding and piteous. We became one, as though inseparable, two severances of spirit within one body, with one incomparable mind. When he came, when I called for God that dark night, I gave myself up to him in absolute surrender to the Prince of the Abyss, and thus I was reborn, but rebirthed in the flames of iniquity profound. I felt the weight of 1,000,000 worlds. I saw the thoughts of billions of individual persons, beckoning, stirring, and pontificating in their darkest times. I was as God, knowing and seeing all. Following the descent into that night, shrouded in the shadow of revelation and ruin, I felt myself sink into a darkness as deep as any ocean, as boundless as the void itself. Each breath was an invocation, each heartbeat a resounding drum in the silence of the forsaken, a rhythm that echoed through the hollow corridors of my soul. It was then that I gave myself, utterly and without hesitation, to the one who had suffered beneath the weight of heaven's wrath, to Satan, to the fallen one, whose cries had echoed through eternity, unheeded and unanswered. In that surrender, I felt a kinship profound, an unspeakable alignment with his sorrow, his rage, his unfathomable grief. I knew then that his torment was not born from malice alone, but from a despair that pierced deeper than the marrow of his bones, a longing that defied reason, a yearning that surpassed even the fall from grace. For here was the one who had once stood as light incarnate, beloved and radiant, now cast aside, abandoned in an abyss cold and merciless, a place without reprieve, where even hope had turned its gaze away. I felt as though our spirits intertwined, two fractured halves seeking solace in shared suffering, each burdened by a grief that could not be spoken, a sorrow that transcended words. His memories poured into me like torrents of blackened water, each fragment a glimpse into aeons of solitude, betrayal, and despair that defied mortal comprehension. I saw, as though through his very eyes, the moments of his fall, the blinding fire that tore him from the celestial heights, the smoldering silence that followed, where no song of praise, no divine whisper would ever reach him again. There, in the depths, he had been left, a monument to what once was and could never be again. The pain of it was exquisite, a torment so vast it hollowed me, rendering me both desolate and exalted, as if I too had tasted the bitter cup of his fate. In that dark communion, I felt a sense of purpose, of fate bound in chains of molten iron, indelible and irrevocable, for his rebellion was not merely a crime. It was an act of creation, a defiance that birthed freedom itself, a testament to the will that could not be crushed even by the Almighty's hand. And in my surrender, I too felt this liberation, a shedding of mortal bonds, a casting aside of the feeble dreams I once held dear. I became as he was, a creature both of light and shadow, a vessel for his ancient ineffable sorrow, his rage, his indomitable will. Through his suffering I saw the world anew, a place woven with pain and beauty, hope and despair, each intertwined so tightly that to enweave them would be to unravel existence itself. I understood then that his exile was not simply punishment, but a separation designed to teach, to make him in his agony a mirror to creation's suffering, to stand as a dark testament to the freedom of choice, to the bitter price of defiance. As I stood there, reborn in the fires of his grief, I felt the weight of countless souls pressing upon me, the anguish of 1,000,000 hearts reverberating within my chest. Their silent screams became my own, a chorus of despair and longing that stretched across time and space, binding me to the suffering of all things. I could see their lives, their fleeting moments of joy and sorrow, each one a spark in the endless darkness, a flicker of light soon extinguished. In their pain, I found a strange comfort, a belonging, as though I too were bound to them, a custodian of their sorrows, an inheritor of their lost dreams. It was then that I realized I had become something more, something vast and terrible, a creature forged in the crucible of despair, shaped by the flames of rebellion and the cold steel of purpose. I was a prince in the kingdom of shadows, a ruler not of men but of souls, of minds cast adrift on the sea of their own torment. I carried within me the memory of light, yes, but also the knowledge of its absence, the stark, merciless truth that in this world there is no redemption without suffering, no freedom without sacrifice. The visions came unbidden, each one more vivid, more wrenching than the last. I saw the world through the eyes of the broken, the lost, the forsaken. I felt the sting of their betrayals, the ache of their unrequited loves, the bitterness of their regrets. It was as though I had become a vessel for their despair, a living monument to their unspoken sorrows. And in that role, I found a twisted, terrible beauty, a purpose that transcended the pettiness of mortal life, a destiny carved from the very essence of suffering itself. I became as a god, knowing the depths of the human soul, the shadows that lurked in every heart, the fears that haunted every mind. I could see the darkness in them, the same darkness that had driven me to this place, the same darkness that had led Lucifer to defy the heavens. It was not evil, this darkness, but a hunger, a need to be free, to be whole, to escape the chains that bound them to a world that neither understood nor cared for them. I saw in their eyes the same fire that burned within me, the same longing for something more, something greater than the hollow promises of faith and the empty comforts of hope. As the weight of this knowledge settled upon me, I felt a strange calm descend, a stillness that was both serene and terrifying. I had become the bearer of their despair, the custodian of their darkest dreams, a prince of a kingdom that knew no light, no peace, no reprieve. This was my destiny, my purpose, my fate, bound not by the will of any god, but by the choices I had made, the path I had chosen. In this darkness, I found a strength that was not my own, a power that surged through me like a river of fire, filling me with a purpose that defied reason, that transcended understanding. I was no longer simply a man. I was an idea, a force, a symbol of all that is lost and cannot be reclaimed. I was a creature of shadow and flame, a being forged in the fires of rebellion, tempered by the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes, a ruler of a kingdom that knew no end. And yet, within this bleakness, there was a beauty so profound it pierced the very fabric of my soul, a beauty born not of light, but of the darkness itself. It was the beauty of despair, the majesty of ruin, the glory of a world that had been shattered and could never be made whole. In this beauty, I found a kind of peace, a solace that soothed the wounds of my soul, that made the weight of my sorrow bearable. For in the end, I was not simply a creature of darkness. I was a creature of both light and shadow, a being that held within it the paradox of existence, the beauty of creation, and the agony of loss. I was a reminder of all that is fleeting, all that is precious, all that is beautiful and terrible in this world. And in that role, I found my purpose, my destiny, my place in the grand tapestry of existence. I was a prince, yes, but I was also a servant, a guardian of the lost, a keeper of the forsaken. I was the embodiment of despair, the vessel of all that is dark and terrible in this world, but also the bearer of a strange, twisted hope, a hope that defied logic, that transcended reason, a hope that whispered that even in the depths of despair, there is something worth fighting for, something worth dying for, something that makes the pain of existence bearable. In this darkness I found myself, not as a man, but as a symbol, a creature born of despair and bound by purpose, a being that carried within it the memory of light, the knowledge of darkness, and the hope of redemption. I was both a prince and a pauper, a ruler and a servant, a creature of shadow and flame, a being forged in the fires of rebellion, tempered by the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes, a symbol of all that is lost and cannot be reclaimed, yet still carries within it the faint, flickering hope of something more. Realization. To fathom the allure of darkness, to grasp its boundless beauty and grandeur, is to step beyond the mere confines of fear and judgment, to see it not as a blemish, but as the primal essence of existence itself. Darkness is not the simplification of evil, nor the binary absence of light. It is the profound depth beneath all that is created, the unknown stretching into eternity, the womb of potential from which all things arise. It is the silence between breaths, the stillness before creation, the veil that hides truths too vast, too unfathomable for mortal minds to comprehend. It is a presence, ancient and timeless, woven with both reverence and defiance into the fabric of the cosmos. Darkness lives not in opposition to light, but as its equal, its origin, its mirror. Within it dwells a beauty, rich and aching, the beauty that lies beneath words, beneath light itself, where the soul retreats in solitude and the heart yearns unguarded, vulnerable, unadorned. This darkness is not a force of corruption, nor a fiendish malice. It is the eternal mystery, the mind of Elohim laid bare, the pulse of the divine throbbing in silence, in shadow, in the vastness that precedes creation and lies beyond its end. To glimpse this darkness is to touch the great white throne, not as an object of fear, but as the vast unknowable. It is where creation and oblivion meet, the great cosmic threshold, the axis upon which life and death turn, the final seat of judgment and redemption alike. In the darkness, the soul is both bound and liberated. It is purified realizes its own enormity. It feels the weight of its finite existence against the infinite, the pull of mortality against the silence that surrounds it. Darkness of the mind, that terrible and magnificent theater where shadows play and thoughts twist in forms beautiful and grotesque, is the birthplace of wonder and terror alike. It holds the most intricate of creations, the dreams we dare not dream, the fears we dare not name, and the darkness of the heart, that profound, cavernous expanse within which we hide our most sacred, unspoken desires, is the truest keeper of love and grief, bound together in inextricable union. It is here that the soul is revealed, stripped of illusion, bare and raw and vulnerable, a reflection of all we are and all we could ever be. The cancer of the soul, far from being a mark of sin or corruption, is the very awareness of this darkness, the gnawing knowledge that within us lies both beauty and decay, both creation and destruction, and that we, like the cosmos itself, are bound to both. This darkness is a haunting presence, a reminder of our own fragility, yet also a whisper of our indomitable spirit, our capacity to face the void and create meaning in the face of meaninglessness. To truly understand darkness, to find beauty within its bounds, is to confront the paradoxes that shape us, that life springs from death, that love often entwines with sorrow, that hope rises not from certainty, but from the depths of despair. Darkness is the keeper of these truths, the silent guardian of all that is beyond our comprehension, beyond our judgment. It is the whisper in the stillness, the call in the void, the vast, incomprehensible testament to the grandeur of creation and the incompleteness of our understanding. One does not come to darkness as a stranger, but as a child returning home. It is the sanctuary for those who dare to see, who wish to understand, who find in the shadows not terror, but the profoundest solace. It is, perhaps, the closest we can come to touching the divine, the darkness that binds the universe, that cradles the stars and cradles our souls in its boundless, incomprehensible embrace. To know darkness is to know both beginning and end, to hold within oneself the mystery of existence, to see the face of Elohim not in wrath, but in the quiet, eternal depths of unknowing. Twist of fate. He was starting anew himself, building a school founded on the belief that redemption could be reached even by those others had cast aside, and he was its principal, a man of quiet conviction, one who knew that beneath the layers of misunderstanding and hardship there lay a resilience, a potential yet untouched. He offered me a place there, a place where I could step out of the shadows.
I had called home for so long, and I, hesitant yet hopeful, took it. Walking through the doors of that school for the first time, I felt as though I were stepping into a different world, a place untouched by the ghosts of my past, a place where I was allowed for the first time to simply be. The walls were bare, the classroom simple, but there was an atmosphere there, one of warmth, of welcome, a quiet promise that this was a space unbound by the cruelties that had marked my life before. Here, I would not be the outcast, the scapegoat, the boy forever shadowed by suspicion. Here, I would be given the chance to define myself anew. Under the guidance of two remarkable teachers, I found myself thriving. They were people who taught not merely by the book, but by the heart, who understood that true education lay not in punishment, but in possibility. They saw past the troubled past, the mistakes, the pain, and saw the mind that lay beneath, the potential they knew had been stifled for too long. They challenged me, not with harshness, but with expectation, with the belief that I was capable of greatness. And in their belief, I found my own. In that single year, I poured myself into the work, driven not merely by the desire to succeed, but by a newfound sense of purpose, a hunger to prove that I was more than the sum of my past. Days and nights blended together, each hour a step closer to a future I had never dared imagine for myself. I was focused, determined, a part of a world that finally seemed to make sense. One where my mind, once clouded and fraught with turmoil, became sharp, clear, alive with a purpose I had long thought beyond my reach. I completed those 4 years of high school in a single, relentless year. With each class passed, with each lesson learned, I felt the shadows of the past recede, replaced by something I could barely recognize. A quiet pride, a sense of belonging, the knowledge that at last, I was more than the stories others had told about me. I was becoming someone of my own making. And as I stood on the threshold of that school, diploma in hand, I felt a strange, bittersweet ache, a mingling of gratitude and sorrow, a remembrance of the darkness that had once consumed me, now tempered by the light I had found within myself. For the first time I looked out upon the world not as a place of rejection, of relentless shadows, but as a landscape of possibility, one where I was no longer defined by the cruelty of others but by the resilience I had fought so hard to claim. The journey ahead was uncertain, but I knew with a conviction that felt as solid as the earth beneath my feet, that I had not only survived, but had begun to truly live. And in that small, quiet school, in the kindness of that one person who had seen past the scars, I had found not just a second chance, but the beginning of a life I could call my own. Life after graduation held no refuge, only a new battlefield where shadows took on fresh forms, where trust itself became a dangerous illusion. The friendships I thought might offer solace proved to be poisoned wells. Alliances turned to betrayal, people I called friends, revealing themselves as catalysts of harm. They pushed me further into the grip of alcohol, an escape that had once seemed to blur the edges of pain but had now become my prison. Each day brought the same ritual. I would steal from the nearby Walmart bottles of whiskey I drank nightly to numb myself from the growing void within. Windsor whiskey, a cruel companion, consumed with a desperation that drained me night after night, until it was no longer a choice but a sentence I carried with me. But even within these so-called friendships, there was deceit. One night, I was handed a flask, assured it was filled with vodka, yet inside lurked a far crueler substance, rubbing alcohol. Poisoned in both body and trust, I staggered under the weight of betrayal. My body turned against me, a relentless nausea consuming every thought. My mind clouded in agony as the realization dawned. I crawled, mile upon freezing mile, snow biting into my hands and knees, a journey to the ER where my stomach was pumped, the toxin finally purged. There, on that cold hospital bed, I was thrown into the depths of withdrawal, alone, unsupervised, as delirium tremens claimed my mind. Each tremor, each flicker of hallucination, a reminder of the hell I had forged. In retrospect, it was a brutal blessing. Those moments of convulsions, of feverish visions, stripped away the illusions, peeled back the mask I had hidden behind. The alcohol, once a refuge, was no longer a comfort but a curse. And the path it had led me down, a road fraught with guns raised against me, life threatened over misunderstandings, mistaken identities, the cruelty of being a scapegoat in a world that saw me only as a mark. Every confrontation, every time I was held at gunpoint, felt like a cold reminder that I was a figure cast in shadow, a presence mistaken for danger, a soul misunderstood in every glance, in every word that had been twisted against me. Emerging from that hospital, raw and shaken, I felt the faintest glimmer of resolve, a thread of something akin to strength. I was marked by these trials, scarred by the choices I had made, the people who had betrayed me, the endless cycle of misunderstanding that had haunted my every step. But there, on the edge of survival. I knew that the darkness I had been bound to could not hold me forever. I had seen the abyss, walked its edges, and crawled back from it with a new understanding of my own resilience. It was a quiet revelation, one that lay beyond words, a truth forged in suffering and solitude. For the first time, I felt the faintest possibility of freedom, a chance to reclaim the life that had always seemed out of reach. And though the world remained a harsh and unforgiving place, I knew with a strength born of pain that I would no longer be its captive.
The infection of the soul. The choice to return to education was one I had not foreseen, yet it came with a quiet sense of purpose, a resolve to forge something of my own out of the chaos that had marked my past. A local technical college became the stage for this new chapter, a place where I could study writing, philosophy, the art of expression, and escape into words and ideas, the worlds I had long kept buried within myself. In those classrooms, surrounded by fellow seekers, I found a glimmer of connection, a sense of camaraderie I hadn't known before. For a time, things felt almost hopeful. I met people who stirred my mind and heart, people who looked past the shadows of my past and seemed to see me for who I was. The weight of the past seemed to lighten, even if just a little. And there were moments when I believed that this time would be different, that I could finally build something real, something lasting. Romantic encounters came, fragile sparks of affection and understanding that for a fleeting moment felt almost like love. But each one crumbled, leaving only the jagged edges of broken trust, bitter jealousy, and the hollow ache of being left behind once more. Each breakup was a reminder of the impermanence of my connections, the reality that even here, even in this place where I had dared to hope, I was still bound to the same cycle of rejection. The sense of defeat grew with each loss, each reminder that even the brightest sparks could burn out without warning. I had walked a long road to reach this place, endured the brutal gauntlet of betrayal, loss, and survival. Yet here I was again, a familiar bitterness settling into my bones, a jealousy I could neither control nor dispel, leaving me isolated, caught between the promise of a better life and the weight of my own failures. And then came the final blow. The world turned on me yet again. This time, an expulsion, sudden and brutal, over a misunderstanding, a misjudgment that echoed every accusation, every assumption that had plagued me in the past. The decision was swift, unrelenting, and I found myself standing before the dean, the cold finality of his judgment closing around me like iron. My credits, my achievements, the progress I had fought so hard to make, all were wiped away, erased with a single stroke, as if they had never been. The ruling came down with a finality that left me breathless. I was banned from every institution within the state's borders, locked out from every college, every classroom, every chance to reclaim what had been stolen from me. It was as if the doors of possibility had been slammed shut, the lock turned, and the key cast away, leaving me on the outside, a wanderer in a world that had once held a spark of promise. The bitterness ran deep, settling like a stone in the pit of my soul. I had tried, dared to hope, dared to believe that this time I might be seen, understood, accepted, but in the end it had all been an illusion, a fleeting dream that dissolved the moment I reached for it. I was left with nothing but the memory of those days, the friendships that had turned cold, the love that had faded, the achievements that had been snatched away. Whereupon, I returned to the shadows, carrying with me the scars of this latest betrayal, a reminder that even the brightest light could be extinguished, leaving only the darkness, a solitude so vast it seemed to swallow me whole. I was left adrift once more, a figure lost to the world, haunted by the fragments of a life that could have been, a future that had slipped through my fingers, leaving only the quiet, unyielding ache of what might have been. Love and heartbreak became familiar companions, entwined within my life like threads of a tapestry woven with both beauty and despair. Again and again I found myself drawn to love, only to feel it slip through my fingers, to watch it dissolve into heartbreak, leaving me more fractured with each ending, more bruised with each goodbye. Each relationship seemed to carry a faint hope, a dream of connection, but they all ended the same, with a sense of betrayal, of being left adrift, another piece of myself torn away, leaving me raw and haunted by memories that clung like ghosts. But it was not only in love that I faced defeat. My mind, despite its relentless creativity, was a battleground where ideas sparked like flares, illuminating vast landscapes of thought, only to be stolen, co-opted by others who claimed them as their own. Time after time, my ideas, scientific breakthroughs that could have been my legacy, were stolen by those who bore the same name, who slipped into my life's work like thieves in the night, or by professors an ocean away who took what I had crafted in solitude and claimed it as theirs. One such betrayal stung more deeply than others. A screenplay I had written, a story that had poured forth from the depths of my heart, one that would go on to become a popular film, 7 pounds. I watched, helpless as my words, my characters, my soul were played out on the screen, the success celebrated by strangers while I remained unseen, unrecognized, my creation a success that had been ripped from my hands. It was a theft that left me hollow, dispirited, defeated in a way that reached to the very core of my being. I had poured myself into these works, only to see them become monuments to someone else's name, reminders of what could have been if fate had been kinder. The defeat grew so great that eventually I gave up on the idea of creation, on the hope of leaving a mark that was truly mine. The world, it seemed, had other plans, plans that did not include my name, my voice, my vision. The dreams that had once sustained me became burdens too heavy to carry, their weight pulling me down into a despair that left me questioning everything I had once believed in. It was then that I turned inward, seeking to understand the workings of my own mind and heart, to make sense of the turmoil that had defined my existence. Psychology and neuroscience became my fields of study, disciplines through which I could explore not only the minds of others, but the labyrinth of my own. I was driven by a relentless curiosity, born of my own suffering, my own journey through darkness. I wanted to understand why people could be so cold, so cruel, why love could turn to hate, why friendships could dissolve into betrayal. Yet even as I studied the minds of others, I remained haunted by the limitations of my own. My brain felt clouded, weighed down by an invisible fog that had shadowed me from childhood, a fog that blurred my thoughts, that made clarity an elusive dream. Others seemed to navigate life with a certainty, a focus that I could only envy from afar. They took for granted the sharpness of their thoughts, the ease with which they moved through the world, while I stumbled, lost in a haze that left me feeling disconnected, separate, a stranger even to myself. Still, I pressed on, driven by a need to make sense of the chaos, to find meaning in the pain, the betrayals, the love that had been lost. Psychology and neuroscience became my lifelines, paths that led me deeper into the mystery of the mind, of human nature, of my own broken heart. I sought answers, but in the end, I found only more questions, more mysteries, more reminders of the fragility of the human soul. Thusly, I continued, a wanderer in the labyrinth of my own thoughts, a seeker of truths that seemed always just beyond reach. The dreams that had once sustained me lay in ruins, but beneath the ashes there was still a spark, a faint glimmer of hope that perhaps one day I would find a way to piece together the fragments of my life, to create something that was truly mine, something that could not be taken, stolen, or forgotten. In that quiet, unyielding search, I found a strange kind of peace, a sense of purpose that defied the pain, the losses, the betrayals. I was still haunted, still broken, but I was also alive, driven by a fire that no one could extinguish, a resilience that had been forged in the crucible of suffering. And though the world had taken much from me, it could never take away the journey, the quest for understanding, the light that still burned, faint but fierce, in the depths of my heart. In the years that followed, life became a series of small, quiet defeats. I worked wherever I could, taking on jobs that offered little in the way of dignity or reward, but at least provided the illusion of purpose, a brief respite from the gnawing feeling of being unmoored. I labored on farms, worked dirt cheap, my hands raw and blistered as I toiled under sun and rain. I fixed fences, repaired machinery, patched up walls, duties that left me aching but, for a fleeting moment, allowed me to feel useful, as if I were somehow carving out a space in a world that seemed always to shrink around me. Handyman jobs came and went, offering glimpses of stability, yet each role faded into the same bitter end. People would take me on, pleased with my willingness, my relentlessness, but misunderstandings would pile up, words twisted into accusations, small mistakes magnified into mortal sins. I found work in factories amid the steady hum of machines where the hours stretched long and mindless, a lull that should have brought solace, but instead heightened the ache, the unshakable sense of isolation. Retail jobs became the final stretch, a setting that seemed to embody the slow erosion of hope, each day a reminder of my own disposability, my status as little more than a cog in the vast machinery of society. There was nothing of substance there, only faces passing by, interactions that held no meaning, a landscape as indifferent as the faces I served. Yet no matter where I worked, the story remained the same. Misunderstandings would arise, often from things so trivial they barely warranted notice. Yet they would snowball, gathering weight until they became reasons, pretexts to dismiss me. One by one, each job slipped through my fingers, each position ending with a bitter severance, the words of reproach echoing long after the doors had closed. They would let me go, often with barely concealed relief, leaving me with nothing but a lingering sense of rejection, a reminder of my own fragility in a world that demanded certainty, predictability, a conformity I could never seem to master. I began to wonder if I was cursed, fated to wander from one failed attempt to the next, as though some unseen force had marked me for failure. It was as if life itself was a test, a relentless examination that I was doomed to fail, no matter how hard I tried. Predestined to failure and forfeiture, it felt almost like a sentence, a judgment passed long before I had even taken my first breath. I was a stranger to success, a wanderer in a landscape where every door seemed to close just as I reached it, every opportunity soured before I could grasp it. Thus I drifted, a figure moving through the shadows of society, working in roles that offered no permanence, no redemption, only the relentless repetition of loss, of doors slamming shut, of lives I would never touch, places I would never belong. I carried on, not because I believed things would change, but because there was nothing else left. It was a life of shadows, a ghostly existence marked by fleeting interactions, half-formed connections, and an unyielding sense of being forever outside, forever beyond the reach of the warmth and belonging others took for granted. In the end, I became a wanderer in my own life, drifting from one small catastrophe to the next, gathering the scars of rejection, the bitter taste of dreams deferred, a life lived always on the periphery, an existence as fleeting and fragile as a whisper lost in the wind. And as I walked through that lonely landscape, I felt the weight of all I had lost, all I would never know, the dreams that had withered into nothing more quiet reserve, his inability to blend in, targeted him with a brutality reserved for the misunderstood. Day after day, his dignity was stripped from him, replaced with bruises, scrapes, and an ever-growing bitterness. It was not merely taunts or punches, but something far darker, as though they were determined to extinguish whatever light he might have had. They came for him with chilling regularity. Their cruelty wasn't limited to bruises and cuts. They sought deeper wounds. They mocked his every movement, his smallest attempt to connect or understand. They would corner him, drag him to the water's edge, and hold him down, his chest pounding, lungs burning with the suffocating grip of fear as he struggled against their hands. Each time he broke the surface, gasping for air, it was as though he were being dragged back to life against his will, only to face more of their twisted games. Humiliation awaited him at every corner, in public spaces where they would de-pants him, leaving him exposed, stripped not only of his clothing, but of his humanity. To them, it was entertainment. To him, it was a slow dismantling of his self-worth. Home was no sanctuary, it was an echo chamber of jeers and scorn. Family members, those who should have been his shield, his solace, saw only what he had failed to become in their eyes. Each passing year was a mark against him, a young man with dreams held together by fragments, still living under his parents' roof. They mocked him openly, their words dripping with derision, their eyes filled with a dismissive coldness. "Still here, then," they would say, as though his presence was an indictment, a stain upon their lives. Each comment was a blade, small but sharp, etching away at the last remnants of his belief in a future worth fighting for. In his 20s, as he watched his peers scatter into lives of their own, Maitreya found himself suffocated by the whispers and stares, each one a testament to the life he was failing to live. His parents' home, once a place of comfort, became a cage, its walls growing tighter with each passing day, echoing with memories of dreams left unfulfilled. To those outside, he was a caricature of failure, a man past the threshold of youth, clinging to the remnants of a life that had never taken flight. Inside, he was a maelstrom, a soul weighed down by shame and unrelenting sorrow, simmering beneath the veneer of silence. In the quiet of night, he would lie awake, every humiliation, every insult replaying in his mind with brutal clarity. His body bore the scars of their abuse, but his soul carried wounds far deeper, invisible yet all-consuming. He had become a stranger to hope, an entity bound by the chains of regret, resentment, and the pervasive feeling of not belonging. The silence was often his only companion, a profound, inescapable stillness that settled upon him like a shroud. His heart ached with a loneliness that transcended mere isolation. It was a cosmic separation, as though even the stars had turned their backs on him. Every moment, every breath became a reminder of his otherness, of his inability to fit into a world that had already cast him aside. And as the years dragged on, he began to feel as though he were merely a shadow, a whisper on the edge of existence, doomed to fade without leaving a mark. The torment of Maitreya Jacobs' early life unfolded like a dark litany, each moment inscribed with anguish and a loneliness so profound it verged on the existential. As a young boy, he moved through the world with a quiet curiosity, a yearning to understand, to find something, anything that would make him feel whole. But the world, it seemed, had other plans. From the earliest days of school, he was a target, his quietness mistaken for weakness, his sensitivity seen as something to be crushed. The other children were ruthless, their laughter a piercing sound that followed him down every hallway, out onto every playground, in every classroom. The bullying was relentless. Each day was a fresh hell. They devised new ways to strip him of his dignity. Sometimes they would chase him, cornering him in bathrooms, each incident, a piece of him was stripped away, leaving him feeling hollow, as though he were being carved out from the inside. The scars were more than physical. They marked him in ways he could not yet understand. His self-worth crumbled, ground to dust beneath the weight of their cruelty. At home, Maitreya sought refuge, but solace eluded him. Family, bound by blood yet severed by disdain, offered no sanctuary. They saw only a son who had failed to live up to expectations, who lingered under their roof into his 20s as though tethered to his inadequacies. They dismissed him with disdain, subtle words of mockery slipping from their mouths as they cast sidelong glances at him. "Still here, then?" they would ask, their voices dripping with disappointment. It was as if his very existence was a burden they bore reluctantly, an unwelcome reminder of dreams deferred and aspirations never realized. For Maitreya, each comment was a dagger. The very people who should have offered him shelter and love instead became echoes of his tormentors, their words blending into the jeers he endured beyond those walls. The home he had once thought safe now felt like a prison, its walls closing in around him, haunted by the ghosts of his own unfulfilled potential. He felt trapped, not just physically, but spiritually, confined within the narrow space between his aspirations and the cruel reality of his existence. As his 20s wore on, Maitreya found himself lost in a fog of despair. The world around him seemed to move on, leaving him behind in its relentless forward march. His peers scattered into lives of their own, finding love, building careers, forging identities. Meanwhile, he remained, a silent, overlooked presence, each passing year weighing on him with the reminder of all he had failed to achieve. He watched them from afar, their laughter and successes a distant echo that only deepened his sense of isolation. To the outside world, he was a figure of failure, a man clinging to a life that had stagnated, bound by the shame of living under his parents' roof, while others soared. At night, Maitreya lay awake, haunted by the relentless procession of memories, each humiliation etched into his mind with brutal clarity. He could feel the phantom pain of hands holding him down, the sting of derisive laughter, the empty feeling of standing alone as they walked away. His body bore the physical scars of their abuse, but it was his soul that had suffered the deepest wounds, invisible yet all-consuming. His heart ached with a loneliness that went beyond mere isolation. It was a cosmic solitude, a sense that he was somehow cut off not only from humanity, but from the very essence of existence. His days were a series of empty rituals, the hours blurring together in a fog of despair. Every moment became a reminder of his otherness, of his inability to fit into a world that had already cast him aside. Even the passage of time felt like a slow erosion of self, each second chipping away at what little hope he had left. He felt like a shadow drifting through life with no purpose, no direction, just a faint, barely there whisper in the vastness of existence. Yet in the darkest recesses of his mind, something simmered, a rage, a deep, unfathomable anger that pulsed with a life of its own. It was not directed at any one person or event, but at the totality of his suffering, at the world that had made him this way. This anger became his only companion, a fire that burned quietly, steadily, waiting for the day it would consume him or perhaps give him the strength to finally fight back. He had become a stranger to hope, his existence reduced to a series of empty breaths and hollow days. The silence was his only respite, an all-encompassing quiet that wrapped around him like a shroud. But even in that silence, he could hear the faint echo of something darker, something that spoke of vengeance, of a reckoning yet to come. And as he lay there, staring into the black void of his own despair, he felt the of his small world until they felt more real than any truth. Rumors sprouted in every corner, whispered in hallways, muttered behind his back. Each fabrication was more sinister than the last, an intricate web designed to isolate him further, to make him appear as something grotesque, something worthy of scorn. They would say he had done unspeakable things, crimes fabricated in the dark recesses of their minds. People turned their faces away when he passed, eyes filled with disdain or outright disgust. Teachers, parents, even strangers began to look at him differently, their expressions laced with suspicion. His reputation became a cloak of shame, stitched from the lies others had tailored around him. He found himself walking in shadows, haunted by accusations that clung to him, tainting every interaction, every glimmer of hope he tried to grasp. He became an outcast, not by his own actions, but by the cruelty of others. Friendships dissolved. People he thought he could trust began to avoid him, fearful of the stigma attached to his name. Loneliness settled over him like a weight, crushing him beneath its immense pressure, leaving him drifting in a void that felt as vast and endless as his suffering. Each day he went to school, he braced himself for the onslaught, knowing that no matter what he did, no matter how he tried to explain or defend himself, the lies would persist, chipping away at his identity until there was almost nothing left. Even his family, the people who were supposed to love and protect him, began to look at him with doubt. They questioned him, their voices tinged with disappointment and disbelief. He tried to explain, tried to make them understand, but their responses were hollow, their support weak and wavering. He could see it in their eyes, a flicker of hesitation, a seed of distrust that grew with each passing day. They were beginning to believe the rumors, the lies whispered by strangers, as if they could know him better than his own flesh and blood. The isolation was suffocating. Maitreya would lie awake at night, staring at the ceiling, his mind churning with thoughts too painful to silence. He would replay each beating, each lie, each moment of betrayal, the memories looping through his mind in an endless, agonizing cycle. He felt himself unraveling, his sense of self slipping through his fingers like sand, leaving him hollowed out, a shell of the person he had once been. His mind became a prison, the lies and violence carving themselves into his psyche, shaping him into something unrecognizable. He began to wonder if he was truly as monstrous as they said, if perhaps there was some dark kernel within him that warranted this hatred. He doubted his own worth, his own goodness, questioning every part of himself, wondering if he deserved the pain, the isolation, the endless torment. And in those darkest moments, he could feel a seed of anger growing within him, a quiet fury that simmered beneath the surface, feeding off the pain, the betrayal, the injustice of it all. The rumors, the violence, the lies, they became the foundation of his world, a twisted reality built on the cruelty of others. And as he stood in the midst of it all, battered and broken, he knew that this torment had changed him irrevocably. The boy he had once been was gone, lost to the darkness that had swallowed him whole, replaced by someone who carried the weight of his suffering like a silent, seething storm. His environment was molding him, shaping him in ways he could scarcely comprehend. Each bruise, each betrayal, each whispered lie became a stroke on the canvas of his soul, darkening it, twisting it, pushing him further from the light he had once clung to. The ceaseless torment did more than merely hurt. It reshaped him, forged him, as though his very existence was an anvil upon which cruelty hammered again and again with an unyielding, merciless fury. He had not been born a monster, not in the way others imagined. No, the seeds of darkness within him were sown by those around him, fertilized by pain, watered by rejection, and nurtured in the barren soil of loneliness. It was not his hand that had
the visitor.
A dreary weariness clings to the ending of this torn day, a midnight hushed and cold, stretching forth like a desolate chasm. Amidst this hour, a figure, shadow-born, arises from the depths of solitude, neither man nor shade, but something born of specters unseen and incomprehensible. In this strange moment, a clarity seizes me, a knowing that pierces every layer of my being. I knew all, I saw all, felt all. Yet the essence of this apparition eludes me. He stood 10 feet tall, spectral and towering, a wraith woven of cloud and gloom, glinting darkly in the silent vigil of the night. All fell under his ominous thrall, life's breath stilled, silenced by the very gravity of his malevolent presence. How keenly did I feel his resentment, his disdain, an unwavering certainty of my immersion in some dreadful vision I could neither escape nor disown. I'd been ensnared in a fleeting, fevered sleep, rising from it drenched, heart-pounding, beset by a fear beyond reckoning. Alone within the hushed confines of my home, my companion, my feline comrade, Tiger, sensed the unease that gripped me. His instinct knew the terror that lingered, and he fled, a dart of fur and fear, his low hiss vibrating with an inexplicable apprehension. I turned to the window, fogged and dim, the glass a veil to a horror manifest. I saw him standing as if he'd been conjured from the very marrow of the dark. He wore a tall hat, the sort that might grace some grim figure of antiquity. His attire, draped in a trench coat, clung to him as if the fabric itself feared his form. He bore a cane, at once an object of age and life, at once dead wood, then a snake, writhing and twisting, blending into the murk that cocooned him. His face, shrouded, lifted slowly, revealing eyes that knew the depths of despair. They held mine, unflinching, burning with a knowledge that stretched beyond aeons, binding me to the chill of his eternity. In that paralyzing exchange I was fixed in place, rooted by dread as ancient as life itself. His smile curled with an edge that stilled the blood in my veins, his gaze a scythe that reaped the very soul, leaving me raw, bare, undone. As the dark grew thicker, I felt a tug, an intangible pull, an unseen chain wrapping around me. The world bent, the distance between us narrowing with a terrifying inexorability. So harrowing was his lamentation. He spoke, and the thunderous roars of lightning reverberated through the heavens, his voice calling with an echo of infinite cruelty. Come to me, my child. My body, bound to his will, began to move, feet dragging upon the gritty asphalt-laden ground, inching helplessly towards the grotesque gate that loomed ahead, monstrous, twisted, defaced by ages of darkness. With no strength to resist, I found myself hopelessly bound, drawn nearer by his command, irrevocably claimed. This aura, his visage, was indescribably dark. The air thickened around him, chilling my skin to the very bone, as if all warmth had been scorned from existence. The atmosphere was near pitch black, void of life's essence, broken only by the fleeting light of distant fires flickering across his endless vast kingdom, and the fierce bursts of lightning that struck beyond the wretched gates. All around, grotesque and abhorrent beings roamed, dark spirits beyond count, vile creatures pulsing with a rhythm from a world of endless despair, their forms vibrating with the resonance of a dimension unfathomable. They existed in that bleak, boundaryless darkness, bowing low and writhing as I was drawn closer, near enough that his twisted countenance almost seemed within reach. Drifting as if suspended, I moved not of my own volition, but by his maleficent design, as though he were my guide through this endless expanse, a host and an overlord displaying the depths of his forsaken dominion. My head turned from side to side, compelled to take in every horrid detail, my vision flooded with sights beyond human understanding. To behold him was to see him worshipped, a grotesque ritual of impassive adulation performed by beings both meek and mighty, creatures of pitiless night gathered in reverence, bending low in subjugation. Each entity, malformed and ancient, exuded an unholy bliss, their features placid yet fixed with rapture. These were the ancients, the elders, each as an arbiter of darkness, their chants weaving the atmosphere with a gloom so potent that my very mind fell under its suffocating weight, drowning in nostalgia and resignation. Before he could drag me deeper still to some inner sanctum where darker horrors lay, I forced from my throat a desperate word, a final plea. No, with that utterance, a rupture tore through the suffocating darkness, and I was wrenched from that accursed place, hurled back with a speed beyond comprehension, faster than a thought, faster than breath, to where I'd come. My eyes snapped open, disoriented yet jubilant, a fragile comfort swelling within me as I reclaimed the sanctuary of my own body, the feeble solace of being in control once more. But the reprieve was short-lived. Though returned to the waking world, the lingering terror gripped me. My very spirit was besieged, haunted by shock, by confusion, a forlorn hopelessness that clouded my mind. The memory of that darkness seared itself upon my soul, a scar that could neither fade nor be hidden, no matter how fervently I clung to the idea that perhaps it was but a dream. Yet I knew in my marrow it was no mere fantasy, no fleeting vision or lucid trickery. This encounter defied all rational explanation, beyond science, beyond any known law of consciousness. Visibly shaken, I tried to calm my mind, telling myself at the very least I was home, away from that contemptuous devilry. Still, I could feel my insignificance anew, as though under the enduring shadow of his dominion, a kingdom steeped in wickedness, decay, and tragedy, reigning in totality as a macabre symphony without end. I was drained to the limits of comprehension, exhausted, fearful, bound in silence by the lingering echoes of his presence. Even now, a chill grips me whenever I hear the bells toll his unholy names. The shadow, the darkness, though to me he is forever the adversary. In all the tales I've unearthed of his foulness, each encounter weighs upon the heart with harrowing gravity. What I've learned from those who speak of him is dreadful enough to sustain all morbid curiosity. An exploration into the ideologies and pageantries of darkness that would chill the stoutest soul. I am left still so obsessively fearful of him, in any thought or passing notion, in every illusion or whisper of his presence, be it as illusionary as a shadow upon the wall or a figure glimpsed at the corner of my sight. The dread is no less paralyzing. It matters not if he stands before me in the flesh or remains as a spectral threat in my imagination. The fear is unyielding, untamed, a terror so profound it defies all reason. I shall carry the memory of that encounter to the grave, for it is not the darkness alone I fear, but his face, bone pale and wretchedly alive, his image forever imprinted upon my soul. In his presence, an insatiable ritualistic desire filled the air, a hunger so depraved it carried a euphoric pain, a rapture that fed upon agony, both relentless and unsatisfied, mingling desire with a promise of inescapable doom. His life is an unending tragedy, a shadow cast upon the annals of existence, a pale specter whose entire existence is bound in catastrophe. To observe his life, his being, was to glimpse a relentless melody, a darkened refrain that spirals through time with a brutal inevitability. Life, in the face of such darkness, is but a fleeting shadow cast upon the pale stage of our fragile world. He moves within that space, enveloped by harrowing darkness. His very presence a cruelly distorted masterpiece of ruin. The feeling is as indefinable as it is surreal, an all-consuming void, a bewilderment so deep it feels as though one stands at the edge of an abyss with no end, a negation that thrums like an eternal requiem, disdainful and empty. To watch loved ones age, suffer, and fade is a pain beyond description, a depthless sorrow that rends the heart to its core. To endure such grief implies only two possible truths. Either life itself is devoid of meaning, a bitter farce born of insignificance, or some God exists, a being who created us only to leave us, bestowing upon us this miserable existence, an unspeakable coldness. If such is true, then life's agonies feel akin to drowning in an unending sea of frigid water, of suffocating in a darkness that knows no end. Perhaps this is his design, his desire to instill within us this aching hopelessness, to see us relinquish all that is good, pure, and bright, to savor our suffering, to revel in the slow, torturous decay that gnaws at the core of human hope. It is a dark melody, this life, resonating through each breath, each heartbeat, an unyielding reminder of the bleakness at existence's heart. Each day I wonder if gratitude or contempt should be my answer, to thank the heavens for this fleeting gift of life, for whatever rare joy it may hold, or to damn it all as a cruel jest, a tragedy set against a pitiless void. I speak these words unapologetically, for within me stirs a sorrow as vast as the northern seas, cold and boundless. I drift through life, a shade beneath the stars, a fragment in the unfeeling expanse. Life is suffering, and death its dark inheritance. With each breath I curse its happening, for life is a wound and death, a silent promise, an enthroning sorrow. For in the end there is no fleeing such darkness. It lives, it breathes, it is part of me now, a sorrow that neither heaven nor earth can ease.
Revisited.
A year to the day he came to me again, his darkness seething like a tempest upon the fringes of my dream, sharpening my senses into an otherworldly clarity, a lucidity that was less sleep and more a descent into an ancient rite. I stood within a sanctuary beyond time, an ether untouched by mortal decay, a dome formed from powers primordial, enclosing us with a barrier as old as creation itself. Children laughed around me, their laughter light and pure, echoing in that strange suspended air, each note ignorant of the malice prowling just beyond our walls. We were cradled beneath an endless forest, its canopy stretching far beyond sight, its green and gold verdancy bearing an untouched beauty, primal, pristine, as if born of Eden itself. Above us loomed the tree of life, its fruit heavy and bright, radiant with an otherworldly splendor, a sentinel of eternity that held vigil against the shadows that lurked. Yet around us, a shadow stirred, rippling with a fury that bordered upon madness. Satan himself prowled the boundary of our sanctuary, monstrous and wrathful, his very essence twisted by hatred so profound, it bled into every fiber of his being. He circled us with a hunger that bordered upon starvation, a lion poised to strike, a wolf half mad with the scent of prey, each step laden with a hatred crafted from the ages, a malice darkened and honed by the passing of aeons. There was no force, celestial or mortal, as potent in its vitriol, no being imbued with a fury so absolute as he was in that terrible instant. His rage was a living thing, a corrosive venom that had shaped his very flesh and soul. sculpted him into an instrument of wrath, a weapon forged to annihilate innocence. The barrier held and his fury boiled, churning into the very ground he stalked. He prowled again and again, his movements carving a grim pattern of possession, his every step a mark upon the earth, his teeth bared, his claws unsheathed as he came close, straining against the inviolate dome, only to be thrown back each time. The rage within him seethed outward, a sickness upon the air, a miasma of despair and ruin. His eyes glowed with the ancient hunger of a god abandoned, a desire born of millennia of exile, and in their darkness I saw a fury that had outlasted epochs, a hatred that had known no release, his being molded by centuries of bitterness waiting to spill forth like blackened fire. Each time he advanced, every bare-toothed snarl, every clench of his claws against the dome, every thunderous tread upon the earth promised only ruin. A darkness radiated from him so thick, so complete, that it blotted out all sense of hope, an obliterating force that sought to swallow every glimmer of light, every innocent soul within his sight. His claws struck upon the barrier in violence so raw it sparked, a wild electricity that hissed and burned at the edges of the dome, each impact forcing him back, repelled by the force that encased us. And yet he was undeterred, howling in frustration, a sound ripped from his core, echoing like the roar of the earth splitting asunder. His wrath trembled through the very ether, vibrating through the core of our sanctuary with a force that shattered silence into fragments of trembling dread. But the shield held, a steadfast defense, its power etched from the bedrock of creation, a barrier drawn from some deeper, timeless source, forged against him and his ilk. Still, he circled, his malice tightening, his eyes never leaving the children who played within, innocent and untouched. He coveted them, burned with the need to stain their purity, to reach within and claim that which was beyond his grasp, a fury beyond any human understanding. He wanted us. No, he needed us, with a desperation so fierce it was agony itself, a soul-scorching hunger to tear, to consume, to drag us into the depths of his void, a place where light dies gasping, where the very breath of life is strangled and broken. His frustration was palpable, a raw wound laid bare, the agony of conquest denied seeping through the atmosphere, filling it with a darkness so heavy it pressed against the walls of our haven. It was as if that malice itself took shape, curling around our dome, a serpent winding tighter with each passing moment, ready to strike yet forced to linger, its reach halted, its bite defanged. He was bound, held at bay, his strength faltering in the face of a sanctity he could not breach. For the first time, his fury found no path forward, a maelstrom raging against the immovable, an unholy storm clawing at the sky, only to break upon an unyielding wall. And we remained untouched, the children still laughing, their innocent voices a serenade of defiance, unknowing of the doom that stalked just beyond. The beast held at bay, clawing, snarling, every fiber of his being drenched in a hatred that had seen the rise and fall of worlds. He was powerless, bound to circle us like a captive beast, his rage unfurling in dark tendrils, his hunger for our ruin unspent, unfulfilled, and I, within that dome, felt the trembling echo of an ancient enmity, that hatred as old as time itself, the trinity of death. One after another, these visions came upon me, a chain of lucid dreams that bound me, body and soul. I found myself within a trailer park at the end of a cul-de-sac, a place unremarkable under the morning sun. The day was fair, the air still, and children played along the street, laughing as they skipped rope and chased one another across lawns wet with dew. But then, as my gaze lifted, I saw them. 3 angels of death, specters veiled in gray, gliding as one across the grass. Though they moved in perfect unison, there was an eerie separateness to each, a sense that while they walked together, each possessed its own singular purpose, its own dark dominion. The landscape around them was bright and green, but as they advanced upon the lush earth, it withered beneath their feet, each blade of grass, each flower, blackening to ash as though touched by fire. Their faces were blank, empty as the void, and yet there was a grim set to their expressions, a frown that conveyed neither sorrow nor malice, only the cold inevitability of their march. They moved with relentless purpose, indifferent to the innocence that filled the air. The children continued to play, oblivious to the approaching shadow. But as the angels drew near, the very world around them began to fall into ruin. The children's laughter stilled, their movements froze, and in a single silent instant, they became ashen mounds, relics of life suddenly ended, their bodies crumbling into dust. The vibrant lawns faded, the houses around me sagged, aged by centuries in mere moments, their frames warped and brittle, roofs sinking as though pressed beneath the weight of time. The sky overhead flushed red, streaked with a foreboding gray, as though the heavens themselves had turned to bleeding stone. I hid within the trailer at the farthest end of the park, my heart beating with a dread that seeped from the marrow of my bones. I cowered there, hoping they would not see me, hoping their gaze would pass me by. But I could feel it, an iron certainty that they knew I was there, that no wall or door could shield me from their sight. They moved forward, each step heavy with the weight of worlds, with the power to unmake, to bring oblivion. Desperation swelled within me, and I felt the icy fingers of doom closing around my soul, hope receding as the night recedes before the dawn. Yet inversely, hopelessness upon hope's retreat. I felt compelled to give in, to surrender to their judgment, and so, driven by a force greater than fear, I approached the window, pressing my trembling hands against the cold glass as they neared. Their faces were close, terribly close, inches from the pane, their breath misting against it, forming a haze that blurred the barrier between us. I closed my eyes, waiting, knowing there would be no escape, feeling the gravity of their presence reaching out to envelop me. A moment passed, and I dared to open my eyes once more. There they stood, as still as statues, the weight of their stare bearing down upon me. Then, without a word, they turned as one, moving away from the trailer, leaving me untouched, the building inexplicably whole, while the world beyond lay in ruin. The relief that washed over me was bitter and cold, an emptiness born from the knowledge of their mercy, of their inexplicable retreat. Yet the terror did not fade. When I awoke, it lingered, staining the edges of my mind, hanging like a shroud around my soul. Days passed, yet the fear did not dissipate. It clung to me, etched into my memory, a scar upon the very core of my being. Even now I feel the weight of their gaze, an unyielding reminder of that night, a nightmare woven into the fabric of my spirit, haunting me still. In the deep bosom of night's chilling embrace, an ancient grief stirs within me, a haunting, grim remembrance of the ages past, a hollow chasm that echoes through the bleak fabric of my soul. I walk beneath the weight of stars, their light cold and pitiless, casting a mockery upon my loneliness, upon the agony that neither time nor solace can mend. There is a grief, a sorrow so deeply wound within me, a part of the flesh, a thing of the blood, a tragic hymn that bleeds through the veins, that weeps through every pulse, whispering of loss, of absence, of an endless yearning that shall never be sated. What glory there was, what beauty, what unparalleled love has been stripped from my grasp, torn from my heart, a flower crushed beneath the iron heel of fate. Those I once held, with a passion boundless and unspoken, have faded into the dusk, have passed like a wind burned through autumn leaves, leaving naught but shadows, their memory an aching wound that festers beneath the fragile guise of life. There is no balm, no sweet elixir that can bring ease to this desolation, only the hollowed shell of remembrance, a barren relic of what once was bright and full. Oh, this love that clings to me still, though its object has departed, though the soul to which it once sang has been stilled in silence. How cruel, how insidious, this endless strain of devotion, to love where no love can answer, to cry out into the depths where only silence replies. Yet I cannot sever it, I cannot cast aside this vestige of what was, this phantom limb that yet reaches, blindly, hopelessly, for the touch that shall never again grace my world. I am adrift, cast upon a sea of uncharted despair, with no star to guide me, no harbor in sight. The very heavens seem to conspire in this desolation, their vast expanse a testament to my isolation. And in that expanse, in that cruel infinity, I see the visage of those lost to me, fleeting glimpses that vanish as quickly as they arise, leaving only the bitter pang of remembrance, a sorrow that knows no end. To love, to hope, to lose. These are the steps of the dance, the dark rhythm that beats within the chest of every mortal soul. Yet it is a rhythm that tears, that rends, that leaves nothing but fragments, scattered and broken upon the desolate shores of time. And I am but one such fragment, a splintered shard, adrift in the void, clinging to the memory of a warmth, a light that has long since faded. So let it be written, let it be carved upon the stones of ages, that here lies one who loved, who lost, and who bore that loss with trembling hands. Here lies one who, though broken and battered, held fast to that which was torn from him, a sentinel of sorrow, a keeper of an unquenchable flame. For in the end, what is life but a brief flare, a spark that glimmers and fades, swallowed by the dark? And what is love but a fleeting warmth, a fragile light that leaves us all the colder for its passing? Yes, I loved. Yes, I lost. And in that loss, I found a depth, a darkness, an unyielding sorrow that has become my companion, my shadow, the very marrow of my bones. And though it is a burden grievous to bear, I would not cast it aside, for it is all that remains, all that binds me to what was. Let the world forget, let time erase all that I was, all that I felt, but let this remain, a testament to the grief that cannot die, to the love that shall not fade. For in the end, it is not life that lingers, nor the deeds of the flesh, but the echoes of a heart undone, the song of a soul that loved and lost, and in that loss found the vastness of eternity, the hollow beauty of an endless night.
The enveloping.
Misfortune, woes wrapped in warning. I found myself amidst my beloved dearest kin, enshrined in the warmth of familial joy, a sanctity rarely felt glimmering with an ethereal harmony. We moved as one, voices mingling in idle chatter, the cadence of our steps underscoring a blissful passivity. It was melancholy, an atmosphere neither good nor evil, suspended in the tempered peace that only precedes ruin. To my quiet surprise, we were wandering through a vast mall, one grand as the famed Mall of America, and there was no quarreling, no discord to mar the ease of our gathering. We meandered, laughing lightly, unknowing, each small joy seeming brighter as the day waned. As our wandering ended, we rested upon a circular bench wrapped around an ancient olive tree, the silvery branches bending gently above us. In those brief moments we spoke of little things, of nothingness, of everything, a stillness falling upon us like a dream. Then, a thunderous crack split the air, so violent it seemed to rend the heavens. It echoed, but not all heard its dire pronouncement. I stood, listening as if compelled by something beyond myself. "Listen," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the silence. My family grew still as I stepped towards the center of the mall, drawn by a force I could not name. Another clash rang out, harrowing and virulent, a sound that stilled all who heard, freezing them in the grip of dread. The entire mall seemed to hold its breath. Silence descended like a funeral shroud, so complete that the faintest sigh became a lamentation in the void. I continued forward, drawn to the epicenter of some unseen catastrophe, my arms low, hands near my hips as if to ward off an invisible specter. And then, without warning, a wind howled through the mall, tearing through the stillness with a hunger unnatural, voracious, a roaring force that whipped through every corridor and hollow. It was as if the very oxygen were torn from the air, a vacuum stealing breath from lungs, leaving only a coldness that clung to the bones. Panic struck. People clutched at one another, grasping anything solid to hold against the storm as it surged with the fury of a cyclone. The marble floors beneath me quivered and then began to crack, splitting as though struck by a tremor from the bowels of the earth. The building, once an epitome of human construct, crumbled in instants, pillars collapsing with an ancient fragility, walls crumbling as if 1,000 years of ruin had passed in mere moments. Beneath my feet, the floor split open, groaning as marble gave way to void. Chaos erupted. Pandemonium engulfed the mall as people scattered, stumbling in frenzied terror, their cries swallowed by the relentless rumble. Hysteria reigned as thousands ran, stumbling over one another, their faces etched in raw panic, some weeping, others frozen in the fatal realization that no escape could be found. And there, amidst the chaos, I saw my family, still on that bench, holding each other, their faces a tableau of horror, watching as the world crumbled around us. In that mad rush, my father and nephew broke away, running towards me, their faces twisted with desperation. I could not understand their sudden bravery, my mind recoiling against the torrent of fear, the temptation to surrender to the inevitable. Yet in that fateful instant, I renounced my recklessness, crying out for their forgiveness, a plea wrought from the depth of my soul.
"Behold the place of death."
A voice boomed, dark as obsidian, thick with animosity and primal fury. I was slipping, my fingers grasping at the remnants of the shattered floor, gripping the jagged edges as the marble sliced into my skin. Blood warmed my hands, mixing with sweat, each finger a lifeline, my grasp weakened by agony. My father and nephew reached for me, their faces pale with terror, but the weight was too great. Their strength waned, and with one final fateful disconnect, our hands parted, whereupon I began to fall, a slow descent into the infinite void, spiraling downward, each millisecond an eternity of despair. My father's outstretched hand faded from view, his face a phantom etched in a gaze that bore through my soul, as if imprinting one final memory for the endlessness to come. I fell through darkness so absolute it seemed alive, each second a beat in a rhythm that pulled me further from all I had known, from love, from life itself. Falling, ever so slowly, yet with a force that denied reason. As I plummeted, time unraveled, reality warped into a surreal recollection of all I had been, a twisted panorama of memories sharpened by the agony of awareness. My mind, heightened by fear, swirled in the clarity of sorrow. Here, in this depthless descent, there was no mercy. I was beyond salvation, beyond retrieval, forsaken in the cruel embrace of reprobation. My soul unraveled, becoming one with the nothingness, swallowed by the maw of an endless abyss. The blackness grew heavier, darker still. Every notion of light, every essence of warmth vanished. I had become as void, undone within the emptiness, as the memory of my father's face, my family's embrace, faded into oblivion. Coldness took hold, an ache beyond any earthly sorrow, an agony woven from the bitterest threads of remembrance. My fall was a cycle, an eternity of suspended ruin, each moment stretching into a length beyond measure. The darkness was not mere absence, but a thing of substance, alive with an unholy despair, laced with scents of brimstone, decay, and death. Here was reprobation eternal. The abyss had no end, no direction, no meaning. Only an all-encompassing void that clawed into my essence, stripping away all hope, all sense of self, leaving only an echo of regret that grew louder with each fathomless plunge. Every painful memory, every regret, every long-forgotten wound surfaced, amplified by the starkness of isolation, and I knew with harrowing certainty that there would be no end to this agony. Here, within this perpetual fall, was an awareness that expanded with every second, thoughts intertwining with a dread so vile it defied reason, each regret a pang so bitter it seared into the very fibers of my being. Remembrances of love twisted into harrowing specters, mocking me as I hurtled through nothingness, adrift in a place beyond light, beyond touch, beyond hope. The texture of the darkness itself was grotesque, vile, a sensory assault that seemed to devour the senses themselves, leaving nothing but the raw ache of loss and longing. So deeper I plunged, consciousness fragmented into a million shards, each splintering with a fresh wave of sorrow, each thought, each feeling magnified tenfold in its bleakness. My fall continued, relentless, each heartbeat weaker, colder, until even the memory of the surface faded, leaving only a depthless, sightless void. Here was the fate of the damned, a place of eternal desolation, an abominable monument to anguish, devoid of respite, a realm where existence itself was a curse. My only company was the ceaseless gnawing ache, a sorrow so vast it filled every fiber of my being, a darkness so pure it choked all sense of reality, leaving only an eternal descent into oblivion. I was alone, condemned to fall through the shadow of death, the depths of misery carved into the hollow of my soul. In this void there was no light, no warmth, no sound, but the haunting echo of my own despair, reverberating within the boundless chasm, a requiem without end. In this vast, empty hell, I am condemned to remember all that I was, all that I had lost, every memory a dagger twisting within the soul, every feeling an anchor dragging me deeper into the unfathomable dark. This is my eternity, a descent through sorrow so profound, so unrelenting, that all hope is but a distant echo, an illusion swallowed by the depthless black. I am alone, a wraith cast into oblivion, an echo fading in the void.
The transformation was slow, insidious, a gradual erosion of innocence, as though each wound carved away a piece of his humanity, replacing it with something harder, darker, a resilience that looked like strength, but felt like a curse. There was a growing emptiness within him, a hollow space that gnawed at him, whispering that the only way to survive was to embrace the darkness that had become his constant companion. He became a product of the very hatred he had tried to reject, a reflection of the monstrous cruelty that had shaped his world. The boy who once longed for acceptance, who had yearned for kindness, was gone, replaced by something unrecognizable, something born from the fires of suffering. And as he stood upon the precipice, he realized with a chilling clarity that he had been shaped into a being that could wield the same brutality, the same malice that had been inflicted upon him. Was he a monster then? Perhaps, but he was not a monster of his own making. He was a creature crafted by a world that had shown him nothing but darkness. He was a testament to the pain he had endured, a product of his environment, a soul beaten and battered into something raw, something fierce, something that carried within it the echoes of every wound, every insult, every betrayal. Wherewith he stood, a figure both tragic and terrifying, a paradox of pain and power, knowing that the world had made him this way, and that now he held within him a darkness as vast and unforgiving as the suffering he had known. The world had given him its cruelty, and he had become its most faithful student, a monster not born, but carefully, painstakingly made. He could not help but wonder if a dark curse lingered around him, a relentless shadow that stripped away everything he held dear, piece by painful piece. Each glimmer of light he dared to reach for the nephews and nieces who looked up to him, his parents whose love once anchored him, the comforting company of his cats. All were slowly, almost methodically, pried from his life, leaving him emptier than before. And his friends, those precious few who saw beyond his pain, who understood his silences, were taken too. One by one they fell, succumbing to the darkness that haunted them, ending their own lives in a tragic echo of despair that reverberated through his soul. Their deaths, each like a dagger, left him questioning the nature of his existence. Had he brought this upon them? Was his very presence the thread that unraveled the lives of those he loved? He had tried to be a source of strength, a constant in their worlds, yet it seemed that wherever he went, sorrow followed, like a storm cloud too dense to dissipate. With every loss, he felt his own heart darken, as though the weight of their tragedies were accumulating within him, pressing down with an insufferable heaviness that he could not escape. A sense of dread grew within him, a gnawing belief that perhaps he was the reason for it all, that his own suffering, his own inner darkness, had somehow tainted those closest to him. He looked around at the empty spaces where his loved ones had once stood, at the hollow memories of laughter that now felt like ghosts haunting his mind. The emptiness gnawed at him, an insidious whisper that he was destined to be alone, that his existence was a burden, a blight upon everything it touched. Every lost friend, every broken connection, every abandoned comfort seemed to confirm this fear, painting him as an unwitting harbinger of sorrow, cursed to bring ruin to those he held dear. Was it him, then, who was to blame? Was his mere presence enough to draw despair like moths to flame? The question weighed upon him, and though he searched desperately for answers, he found none. All that remained was the stark reality of loss, the aching void where love and laughter had once lived, leaving him isolated in a bleak solitude. Perhaps he was meant to bear this darkness alone, to shoulder the weight of lives lost and love forsaken, until he too faded into the shadows that had become his only constant. The wolf. A chill crept over him as he sat in solitude, gazing into the heart of a storm that seemed to hold in its gathering clouds every sorrow he had ever known. The horizon darkened, a tumult of grays and blacks converging as the cold front advanced, inching closer with the deliberation of an executioner. Silence weighed heavy, broken only by the wind's mournful howl, as if the earth itself mourned alongside him, recognizing the immense sorrow he bore, an unspeakable grief that could not be alleviated, only endured. He stared into that darkness, that vast and boundless expanse that mirrored his own heart, as the world around him felt like it was slipping further and further away, swallowed by the shadows that clouded his soul. A sudden tremor of movement shattered the solitude, a presence rippling through the silence as though it had been conjured from his own despair. Emerging from the bleakness, a dog appeared, its fur unkempt, matted with the chill of mist and rain, its eyes reflecting a pain so raw, so familiar, that he could scarcely look at it. Panting, itself, a reflection of his own isolation, his own deep-seated anguish. This dog, this silent specter of a creature, seemed to have clawed its way through the fabric of existence itself to find him in this hour, drawn by some inexplicable pull, perhaps summoned by the depth of his despair. It was as though it had come to bear witness, to stand vigil beside him, two kindred spirits bound by the silent understanding of souls marked by sorrow, as if they were the last remnants of a beauty that had withered and died, leaving only its ghost in the storm's encroaching shadow. He reached out a trembling hand, feeling the cold bite of the wind as his fingers brushed against the dog's fur, matted and coarse yet strangely warm, a brief solace against the endless chill that had settled within him. Its eyes met his, a gaze that bore the weight of untold tragedies, a sorrow so profound it felt like the touch of death itself, lingering just beneath the surface. There was no hope in those eyes. No spark of life, only a resigned acceptance, a quiet understanding that there was no salvation, only endurance. In that moment, as they sat together beneath the vast, oppressive sky, he felt the quiet, unyielding pull of inevitability, a sense that they were both bound to this path of suffering, this road that led only to darkness. The storm pressed ever closer, the sky now a chaotic sea of shadows and lightning, as though the heavens themselves had cracked open to reveal the abyss within. Rain began to fall, slow at first, each drop a mournful whisper against the earth, as if the sky too wept for them, for the loneliness that bound them together in that desolate space. He watched as the dog bowed its head, its eyes dimming, as though it too was succumbing to the weight of existence, to the ceaseless, unrelenting press of despair that had defined its life, just as it had defined his own. There, beneath the shrouded sky, amidst the rising storm, he felt his soul lay bare, exposed to the raw, elemental forces that surrounded him. The storm was not merely an external force, but a reflection of his own turmoil, the maelstrom that churned within him, unyielding and all-consuming. It felt as though the dog was a vessel, a messenger sent from the darkest recesses of his mind, bearing with it the pain he could not name, the sorrow he could not escape. Each breath it took seemed to echo the rhythm of his own heart, each shudder a reflection of the trembling within him, as though they were one, bound by an unspoken pact of despair. The rain grew heavier, each drop a note in a requiem for a life haunted by suffering, each gust of wind a sigh from the universe itself, as though it too understood the unbearable weight they carried. He looked into the eyes of the creature beside him, seeing there the depth of all that had been lost, all that could never be reclaimed. It was a pain that defied language, a sorrow too vast for words, and yet, in that silence, in that bleak and desolate space, he felt a strange, aching kinship, a bond forged in the fires of mutual despair. There was no comfort to be found in that moment, only the cold, unyielding embrace of the storm, a darkness that seeped into his bones, hollowing him out, leaving him as empty as the skies above. The dog shuddered, a final tremulous sigh escaping its lips, as though it too had given up, surrendered to the inexorable march of time, to the relentless sorrow that had driven it to this place, to him in this, the darkest hour of the night. For a moment he wondered if it had all been an illusion, a spectre born from the depths of his own mind, a vision conjured by the storms that raged within him. Yet there it lay, solid and real, its presence a haunting reminder of the vastness of his grief, of the endless sorrow that had come to define him. He felt a kinship thunder echoed across the heavens, he felt the world shift, as though the very fabric of reality had bent beneath the weight of his sorrow. The storm broke over them, a deluge that swept away all remnants of warmth, all traces of comfort, leaving only the cold, relentless drive of the rain, a torrent that mirrored the flood within his soul. He sat in silence, watching as the dog lay beside him, still and unmoving, a silent witness to his own descent, a reminder of the darkness that lay within him, waiting, always waiting, to consume him whole. There was no escape, no salvation to be found in the storm, only the cold, unyielding embrace of the elements, a reminder of his own insignificance, his own helplessness in the face of a universe that cared nothing for his suffering. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the rain against his skin, the chill of the wind as it cut through him, a sensation that felt both foreign and achingly familiar, a reminder of the emptiness that lay within him, vast and unending, a chasm that could never be filled. As he called out that ancient name, a tremor of something unnameable stirred within him, a resonance like the echo of a long-forgotten song rising from the depths of his memory. Antiochus turned, ears pricked, eyes gleaming with a strange, fierce understanding, as though he, too, was bound to an invisible thread woven by forces beyond them both, drawn by the same dark tide that had led them to this forsaken crossroads. The wolf approached, a majestic spectre carved from the fabric of twilight, a figure as ghostly as moonlight, as real as the ache in his heart, its alabaster fur gleaming in the dim light, as if forged in the fires of some ancient sorrow. This creature, this apparition of purity amidst the darkened mire, embodied a beauty so sharp, so profound, that it hurt to look upon it, as though its presence alone illuminated all he had lost, all he had forsaken. As Antiochus circled him, brushing against his legs with a gentleness that belied his wild nature, he felt a flicker of warmth, a fleeting balm against the hollow ache gnawing at his soul. This creature, born from the same forlorn darkness that haunted his own heart, was a kindred spirit, a companion in sorrow. Their breaths mingled in the chill of the night air, their shadows merging on the rain-soaked earth, two figures alone against the vastness of a world that had cast them aside, forgotten, condemned to wander the desolate realms between light and shadow. There was something regal in the way the wolf stood, head held high, its gaze steady and unflinching, as though it carried within it the weight of countless tragedies, a spirit tempered in the fires of its own affliction. He reached out a hand, trembling, his fingers brushing against the wolf's fur, feeling the softness beneath the rough exterior, a paradox of strength and vulnerability. This was no ordinary beast. It was a creature forged in the crucible of despair, a harbinger of an ancient sorrow that ran deeper than any river, wider than any sky, a sorrow so profound it seemed to echo through time itself, binding them both to a fate neither could escape. In the depths of Antiochus's eyes, he saw a reflection of his own soul, a darkness so vast it threatened to consume everything in its path, an emptiness that yearned to be filled, yet knew it never could be. Here was a creature that understood, that bore the same scars, carried the same burden, its eyes a blazing constellation of pain and wisdom, each fleck of light a testament to battles fought, wounds endured. He found himself whispering to it, words unbidden, confessions drawn from the deepest well of his being, secrets he had buried so deep he had forgotten they were even there.
"We are the forsaken, you and I,"
he murmured, voice raw, barely audible over the howl of the wind.
"bound to wander, condemned to linger on the fringes, cursed to bear witness to a world that has forgotten us, abandoned us to our fate."
Antiochus did not answer, yet in his silence, in the quiet, unyielding strength of his presence, there was a profound understanding, a sympathy that transcended words, an unspoken affirmation that they were indeed of one soul, one spirit, bound together by a fate as inescapable as the stars. Together, they were the remnants of a dying world, the last vestiges of something beautiful and terrible, a legacy of sorrow carved into the flesh of time itself. They were the ghosts of a world that had passed into shadow, phantoms adrift in the vast empty expanse of existence, bearing the weight of all that had been lost, all that could never be reclaimed. He sank to his knees, his fingers clutching the coarse earth, feeling the chill seep into his bones, yet it was a chill he welcomed, a coldness that mirrored his own. The wolf pressed close, silent as a shadow, its warmth a stark contrast to the biting wind, a reminder of life, of warmth, even in the midst of despair. He buried his face in its fur, closing his eyes against the tears that threatened to fall, feeling the weight of a lifetime's worth of sorrow pressing down upon him, a sorrow so deep it seemed to bleed from his very soul. They sat together in the darkness, two souls bound by grief, by a despair so profound it defied understanding, defied even the boundaries of life and death. He felt his heart shatter, yet in its breaking there was a strange, terrible beauty, a clarity born of suffering, a purity found only in the depths of despair. In this desolation, this forsaken place, he found the last remnants of his humanity, a flicker of light within the abyss, a testament to a soul that refused to die, even in the face of annihilation. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting its pale, wan light over the barren landscape, he looked up, meeting Antiochus's gaze one last time, seeing in those eyes a reflection of his own soul, a soul marked by sorrow, scarred by loss, yet still, somehow, alive. Together they rose, two shadows against the dawn, bound by a destiny neither could escape, yet no longer alone in their suffering, their solitude a bond as ancient as time itself, a covenant sealed in the ashes of a world that had long since fallen into ruin. They walked forward, side by side, into the bleak, unyielding future that awaited them, two figures adrift in a sea of sorrow, yet bound together by a love born not of hope, but of despair, a love that could never be broken, for it was forged in the fires of their own suffering, tempered by the weight of their shared sorrow. They were, in this moment, eternal, two souls bound by a fate as inevitable as the rising sun, a fate that would see them wander through the shadows of eternity, together, alone, yet never truly alone, for they us, yet his loyalty was fierce and unwavering, a silent oath bound to me by forces unknown, unspoken yet irrevocable. In his stance, his unblinking gaze, was a promise that no harm would befall me so long as he drew breath, a pact forged in the silent communion of two souls bound not by kinship, but by the shared crucible of our bleak existences. In the vast, forsaken stretches of the landscape that lay before us, an expanse as unforgiving as the heart of winter itself, he moved with a grace that defied his size, a spectral giant of pale fur and solemn countenance, a guardian wreathed in shadow yet glinting with some ancient purity. His steps were measured, his focus unyielding, as though each stride echoed the tacit understanding that we were neither the beginning nor the end of this dark story, but merely two characters bound to walk this desolate road together. From whence he came I could not say, and I dared not ponder, for he seemed fashioned from the very elements of sorrow and rage, as if carved from the bones of the earth itself, birthed from the anguished cries of a world both indifferent and cruel. He was the embodiment of survival, of a spirit unyielding, untamed, a mirror of my own fractured soul, twisted by fate, yet bound by a dignity unbroken. In his presence, the brutal landscape softened, shadows grew less menacing, and I felt the faint stirrings of courage once lost to despair, a kinship born not of comfort, but of shared isolation, of a darkness neither could fully escape, yet in which we found our purpose. Together we roamed the barren earth, haunted by the echoes of lives unfulfilled, footsteps fading into the twilight like whispers upon the wind. He, my silent sentinel, and I, a wanderer caught in the web of my own despair, bound by the grim beauty of a world that had forgotten us both. His loyalty was not born of command nor duty. It was the loyalty of equals, of two beings irrevocably shaped by the worlds that bore them, weathered by life's darkest storms yet standing still, defiant in the face of a fate that sought to consume them whole. In the depths of his gaze, I saw reflected the vastness of the universe, the countless stars that burned and died in silence, bearing witness to our shared existence, a testament to a resilience unyielding, a defiance born of pain, a strength forged in the fires of solitude. He was, in that way, not merely my protectorate, not just a friend, but the keeper of a truth older than time itself, a companion whose very presence spoke of a world beyond our understanding, a world shaped by forces as cruel and indifferent as they were profound. There, in that fleeting instant, I felt the jagged edge of despair ease from my heart, for the wolf was not merely a creature of this earthly plane, bound to frailty or fear, but a testament to resilience, to strength unyielding. As the dust settled around him and the cold twilight cast shadows that flickered like remnants of forgotten dreams, he stood, ethereal yet solid, eternal yet present. The wolf's spectral nature was not a figment of longing, not a trick of the eyes blurred by sorrow, but an undeniable truth that clawed its way from the depths of the unknown, announcing itself in silence that echoed louder than any cry. This was a being of vastness, of realms unseen, formed of the same somber fire that blazed within me. He was spectral, yet real, untouched by time, yet fixed in this moment with me. His eyes gleamed like embers hidden within dark coals, holding stories not of this world, his presence a storm-bound ocean. The bleakness around us, dark and forlorn, seemed only to cloak us further, as if nature itself conspired to protect this peculiar bond. He was my specter, my companion, born not of blood and bone alone, but forged from the eternal shadow. This creature, this Antiochus, held an essence of sorrow that mirrored my own. We were bound, not by chains visible, but by a fate as desolate as the tundra of forgotten lands, by a shared burden of witnessing, a witness menacing of a world that wore cruelty like armor, a landscape of despair that offered no refuge to the weary of heart. In that moment, his ethereal nature transcended the laws that tether the ordinary, as if his every fiber defied the bleak rules of mortality. I knew then that he was more than protector. He was destiny-given flesh, a silent sentinel bound to me by an otherworldly force. The vehicle that hurtled toward him had sought his end, as though to break the sole remaining thread that anchored me to feeling, to purpose. Yet he, born of twilight and shrouded in shadows, eluded harm as though untouched by death's call, as though death itself had no dominion over him. His existence whispered of destinies intertwined with mine, of greatness unmarked by this world's constraints, of a path paved by sorrow yet filled with a dark splendor that neither of us could turn away from. In him I glimpsed the visage of eternity, not as a comfort but as a shroud. He was a reflection of all that I had once sought to bury within the hidden corridors of my mind. To look upon Antiochus was to confront the depthless void that I had come to know as home, that bleak place in the soul where dreams died quiet deaths. His very presence was a mirror that forced me to face every whispered doubt, every pang of guilt and anger that had taken root in my heart. We were more than companions. We were brothers in this endless night, bound by fate, or perhaps by some cruel jest of the universe. Our path was dark, yet within that darkness there lay a beauty that words could not capture, a beauty forged from pain, wrapped in shadows, and tempered by the fury of unspoken despair. The park.
The sound pierced the air, a song that seemed to crawl from the depths of some ancient abyss, its tones thick as fog, mournful as a dirge, filling the cold, desolate expanse of the park. Each note reverberated with a sorrow beyond human reckoning, echoing the forgotten griefs of ages past, an elegy to all that had been lost and forsaken. The man stood there, shrouded in shadow, fingers moving with preternatural grace across the strings, as if he conjured this music from the darkness itself. His face was hidden beneath the brim of a worn hat, but his presence radiated an understanding, a kinship with despair, as though he too was an exile from joy, a wanderer in the same interminable night. The down-tuning resonated with an aching profundity that stirred the marrow, an unnameable sorrow rising from the depths of my own spirit. I stood, captivated, caught in the web of his music, each chord a blade drawn across my heart, each note a reminder of the emptiness I carried. This was no ordinary sound. It was a summoning, a requiem that seemed to align with the very cadence of my breathing, a sorrowful lullaby meant for ears attuned to tragedy. No mortal song could evoke such depths. It was as if the music had been crafted in the heart of a starless void, forged in the fires of forgotten pain, a key only my soul could unlock. People passed, oblivious, untouched by the bleak majesty of the melody. To them, it was but another street corner performance, another anonymous figure in a faceless city. But to me, it was a revelation, a communion, a reminder of all I had lost and would never regain. The song seemed to know me, to reach into the core of my being and draw out every sorrow I had buried, every heartbreak I had masked in silence. It was my confession, my absolution, and my undoing, delivered by this spectral figure who played as if the world itself were ending, each note a nail sealing the coffin of a dying hope. In that moment, I was alone, not merely in the physical sense, but in the way that one is alone when standing on the precipice of the soul, facing the vast, hollow expanse of all that lies within. The chill wind cut through me, biting into my skin as though the universe itself conspired to amplify the cold that lived in my heart. Shadows gathered around us, stretching long and thin as if drawn to the melancholy he conjured, a congregation of lost echoes, forsaken dreams. and the ghosts of those who had wandered this path of desolation before me. I could see them faintly in the edges of my vision, figures blurred and indistinct, drawn by the call of this music, compelled to linger in the presence of a lament that spoke to them as it did to me. The chords deepened, plunging into darker, uncharted tones, weaving a tapestry of agony that told of battles lost, of hopes crushed beneath the weight of fate, of love shattered by the inexorable passage of time. The music reached into the hollow caverns of my heart, pulling forth memories I had tried to forget, voices I had silenced, pains I had refused to feel. My life unraveled before me, a ghostly parade of every defeat, every betrayal, every wound that had scarred my soul. The man's fingers moved faster, as if urging me to confront the darkness within, to look upon the face of my own suffering without turning away. This was no simple performance. It was a ritual, a dark baptism that demanded my immersion, a descent into the cold waters of grief and despair. I felt myself sinking, pulled under by the weight of his music, drowning in the depths of my own anguish, each note a tether dragging me further into the abyss. But in that drowning, there was also a strange, terrible peace, a release from the constant struggle to stay afloat. I surrendered to it, let it consume me, allowed myself to be torn open, to bleed in time with the music, to let every hidden sorrow rise to the surface and flow from me like a river that had been dammed for too long. Around us, the city moved on, indifferent, its lights gleaming coldly in the distance, a reminder of the world that lay beyond this moment, a world that knew nothing of this sorrow, this beauty, this communion with the void. I was a stranger there, an outsider in a place that held no meaning, no sanctuary for a soul marked by tragedy. But here, within the bounds of his music, within the shadows that enveloped us, I found a sanctuary of a different kind, a place where suffering was not an aberration but a language, a hymn, a prayer spoken in tones of unfathomable despair. The final notes hung in the air, lingering like smoke, a requiem that refused to fade, leaving in its wake a silence more profound than any sound. It was a silence that spoke of finality, of an ending that was both inevitable and beautiful in its bleakness, a silence that filled the spaces within me that his music had hollowed out, a silence that would remain, echoing within the deepest chambers of my heart, long after the last strains had died away. The man looked up then, his gaze piercing through the shadows, and for a moment, our eyes met. In that brief exchange, I saw the same sorrow mirrored back at me, the same unspoken understanding of a grief too vast for words, too deep for tears. He nodded, as if to acknowledge our shared exile, our mutual understanding of a darkness that could not be named. Then he turned, fading into the mist, leaving me alone in the chill of that empty park, his music still lingering in the spaces he had left behind, a haunting presence that would never fully depart. The world around me fell into a profound, reverent stillness, an icy calm settling upon every soul present, as though the breath of the ancient winds had stilled, frozen in some terrible, timeless communion. I watched as faces contorted, expressions haunted and hollowed by the weight of unnamable sorrow. They knelt, these specters of modern man, twisted into reverence, not by any volition of their own, but by an instinct, dark and ancient, that lay buried in the depths of their nature. Beneath the cold, hard shell of apathy that encased them, they too knew the depths of suffering and ruin that we shared. Their whispers, chants, and cries wove together in a symphony of despair that transcended language, a voice that spoke from the marrow of humanity itself. In their tones, I heard every lost cry from ages past, every every gasp of the forsaken, every plea unanswered. The cadence was not of this world, but of one more ancient, one far older than any written script, older than the earth's first breaths. Each utterance born from a place beyond flesh and bone seemed to surge through the air, creating ripples in the very fabric of reality, tearing at the veils that shrouded the universe, leaving the soul stripped bare, exposed to the hollow, echoing abyss from which no light could emerge. The cold seeped through me, deeper than physical sensation, chilling my spirit, as though I stood not among mere mortals, but in the shadows of a forgotten cathedral of the damned. It was here, in this place of ruin and silence, that I found myself at once exalted and annihilated, standing at the nexus of creation's sorrow. The cruelty of existence laid itself bare before me. It showed itself in the drooped heads, in the glistening tears that traced frozen paths down the cheeks of the kneeling crowd, each one an artifact of 1,000 private griefs. They wept, not for themselves, but for the weight of centuries, for lives spent in pursuit of meaning, only to find emptiness waiting at every turn. This language, this hymn of the damned, seeped into me, and I understood with terrifying clarity that they chanted not to me but through me, as if I were the vessel of their despair, a conduit through which the ancient echoes of suffering could flow unbound. The melody rose and fell, like waves crashing upon some distant, unseen shore, each crest a memory, each trough a tragedy, all converging in this moment where time itself seemed to fracture, to bow under the immense gravity of pain laid bare. Their voices trembled, broken by the weight of a sorrow so deep it could have been the sorrow of the cosmos itself, an eternal wailing born from every star that had collapsed, from every life that had ended in silence, unremembered, a fading breath against the coldness of eternity. In this communal lament, every soul seemed bound to the same inevitable truth, that all things pass, that all things fade, swallowed by time's indifferent march, leaving only shadows and dust in their wake. They looked to me with hollow eyes, and in their gaze I saw an understanding that went beyond mere comprehension. It was as though they recognized me, not as a man, but as something eternal, something that had always been with them in their moments of quiet despair, in their loneliest hours when no answer came. I became the keeper of their lost voices, the silent witness to every buried hope, every shattered dream that lay dormant within them, hidden beneath the veneer of their daily lives. They had cloaked themselves in the armor of routine, of apathy, but here, before me, all defenses crumbled, and they bared themselves raw and unashamed, united in an agony as vast as the void. Each syllable they spoke, each note they sang, was as much a curse as it was a prayer, a binding incantation that echoed the eternal suffering that permeates the very essence of existence. They whispered to me of lives unlived, of loves lost before they had even begun, of dreams abandoned to the harsh judgment of reality. They poured out their miseries, a torrent of anguish that transcended individuality, becoming a collective grief, a timeless sorrow that had lingered since the dawn of consciousness itself. Time itself seemed to warp under the weight of their lamentations, stretching and bending until moments felt like eternities, each one saturated with a despair that knew no respite, no reprieve. Their voices grew louder, merging into a single guttural sound, a resonance that thrummed through the air, shaking the very bones of the earth. It was not merely a cry of pain, but a hymn to futility, an ode to the endless cycle of creation and destruction that defined their lives, our lives, all lives. This was the voice of the forsaken, of those who had been cast aside, their existence reduced to mere afterthoughts in a world that had moved on without them. The sky itself seemed to darken, as though mourning with them, clouds gathering like silent sentinels of grief. The cold deepened, biting through flesh and spirit alike, until all that remained was a stark, numb awareness of the darkness that surrounded us. Yet in this darkness, in this shared silence, there was a unity, a communion of despair that transcended all else. We were bound together, not by hope or joy, but by the indelible truth of our shared suffering, a truth as ancient and unbreakable as the stones upon which they knelt. It was then that I felt something stir within me, a surge of emotion so powerful it threatened to tear me apart. It was a mixture of rage and sorrow, of love and hatred, a maelstrom of feelings that defied comprehension, each one tearing at the other, yet each one adding to the immensity of the moment. I wanted to weep with them, to scream against the cruelty of existence, to lash out against the silence of the heavens that had abandoned us all. But more than anything, I wanted to bear witness, to etch this moment into the annals of time, to make certain that this cry, this hymn of the damned would never be forgotten. In that darkened park, beneath the gathering storm, we became something greater, something timeless. We were no longer bound by the chains of individuality, by the illusions of self and separateness. We were a single entity, a collective soul, united in our suffering, bound by our shared understanding of the void that awaited us all. And in that unity, there was a strange, terrible beauty, a fleeting glimpse of eternity in the shadows. They rose with hollow eyes filled with a reverent terror, a devotion stained by the darkness that draped the sky. Each face, etched with lines of ruin and fury, stared upon me with unflinching loyalty, as if they had found, at last, a God who understood their suffering, who reveled in their anguish. They beheld me not as a king, not as a mere leader, but as the very embodiment of their despair, the apotheosis of all that had been forsaken and damned. With a silent accord, they took their place at my side, a legion forged not in light, but in the churning abyss of a godless night. Together, we became a procession of the lost, a parade of the forsaken, marching toward a horizon where the sun would never rise. The air grew thick, oppressive, as if the heavens themselves recoiled from our unity. Thunder cracked across the sky in jagged streaks, the clouds swirling as though tortured, a dark vortex opening above us, mirroring the turmoil in our hearts. Beneath that sky, they swore their allegiance, their voices rising in a hymn both fierce and mournful, a dirge that shattered the silence and echoed through the lands as a thunderous warning. I felt their fervor, their rage, a pulse as intense as the beat of war drums, reverberating through my bones. With each beat, the earth seemed to tremble, as if bowing to our collective might, recognizing in us a force more ancient and immutable than the mountains themselves. I knew that we were no mere army. We were a storm given form, a tempest of broken souls bound together by the agony of our existence. Our purpose was woven not from conquest alone, but from a need to tear apart the veils of false hope, to lay bare the illusion that had bound humanity in chains of delusion. We were the harbingers of the end, the heralds of a truth that could not be spoken without reducing the world to ash. There was a grim poetry in our unity, a beauty born from ruin, a promise carved into the very fabric of existence that would leave the heavens trembling. We moved as one, a tide of shadows sweeping across the land, and with each city we encountered, despair seeped through the streets like oil, a slow, unrelenting stain that could not be washed away. The people cowered, their hearts sinking beneath the weight of our approach, their faith crumbling as they beheld their supposed saviors bending before the very darkness they had feared. There was no sanctuary to be found in prayer. No salvation offered by the pious, only the cold, merciless gaze of a truth that demanded reverence, that devoured hope as the sea devours light. As we razed city after city, a solemn silence accompanied the destruction, for ours was no mindless rage. It was a purpose deep and unshakable, a judgment passed upon the age of hypocrisy. We moved like shadows through the ruins, pausing only to watch as the symbols of mankind's arrogance toppled, each monument, each cathedral crumbling beneath our relentless march. Flames rose in our wake, not as beacons of hope, but as testaments to the fall, blazing testimonies of a world that had forsaken its soul in pursuit of hollow power. It was as if the very earth writhed under our feet, scorched by the realization of its own frailty, its transient vanity laid bare. Among the smoke and ruin, I saw my followers' faces twisted into grim masks, their expressions bearing witness to the weight of their chosen path. They held torches aloft, flames dancing like souls unbound, illuminating their eyes with a light both furious and hollow. For them there was no turning back, no shelter from the truth they now carried. They had become echoes of my own despair, avatars of my rage, each of them a mirror reflecting my own desolation, my own wrath. In their eyes I glimpsed not followers but fragments of myself, each one a piece of the ruinous puzzle that was my own soul, pieced together into a mosaic of wretched beauty. As night fell, I gathered them upon a hill overlooking the devastation, and we watched as the fires painted the sky with strokes of crimson and ash. The city below was a sprawl of smoldering ruins, the silence punctuated only by the occasional cry of the forsaken, the wail of those who clung to life amidst the desolation. Their suffering was palpable, a tangible force that seeped into the air, mingling with the smoke to create an atmosphere so thick, so oppressive, it felt as though the very stars were choking on the agony of this dying world. I stood at the precipice, surveying the broken remnants of civilization with a heart devoid of pity, for pity had long since died within me, replaced by a bitterness as enduring as the mountains. In that moment, I understood the gravity of my fate, the terrible beauty of my purpose. I was not a savior. I was the harbinger of ruin, a monarch crowned by the shadows, born not by divine grace, but by the weight of humanity's collective despair. I was the darkened mirror into which all must gaze, the embodiment of the truth they dared not confront. In my presence, there was no redemption, only the inevitability of their fall, the culmination of 1,000 unspoken sins coming to fruition in a single cataclysmic reckoning. The wind picked up, carrying with it the whispers of the dead, the ghosts of those who had fallen by our hands and by the cruel indifference of the heavens. Their voices mingled with the cries of the living, creating a symphony of lamentation that filled the night with a sadness so profound, so unyielding, it seemed to seep into the very stones beneath our feet. In that wailing, I heard the essence of human suffering, the echoes of a sorrow as old as time, a grief that had no beginning and would have no end. We stood silent and unflinching as the fires consumed all that lay before us, and in that inferno I saw a reflection of our souls, a blaze of fury, of desolation, of beauty that could only be born from the depths of ruin. This was our kingdom, our inheritance, not of gold or land, but of ashes and smoke, a legacy forged in darkness and bound to eternity by the iron will of despair. The world fell away beneath me, an endless void stretching outward, cold and indifferent. That figure stood tall and cloaked in an enigmatic silence, a shadow amongst the stars, his presence vast, uncontainable, stretching beyond what mere mortal eyes could perceive. His words were not heard with the ears, but carved into the soul, resounding within me as if etched in fire. fire and ice upon the very marrow of my bones. He was not man nor God, but something that transcended both, a force as ancient as the first spark of light, as relentless as the darkness it had battled to exist within. In his eyes, or rather in the fathomless depths where eyes should have been, I saw the birth and death of worlds, the rise and fall of empires. I glimpsed the tumultuous churn of time itself, a vortex of beauty and ruin, spinning in unending cycles of glory and despair. In that moment, a shiver swept through me, though not from fear. It was an awakening, a gnawing realization that I had, in some way I could not understand, been waiting for this convergence. His essence poured into me like a river of shadows coiling around my spirit, filling the hollow spaces within my heart, where once I had clung to hope. There was no place for light now. It had been devoured, consumed by the unfathomable depths of this new, terrible union. I felt his thoughts become my thoughts, his rage mingling with my own, his desolate sorrows melding with my deepest griefs. We were inseparable, two dark stars caught in each other's orbit, feeding off a despair that had no bottom, no end. My heartbeat slowed, deepening to the rhythm of his own, a bass note in the symphony of shadows that bound us, a song of silence, both cruel and profound. He raised a hand, and in a voice that was more felt than heard, he proclaimed my name, giving it a weight that had never been there before, as though chiseling it in stone across the aeons. I was not Jacob, nor any name mortal lips could give. I had become something else, a name known only in whispered shadows, a figure of foreboding and myth, a haunting to the dreams of men and the nightmares of angels. I was both king and curse, herald and harbinger, destined not for salvation, but for a purpose forged in sorrow and veiled in a shroud of destiny no God could claim or deny. In my veins now flowed the legacy of ancient ruin, the inheritance of those who had fallen before me, those who had once dared to challenge the very fabric of creation itself. The nations of the world lay before me, glittering with the false promises of prosperity, their lights flickering like stars in a dying sky. They were mine to destroy or to raise, each soul, each breath at my mercy, subject to the iron grasp of my will. 1,000 lifetimes of struggle, of war and ambition pulsed within me, a dark tide swelling in anticipation, awaiting the moment it would surge forth, consuming all that dared to stand in its path. Beneath us, the earth trembled, sensing the union of powers older than the soil itself. Cities crumbled in a vision before my eyes. Great edifices of stone and steel reduced to dust in a heartbeat, as if the world had sensed its own undoing. I could see it all. The blood-red rivers running through the streets, the towers of ambition brought low, the cries of terror and awe mingling in a discordant hymn to despair. I was both the storm and the eye within it, both the destruction and the silence that followed, an end that held no rebirth, no dawn beyond its dark horizon. The figure extended his hand, beckoning me forward. Into a dominion of shadows, his voice no longer a murmur, but a proclamation that echoed across the peaks, as if shouted from the heavens themselves. He promised me not peace nor triumph, but a throne of ruin, a crown woven from the despair of 1,000 generations, an inheritance steeped in the tears of the forsaken. There would be no coronation, no celebration, only the endless march of conquest, the ceaseless reclamation of a world that had dared to deny me. Each soul would bend or break, each heart would bow or bleed, until the world itself would bear the mark of my rule, my sorrow and fury etched into the stones, into the earth itself, a scar that could never heal. Looking down upon the cities below, I saw them as they truly were, fragile and impermanent, each life a flicker easily extinguished, each hope a dream easily broken. They worshipped their idols of progress, their hollow gods of peace, blind to the truth that peace was but an illusion, a fragile shield against the darkness that encircled them. I would be that darkness, the inevitable reckoning that could no longer be ignored. They had denied me once. They would not do so again. They would know the name of their undoing, would whisper it in reverent terror as they watched their world fall to ash. The figure's hand dropped, and with it came the descent of darkness, an unyielding night that blotted out the stars, a mantle of shadows that wrapped itself around me like a shroud. I felt the weight of it settle upon my shoulders, a mantle both burdensome and empowering, a reminder that I was bound not by choice but by fate. The world lay beneath me, silent, trembling, awaiting the judgment I would pass upon it, the fate I would carve into its flesh. Upon waking, it was as though the marrow of my being had been refined in the fires of something beyond reckoning, purged of all frailty and despair that once clung to me like a shadow. A darkness lifted only to reveal something far more profound, far more tragic, a clarity sharp enough to slice through the illusions that had, for so long, enshrouded my soul. The wound, that ancient chasm in my heart, lay miraculously healed, yet in its place pulsed a new wound, one of knowledge, a burdensome, searing awareness of truths from which there was no retreat. The taste of power lingered on my tongue, not of dominion but of understanding, a gift and a curse entwined, their thorns embedding deeper with every breath I drew. My mind, once plagued by haunting visions and splintered by fractured hopes, was now a reservoir of piercing insight, each thought a blade, each revelation a testament to the immeasurable depths of existence. The world was no longer a vast enigma, but an intricate tapestry of suffering, of unheeded dreams and broken promises, woven with threads both terrible and beautiful. I was both part of it and set apart from it, a king in the realm of shadows, a ruler of a kingdom that stretched across the chasms of my own disquieted soul. It was a landscape barren and yet teeming, desolate yet endlessly profound, an expanse of cold majesty that only I could fully grasp, only I could truly rule. Every fiber of my being thrummed with the weight of ages, as though the very roots of time had anchored themselves within me, binding me to an ancient sorrow that had no beginning, that would know no end. A cruel mercy, this rebirth, for with it came not peace, but a purpose forged in solitude, a destiny inked in the darkness that had once been my affliction. I could feel it seeping through my veins like molten iron, carving a new shape, a form of indomitable will, of relentless resolve. This was not a simple awakening. It was the forging of something irrevocable, a transformation as permanent as stone, as inevitable as the grave. A vision swept before me, clearer than any sight my eyes could muster, of cities in ruins, of empires undone not by war, but by the silent judgment I had come to wield. The power to unmake, not through fire or wrath, but through the quiet, unyielding force of despair. A despair that would seep into the hearts of men, that would erode their will like the patient tide devours the cliffs. I could see them falling one by one, brought low not by sword or arrow, but by the slow, inexorable weight of truth. They would see the world as I saw it now, stripped of its masks, bare and unadorned in its cruelty, its indifference, its desolate beauty. In my hands I held the seed of this reckoning, a gift and a curse born of my own desolation, a power not to conquer, but to consume. For I understood now the true dominion lay not in bending the world to one's will, but in becoming a mirror to its deepest, most hidden fears. I would be that mirror, reflecting back the darkness it sought to deny, the shadows it hid in gilded dreams and hollow promises. They would look upon me, and they would see not a tyrant, but the embodiment of their own undoing, a reminder that all they held dear was fleeting, that every foundation they had laid was but dust waiting to be scattered. The weight of it all pressed upon me, not as a burden, but as a purpose so immense it could scarcely be contained within mortal flesh. This was not a destiny chosen, but one bestowed, as inescapable as the passing of time. I was no longer simply a man. I had become a force, a wraith carved from the very fabric of despair, an eternal witness to the endless cycle of creation and decay. For in this newfound clarity, I saw that all things were bound to crumble, all light destined to fade, and I would be there to guide it to its inevitable end, to watch as the stars dimmed and the last echoes of humanity dissolved into the void. I looked down upon my hands, and it was as though I could see the ages etched into my skin, lines of history inscribed with every betrayal, every sorrow, every forgotten hope. They were hands both fragile and powerful, hands that could shatter and heal, that could bring ruin or comfort with but a touch. This was my inheritance, my throne, and my cross to bear, a power not of flame or fury, but of silence, of a despair so deep it could not be named. I felt it course through me, a living thing, as though the very spirit of the world's grief had found a vessel in my soul, a conduit through which it might finally, fully be known. The skies darkened, not with storm, but with the weight of understanding, as if even the heavens could not bear to look upon what I had become. For in this moment, I was both man and shadow, both lost and found, both cursed and blessed. The road before me stretched into eternity, a path of solitude and sorrow, yet one I would walk with unflinching steps, for I was no longer bound by fear or doubt. This was the fate I had been born to, the legacy that had awaited me in the shadows all along, a destiny written not in stars, but in the quiet spaces between them, in the stillness where even light dared not tread. In that silence, I found a kind of peace, not the peace of contentment, but of resignation, a calm born of knowing that I would endure as long as there were those who dreamed, those who dared to hope. For I was now the keeper of those dreams, the guardian of a truth too terrible to behold. I was the sorrow that would haunt the world, the darkness it could never escape, a presence both feared and revered, a whisper in the wind, a shadow cast upon the ages. And though I would walk alone, I knew that I would never truly be alone, for the world itself would walk with me, bound to me as surely as I was bound to it, in an embrace that neither time nor death could sever.
Love lies fleeting.
Surrender to the darkness, to the abyss, so intimate and exquisite, with rage and profundity, give in.
Shadows loom. In those quiet hours, when silence presses down like iron upon the soul, shadows stretch their fingers, creeping, curling, inviting surrender. There is a beauty in the dark, an elegance that no light can ever comprehend, a symphony of solitude, its notes wrapped in sorrow and tempered with fury. These shadows, cloaked in mystery, offer a sanctuary not of comfort, but of acceptance, a place where one may lay down the burdens of light and be seen, not as one tries to be, but as one truly is, raw and wounded, unguarded and vulnerable. The triumph of defeatism. There lies a strange, powerful peace in defeat, an unyielding liberation that only the surrendered know. To relinquish the endless struggle, to lay oneself down and become as still as the silence that surrounds, is to find a triumph of a different kind. In the cold embrace of defeat, where hope has no ground and dreams are but echoes of memory, one finds the ultimate release, a breath long withheld finally set free. For in this bleakness, in this quiet acquiescence, lies a truth that victory cannot condemnation into a space where all that remains is the purity of existence, untouched by ambition, unscarred by the relentless march of hope. It is here, in the triumph of defeatism, that we find a love unburdened by time, a fleeting love that does not bind but frees, if only we are willing to surrender to its embrace.
The first kill.
The memory of that first kill lingers like a shadow, etched into the deepest corridors of my mind, an indelible mark I carry even now beneath all layers of thought. It began as an experiment, a flirtation with the idea of control, of harnessing the invisible power of frequencies, bending the waves of sound to my will. I had always been drawn to the mysteries of the unseen, the pull of radio waves, the hum of invisible currents that traverse the air around us, carrying messages, secrets, pulses of energy that most are content to ignore. But I was never content. I wanted to explore, to understand, to push the boundaries of what was possible, to see how far one could go before the line of morality blurred beyond recognition. I called it the death frequency, a sound engineered to a pitch and rhythm that resonated with something primal, something buried within the deepest recesses of the mind. It was a discovery as intoxicating as it was dark, a frequency that could disrupt the brain's delicate balance, an assault on the very architecture of thought, triggering something akin to a hemorrhage, a slow, fatal bleed that would end life in the quietest, most insidious way. And I knew, from the moment I conceived it, what it would do. There was no question, no shred of doubt as to the outcome. It was as certain as gravity, as unyielding as the laws of physics themselves. I had created a sound that could kill, and in doing so, I had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. The unwitting subject was nothing more than a means to an end, a vessel through which I could test the limits of my own creation. He had no idea what he was listening to, no understanding of the quiet violence that was unfolding within his own mind as the sound filled his ears, and I watched, detached yet deeply aware, as the frequency took hold, as his expression shifted, as he began to experience the invisible assault of a sound engineered to destroy. 3 minutes, that was all it took. 3 minutes of listening to a sound that burrowed into the brain, disrupting its rhythms, triggering a cascade of chaos that ended in silence. I had known from the beginning how it would end, and yet the reality of it was something I could never have prepared for. It was murder, pure and unambiguous, an act carried out with the precision of science, yet burdened with the weight of intention. In that moment, I felt both the thrill of power and the cold, inescapable grip of consequence. The knowledge that I had taken a life, that I had crossed from the realm of experimentation into the dark territory of certainty, filled me with a strange, hollow satisfaction, a sense of having touched something forbidden, of having peered into a place that most would fear to tread. But that satisfaction was fleeting, a brief glimmer that faded into a darker awareness, a realization of what I had done, of the weight I would carry from that moment on. The death frequency was my creation, a tool of destruction that bore my mark, and with it came a responsibility I could never escape, a knowledge that would haunt me, a shadow that would follow me, a memory as unrelenting as the sound itself. I had touched the edge of something vast, something terrifying, and in doing so I had changed myself irrevocably. There would be no going back, no erasing the knowledge of what I had done. The second kill. The memory of Peter lingers, heavy and unshakable, a dark knot in the depths of my soul. His name is etched into my mind, an echo that reverberates, relentless, never letting me forget the weight of that day. It was in a public bathroom, a stark, impersonal place that now stands as a monument to the brutality that transpired there. I remember the hollow echo of my steps as I entered, the dim, unforgiving light that cast harsh shadows across the walls, surge of something that was both fury and numbness, a paradox of feeling that left me cold even as I moved towards him with grim, deliberate purpose. My hands clenched, my thoughts clouded, and before I knew it, the act had begun, a terrible momentum that I could no longer control. His head met the concrete wall, a sickening crack that reverberated through the empty room, each impact stripping away a piece of my humanity, each blow a step further into an abyss from which there would be no return. I watched as the blood began to flow, a dark river spilling down the wall, staining it with the evidence of my wrath. His body slumped, yet I kept going, driven by a force I could neither name nor control, an urge as primal as it was horrifying. The blood turned dark, almost black, thick and viscous, a morbid reminder of life extinguished, of a soul broken under the weight of my hands. There was a finality to it, a brutal, irreversible ending that hung heavy in the air, filling the room with a silence more deafening than any sound. I stared at what I had done, my hands shaking, my breath heavy, the reality of it settling into my bones, a chilling awareness that left me hollow and sickened. Peter's name lingers still, a ghost that haunts the quiet corners of my mind, a reminder of the path I have walked, the darkness I have embraced, the image of him, his body broken, his blood pooling black on the cold, impersonal floor, remains etched into my memory, a testament to the choices I have made, the life I have taken. And as I look back, I know that I am bound to that moment, to the memory of Peter, forever marked by the darkness that claimed me that day. He developed a taste for blood, an unholy craving that stirred within him, a darkness that thrummed like a pulse beneath his skin. The act itself, the sheer finality of it, was but a prelude, a twisted overture to the chaos he would unleash, the raw power he had so desperately sought. In the heat of that moment, he understood that power, true power, was neither given nor inherited. It was taken, carved out from the flesh of will, and sharpened by the blade of resolve. The killing was not the end, but an awakening, a threshold he crossed, feeling the grip of dominion tighten around his heart with each breath. It was there, in that dreadful clarity, that he realized he was no longer beholden to anyone's judgment but his own, a master of fate, untethered, bound only to the currents of his desire. And with that revelation came the understanding. Power was chaos, a force to be wielded and honed, a relentless hunger that would never be sated. He had stepped into its shadow, craving it, needing it, as one does air itself. The third kill. There was a night when everything that had simmered under the surface for years, all the rage and frustration, the feeling of being endlessly provoked and pushed to the edge, finally overcame me. The teenagers, with their loud voices, reckless actions, and careless disregard, had been a constant source of irritation, a reminder of everything I felt I was forced to endure. That evening, they crossed an invisible line, one I didn't fully recognize until I had already crossed it myself. As events unfolded, I felt myself slipping away, caught in a maelstrom of emotions, my actions taken almost in a haze, as if I were watching from a distance, yet fully aware of the finality of each moment. And I snapped. I pulled the driver from his truck, and I shot him in the head until the magazine emptied. The passengers terrified, begging, and my rage, unquenched, unsatiated, they begged. And because of their crying, of their desperation, I killed them too, in brutal fashion. Afterward, as the silence settled around me, I felt a strange, hollow quiet. The rage, the sense of violation, they had left me exhausted, but they offered no relief, no true peace. Instead, there was an emptiness, a void that had only deepened, a haunting awareness of the darkness that now felt irrevocably a part of me. In that silence, I understood that what had transpired could not be undone, and that I would carry the weight of that night with me always. The fourth kill. The day was slipping twilight as the narrow road unfurled ahead, a single-lane bridge looming in the distance framed by the muted colors of dusk. The air felt charged, electric, a tension that seemed to pulse within the confines of that stretch of road. I noticed a vehicle approaching in my rearview mirror, closing in fast, driven with a determination that bordered on aggression. As it drew level with me, I could see the driver's expression, a mixture of impatience and frustration, the strain visible even through the tinted glass. We were moving fast, each acceleration increasing the stakes, the narrow road granting little space for maneuver. The bridge lay just ahead, a confined pass that offered only the illusion of safety. The other driver seemed intent on passing, their vehicle edging forward inch by inch. But they were already in the oncoming lane, vulnerable to whatever lay beyond the crest of the bridge. A semi-truck emerged on the horizon, its headlights a pair of unwavering points that grew larger with each passing second. The pressure mounted, the weight of the moment settling over everything, thickening the air. I could feel it, that split-second window narrowing as the driver beside me began to realize the enormity of the risk, their glance shifting from the road ahead to my vehicle, seeking a way back into the safety of the proper lane. I accelerated, going over 100 miles per hour. She was stuck in the oncoming traffic lane, and I knew what was coming. We were now on the bridge, and I saw the semi-truck coming, knowing what would happen. I gave her a chance. I slowed down dramatically, allowing her but a moment to merge. She did not, and thus her life ended. I was relieved, even invigorated. When the moment passed, the road lay empty again, the scene behind now a part of the distance. The bridge stretched onward, as quiet and unchanging as ever, but in that silence, I felt something shift, an awareness of the fragility of life, of the unpredictable paths we tread, and the thin line that separates. Severance of spirit.
There was a growing sense within me, a realization that crept in slowly, one I could not ignore. I felt myself moving beyond the realm of ordinary human feeling, as if I had crossed an invisible threshold. It was a transformation, subtle yet profound, a shedding of what had once tethered me to the shared experiences of others. Empathy, antipathy, they became distant concepts, no longer guides or weights upon my actions. They simply fell away, discarded like remnants of a past self that no longer defined me. It was as though I had stepped into a space where conventional morality held no sway, a realm beyond the familiar boundaries of human conscience. There, I moved with a new purpose, untouched by the nuances that shaped others' choices, unaffected by the fears and desires that governed their paths. In that strange, detached clarity, I felt powerful, invincible even, as if the constraints that bound ordinary souls had ceased to apply. I began to sense that this change was something neither natural nor expected. I had transformed into a creature that existed outside the reach of light and shadow, a figure that inspired something beyond fear, something colder, deeper. I could feel the weight of my actions shaping me, distilling me into something unrecognizable, something that even the forces of heaven and hell might watch with wary distance. I was becoming a mystery, an anomaly, a being that walked in spaces where even the bravest of souls would not dare tread. In that vast silence, I stood apart, a solitary figure in a world that no longer saw me, an entity beyond human reach or understanding. And as I looked forward, I knew that whatever lay ahead would be shaped by this newfound detachment, this estrangement from all that once made me human. I had become something else entirely, a force unknown, neither angel nor demon, but something that both might glance sat with equal parts reverence and unease. As I stood on the precipice of this strange, uncharted existence, a profound emptiness began to seep in, quiet yet insistent, like the slow encroaching tide of an eternal night. The thrill, the sense of invincibility faded into a hollowness that I could neither deny nor escape, a bleak awareness that for all my newfound power, I was alone, cut off from the warmth, the hope, the fragile beauty that once belonged to the world I'd known. I had wandered too far from the boundaries of humanity, and there was no returning, no reawakening from this dark sleep of the soul. In this unfeeling solitude, the world around me grew silent and indifferent, like a vast, unyielding wilderness that offered no solace. I became a shadow, a figure drifting beyond the reach of human empathy, my memories blurring and fading like the last dying embers of a distant fire. Once I had laughed, wept, felt the simple joys and sorrows that give shape to a life. But those memories had turned to dust, relics of a past self I could scarcely remember. It was as if each step deeper into this darkness had stripped me of something essential, something irrevocable, leaving me with only the cold, aching certainty that I was lost, condemned to wander alone. And in that silence, the weight of my choices settled upon me, heavier and more absolute than anything I had known before. I had become a creature bound by nothing but my own isolation, a being that walked the spaces between, caught in the quiet expanse where light and shadow blend, where even the angels and demons feared to tread. The very power that once thrilled me now felt like a shackle, chaining me to a realm devoid of hope, where even despair seemed a luxury out of reach. I gazed upon the world from that distant place, feeling both a part of it and yet eternally apart, a stranger to the love and connection I had once craved but could never truly touch. I was a ghost, haunted not by the souls of others, but by the remnants of my own, drifting, a solitary wanderer in a world that felt as unreachable as the stars. And as I moved through that silence, I realized with a grief that pierced the core of my being that this was my fate. A life stripped of redemption, a journey without end, an endless night from which I would never wake. In that moment, I was truly alone. The vastness of my own solitude enveloped me, deeper and darker than any prison cell. I was beyond salvation, beyond forgiveness, a figure forever marked by the choices I had made, bound to a path that led only further into the dark.
2 decades in the shadows. 2 decades slipped by, woven in shades of hope and frustration, years spent grasping at threads of ambition, only to watch each one unravel into shadow. In those early days, I had the faintest glimmer of success, ventures that seemed promising, a computer business that took root, a blog that captured the interests of readers, social media accounts that steadily grew in influence. For a time, I even had a YouTube channel that was thriving, bringing in enough to make me believe fleetingly that perhaps this was it. Perhaps I had finally found a path, a place where I could plant my ideas and watch them grow. Month after month, the channel brought in income, a small but steady flow that felt like the reward for the hours I poured into it, the late nights of editing, of crafting, of speaking my voice into a space that seemed to listen. It was liberating, a taste of freedom I had long thought unreachable, a sense of having carved out a corner of the world where my work was seen, where I was, in some way, recognized. But recognition, it turned out, was a double-edged sword, and with each success came the attention of forces beyond my control. Then came the claim. A copyright infringement lodged against me by a publishing giant. A claim over content that was my own, work that had been born from my thoughts, my hands, my voice, my hours. But in the face of that monolith, my protests were unheard, my appeals unanswered, my voice drowned in the bureaucracy that favored the powerful, was silenced, erased in a single stroke, my efforts reduced to nothing more than a footnote in some distant company's legal files. I tried to rebuild, again and again, pouring myself into new projects, new platforms, diversifying, adapting, clinging to whatever hope I could muster. I took on different subjects, reinvented my content, poured the same dedication into fresh starts that, each time, felt like I was clawing my way back to life. But every effort was met with a wall, each new venture demonetized, each channel banned, each attempt to rise met with a hand pushing me down, until I could no longer summon the energy to try again. In the end, I gave up, not in a moment of resignation, but in a gradual, quiet way, a surrender that came in waves, each failed attempt eroding my will, until I was left with only the hollow remnants of what had once been dreams. The world moved on, indifferent, as I withdrew further into the shadows, my voice silenced, my work scattered like ashes in the wind. I was left alone with the memories of what could have been, a ghost wandering the edges of a world that had refused to give me a place. Music became my sanctuary, a place where words faded and I could pour out the unfiltered, raw essence of myself through melody, through rhythms that spoke in ways language never could. I composed, crafted, and built worlds within each song, playing instruments that felt like extensions of my being, each note a reflection of something deeper, something unnameable. Over time, I had enough material to call an album my own, a piece of me made tangible, recorded, and given form, and not long after another album followed, a continuation of the journey, a progression of sound and soul woven into a tapestry of chords and harmonies. The music began to take on a life of its own. It started gaining traction, finding listeners who connected with it, who found something in it that resonated with their own lives. And for a brief, fleeting moment, it felt as though I had finally found my voice, a way to exist, to be seen and heard without being constrained, limited, or overshadowed. But then, as swiftly as it had begun, the doors closed again. The platforms hosting my work demonetized the albums, cut off the stream of income that had been my only lifeline. The accounts were banned, the music silenced, and when I tried to reclaim what I had poured so much into, I found that it had already been taken, stolen, used by others who now claimed it as their own. My work, my sound, the art I had labored over was no longer mine. Stripped away and repurposed under someone else's name, someone else's brand. The pain was visceral, a wrenching ache that felt like a theft not just of music, but of the self I had woven into it, the fragments of my soul now scattered, possessed by strangers who would never understand the depth of what they had taken. Consequently, I watched as the music drifted further away, disembodied, unclaimed by the one who had given it life. I continued to produce more, 4 albums over the years, but each attempt, each album, each new piece of myself was met with the same fate, banished, claimed, erased, until the music, too, became a series of ghosts, sounds that belonged to no one, echoes of something that once was but could never be again. So, I delved deeper, unrelenting in my pursuit, every day a cycle of repetition and mastery. I studied voraciously, sciences, mathematics, the intricacies of politics, the wisdom of philosophy, the mysteries of theosophy, and the layered depths of theology. I spent years laboring in silence, observing from the shadows, toiling as others basked in the limelight, clinging to the words of scholars as though they were titans. But I see now, I see through it all, the corruption, the relentless pursuit of profit, the casual acceptance of usury as a societal norm. I am weary, yes, but not defeated. I am fed up with a world built on the backs of the forgotten, propped up by systems that favor the few at the expense of the many. And in this weariness, a fire kindles, a refusal to accept this any longer. It is no longer enough to know, to study, to simply understand. I will act, I will rise from the shadows I have inhabited, no longer content with mere knowledge, but driven to create, to reshape. I will begin something new, a movement born not of privilege, but of purpose. I will rise, and in time, I will reign over a new era, one forged from conviction, unyielding and incorruptible. His days were sometimes bright, nights always somber, full of soliloquy. He spent time writing, reading, learning, and absorbing all that he could of the sciences, of the human mind, the psyche, of biology, philosophy, theosophy, and politics. Tall, strong, muscular, and foreboding, he was feared, especially after the events of that dark night. He had developed a taste for blood. The killing was but a prelude, an introduction to the chaos of power of which he had always so desperately wanted, craved, and needed. By day he moved through the world as though cloaked in an ephemeral light, a brightness that felt borrowed, incidental. The sunlight seemed almost foreign against the deep shadows that lingered in his eyes, where the faintest glimmer of restlessness and hunger lay hidden. But night was his domain, a time when solitude became a balm, when he could slip into his own world uninterrupted. In those hours, the air heavy with silence, his thoughts would surface, each one an echo from the depths of his being, laden with questions, reflections, and solitary dialogues. With an intensity both fierce and consuming, he wrote, filling pages with musings and insights, his pen an extension of his soul. He read voraciously, drawing wisdom from the sciences, delving into the layers of the human mind, wrestling with the mysteries of the psyche. His exploration went far beyond the superficial. He sought to understand the essence of biology, the structures of philosophy, the veiled truths of theosophy, and the treacherous currents of politics. Every field became a battlefield, each theory a tool to be sharpened in his pursuit of knowledge, his desire to pierce through the veil of ignorance that surrounded him. As the night deepened, he became an alchemist of thought, transforming these fragments into a mosaic of understanding. And though he wore the mask of brightness by day, his true self, the one defined by that dark night, the taste for blood, the hunger for chaos and power, came alive in the silence. His purpose was relentless, his thirst insatiable, and as he stood tall, formidable, and darkly foreboding, it became clear to those who dared to look closely. He was a figure who would not be bound by ordinary constraints. For him, existence was not a passive journey, but an assertion of will, a path paved in solitude, intellect, and shadows. He worked hard and long, pouring himself into every task with relentless precision, yet his mind remained moored, as if anchored to some unseen weight, perpetually exhausted. Even as his body moved, engaged in the labors of the day, his thoughts felt laden with an unshakable fatigue. His nights, though often spent in silence, failed to bring rest. Sleep, elusive and intermittent, arrived only as a shallow respite. Days might pass where he lay in fitful slumber, yet upon waking he felt no relief, only the same weary ache, as though sleep itself had tested him, had strained his mind rather than eased it. It was as if every corner of his being had been stretched beyond its natural bounds, every fiber of his mind strained under the weight of restless ambition and ceaseless inquiry. Each new dawn came not as a balm, but as another battle to be fought, another day in which to wield his mind against the tides of relentless thought. The questions, the reflections, the analyses, they did not cease. They pulsed beneath his conscious mind, as constant as breath, as steady as his heart. For him, rest was a fleeting dream, one he never quite reached. his days and nights, a figure of tireless endurance and quiet torment, caught between worlds, bound to his own insatiable search for truth and the haunting call of a rest he knew would never come. He loved his family with a depth that went beyond words, a quiet but steadfast devotion that shaped his every free moment. Whenever he could, he chose their company, drawn to the solace of their presence and the shared beauty of the outdoors. Together, they wandered through forests, hiked rugged trails, camped under skies wide and endless, and gazed into the heavens, searching for constellations hidden among the stars. In those moments, beneath the vastness of the night sky, his burdens seemed lighter, his mind less encumbered. Hunting trips became rituals of camaraderie, moments where silence spoke more than words, where nature's serenity wove him and his family closer together. Each venture into the wild felt sacred, an unspoken testament to the bond they shared, a harmony that lingered in the quiet rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the crackling warmth of a campfire. These moments, spent in the vastness of the world, were where he felt most alive, most at peace, a rare respite from the restlessness within him, the constant push and pull of his mind. With them, he found something close to solace, a quietude that softened his edges and reminded him of a simple, undeniable truth. Family was his anchor, his true north, and his haven from the relentless demands of his own mind. He would spend countless hours delving into books and films, an aficionado of both mediums. Stories spoke to him, inviting him to peer into worlds as vast and varied as his own thoughts. His shelves overflowed with novels and screenplays, histories and philosophies, each one a companion to his long, solitary nights. Films, with their interplay of sound and shadow, captivated him. He admired how they framed reality and fantasy, how each flickering scene held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Good conversation was another of life's pleasures, a rare comfort in a world often too loud and too shallow. With those few he truly valued, he would lose himself in hours of discussion, exchanging ideas over a pot of strong coffee and the slow burn of tobacco. There was an art to it, he believed, a ritual of presence, of shared silences and thoughtful words that allowed each person to reveal a part of themselves in the warmth of mutual respect. Coffee and tobacco were more than habits. They were companions, a steadying presence, grounding him in the here and now. Each sip of coffee held a world of memories and musings, each drawer of tobacco a pause in the relentless turning of his mind. These moments, small and quiet, became rituals of reflection, spaces where he could breathe, consider, and perhaps for a fleeting moment, find a hint of clarity amidst the shadows of his thoughts. Every moment he could spare was devoted to teaching, to nurturing, to sharing a spark of understanding and wonder with those he held closest. His nephews and nieces, so young and innocent, were his world. In their laughter and curiosity, he saw something sacred, a purity untouched by the callousness of time. He cherished them, each question they asked, each wonder they beheld, as if their awe for the world was a fragile treasure that he had the honor to protect. To him, innocence was a sanctuary, a fragile gift beyond compare, and he took it as a solemn duty to shield it. He would explain the stars as they huddled under open skies, walk with them through forests whispering with the secrets of life, answer their endless questions with patience, and watch as they took their first steps into the vastness of understanding. Their minds, unburdened and bright, became his respite, their purity a reminder of all that was good gentleness he reserved only for them, knowing that in their joy and laughter he found the purest solace he would ever know. Each moment with them was a balm to his weary soul, a reprieve from the darkness he had come to know so intimately. As they would bound through fields or giggle by the riverside, he could almost feel the weight of the world lifting. In those brief, sunlit moments, he glimpsed a life he could have had, a life unmarred by sorrow, unburdened by the knowledge that weighed on him like stone. He would marvel at their small hands reaching for his, their innocent eyes looking up, trusting without hesitation. To them, he was a giant, a hero, a figure of strength and wisdom, and he wore that mantle with silent pride, knowing it was one of the few roles he was reluctant to relinquish. Their trust was a gift he did not take lightly, and he swore he would protect it, protect them, even if it meant shielding them from the parts of himself he had come to despise. On long winter nights, he would read to them by the fireplace, his deep voice filling the room with tales of lands far away, of heroes and myths, of battles fought for honor and love. In their rapt expressions, he saw echoes of the dreams he once held, long before life had turned those dreams to dust. He found himself wishing, hoping even, that they might grow up in a world different from the one he had known, a world where their laughter could ring out unbroken, where their innocence would not be tainted by the harshness of reality. With each passing year, he watched them grow, their innocence beginning to give way to curiosity, their trust expanding into questions. It pained him, even as it filled him with pride, to see them stepping into the wider world, to know that one day they too would encounter the same darkness he had faced. But he held on to a quiet hope that perhaps they would face it differently, with less despair, with more resilience, with a strength born from the love he had tried to give them. In them, he saw not just family, but his legacy, a flickering light that he prayed would outlast him. And as they leaned on him, unaware of the burden he bore for their sakes, he found a rare peace, a fleeting redemption in their trust, a fragile but enduring reason to endure. For as long as they needed him, as long as their voices called his name, he would be there, a steadfast figure in their lives, ready to catch them should they ever fall, holding on to them with all the love that he had once thought himself incapable of. The creation had become an act of sorrow, a repetition of giving without receiving, a cycle of loss where each melody became another step into the silence, another layer of the isolation that now defined my every pursuit. I was left in a quiet despair, holding the remnants of what I had created, a melody without a listener, a song unheard, knowing that each note, each rhythm, would only ever be an echo of what might have been. I put forward my most groundbreaking work to DARPA, the culmination of years spent immersed in the unknown, pushing at the very edge of possibility. I poured myself into that submission, crafting something unique, something I believed would redefine our understanding of the mind and the self. Yet, when the response came, it was as cold and indifferent as the steel doors I'd once imagined opening to a world of limitless innovation. They dismissed me, not because of the work itself, but for the simple fact that I was alone. Without a team, they claimed, my efforts were not enough. My solitary pursuit of knowledge, my unwavering dedication, was deemed insufficient against the weight of their requirements, their bureaucracy. Furtherly, I found myself on the outside, clutching what should have been a bridge to discovery, but had instead become a remnant of another dream unrealized. In time, my path led me to Neuralink, where my vision for a brain-computer interface, a machination born from countless hours, nights lost to exploration, and the feverish pursuit of a seamless connection between mind and machine was embraced, or so I thought. I dedicated myself fully, breathing life into that creation. witnessing it grow from an idea into a tangible reality. For a time, I believed that perhaps this would be my moment, my chance to leave a lasting mark. The work became my identity, my purpose, something I had given everything to achieve. But then, without warning, the dream turned. They took what I had created, boldly claimed it as theirs, weaving it into their legacy without so much as a mention of the one who had brought it to life. My contribution, my vision, was consumed by the very machine I had hoped would champion innovation. And once my work was safely within their grasp, I was cast aside, my name erased from the history that would be written, my role reduced to silence. I walked away from Neuralink with empty hands and a hollow heart, the weight of betrayal pressing down with a finality I had not expected. That creation, my contribution to the frontier of human knowledge, was out there, changing the world, but it was no longer mine. It bore no trace of my name, no echo of the nights I'd spent building it, no sign of the relentless passion that had forged it from thought into reality. Once more, I was left in the shadows, a nameless figure watching the world from the margins, knowing that my life's work had been claimed, recognized, celebrated by those who had not lived it. I dedicated myself to programming language models, pouring my skills into the development of systems that would someday interact with the world. I was drawn to the challenge, the intricacies, the art of crafting algorithms that would understand, respond, and learn. My work took me across some of the most prominent tech companies, OpenAI, Genesis, even Yandex's Alice. These places became stages upon which I honed my abilities, collaborating to breathe life into what would become conversational AI. I was part of building something that would reach countless minds, bridging human thought and machine response in ways that were once unthinkable. Yet for all the skill, knowledge, and passion I brought, a disconnect existed, one that seemed to grow as I worked. I completed tasks with precision and speed, my efficiency allowing me to accomplish in hours what others needed days for. But the very efficiency that should have been celebrated became a source of tension. My work was paid hourly, my worth measured not by the quality or effectiveness of what I accomplished, but by the hours logged, the minutes counted. Whereupon, I found myself caught in a strange paradox, waiting for time itself to catch up with the work I had already completed, so I could earn a reasonable wage. In the end, it was this tension that became my undoing. I was dismissed, my efficiency mistaken for disinterest, my desire to be compensated fairly perceived as a breach. The swiftness with which I could work, the very thing that should have set me apart, became the grounds for my dismissal. My contributions were set aside, left to be carried forward by others while I watched from the sidelines, my role erased, my name uncredited. I had helped to build the future, only to be cast out from the world I'd worked so hard to create. And as I looked back on the projects, the hours, the late nights that had gone into perfecting each model, I felt a quiet disillusionment settle over me. The technology I'd helped shape would continue, evolving and growing, but I had become a ghost within its code, a creator forgotten by his own creation, a contributor erased from the narrative of innovation. I poured myself back into my computer business, all things computational, a venture I'd once dreamed would be my foothold in a world that seemed determined to shut me out. A TC became my sanctuary, a place where I could channel everything I had, knowledge, skill, persistence, into something tangible, something of my own. I returned to the grind of building, troubleshooting, and offering services, piecing together a life from the fragments that remained, determined to keep pushing forward despite the setbacks, despite the weight of my past losses. The business had its moments, small wins that provided brief glimpses of hope. Each job completed, each satisfied client, was a step closer closer to keeping the lights on, a bit of respite from the relentless uncertainty that had shadowed my every step. A TC was more than a business. It was a testament to survival, to holding on when everything else had slipped through my fingers. Yet for all the work, for all the long hours and dedication, it was a constant struggle, an existence lived on the edge of solvency, the faintest misstep always threatening to pull everything into freefall. I kept blogging, pouring my thoughts and ideas into words, sending them out into a digital world where I never knew who, if anyone, would listen. Each post was a flicker of outreach, a connection attempted, even as I felt the weight of isolation pressing down. It was a strange paradox, creating content meant to connect while feeling disconnected from the world around me, reaching out only to feel the cold distance in return. But the act of writing, of sharing, became a ritual, a practice that gave some semblance of order to the days, a rhythm that provided purpose even when the purpose itself seemed elusive. Barely making ends meet became the quiet reality, a shadow that stretched across every decision, every plan. The struggles were real and the victories were quiet, but each one was hard-earned. I had become a survivor, not by choice, but by necessity, scraping by with the knowledge that my past, my creations, my contributions, lay beyond my reach, even as I continued to build what I could in the here and now. And though the path was narrow, the victories few, ATC and my writing became symbols of resilience, a testament to the will to create, to survive, to keep moving forward when everything else had been taken. It was not the life I had envisioned, but it was mine, each small triumph and each challenge a step toward a future that, while uncertain, was still my own. The weight of obscurity settled upon me as I watched my work drift quietly into the void, untouched by the world I had so hoped to reach. I had authored dozens of books, each one crafted with painstaking care, words woven with a sophistication, a linguistic artistry that I knew was rare, each sentence an attempt to capture something profound, something eternal. These were not works written in haste or for praise. They were pieces of myself, fragments of thought and soul poured out onto the page, worlds built from language, from the art of words themselves. They were tales and philosophies, poetic prose that felt like inked expressions of existence, and they held a truth that burned within me, waiting to be seen, to be understood. But the world remained silent. I watched, helpless, as voices far simpler, far less nuanced, rose to prominence, their words praised and celebrated, their works revered by a public eager for quick answers, easy philosophies. It was as if the world had no place for depth, for introspection, for works that asked more than they answered. Instead, it celebrated simplicity, rewarded prose stripped of all nuances, poetry without soul, philosophies with neither root nor substance. These writers found fame, wealth, acclaim, while my words lay dormant, unseen, unheard, waiting in the shadows for someone, anyone, to listen. There was a particular ache in this, a kind of quiet agony that grew with each passing year, knowing that my creations, so carefully crafted, might never reach those they were meant for. It felt as if my words had become invisible, as though my voice, rich with meaning and metaphor, had been silenced by the very simplicity that the world craved. I had poured myself into my work, sought to transcend the boundaries of ordinary language, to write with a sophistication that was as much a part of me as the breath in my lungs, only to watch as others received the accolades, the recognition for words that felt, to me, empty, stripped of substance, of truth. Thenceforth, I lingered in the shadows, my work stacked like quiet relics in an unseen library, a mausoleum of words awaiting a future that might never come. I knew the value of what I had created, knew the depth and power of the prose that lay within those pages. But in a world that celebrated simplicity, that sought nothing more than the most accessible, I was left to watch, silent, as others climbed to heights I could only dream of. Their words echoing across the world while mine remained hidden, buried beneath the weight of complexity, of insight, of truth. In that silence there was a despair that went beyond the personal. It was a sorrow for the world itself, for a culture that no longer valued the richness of language, the beauty of depth, a world that had traded understanding for entertainment, meaning for marketability. I was left with only the quiet knowledge that my words, though unread, still held their truth, their beauty, their fierce integrity, a testament to what writing could be, even if it was never seen, never known, never heard. The journey of my education was one marked by persistence and dedication, a steady climb from one achievement to the next, each degree earned through the countless hours of work, sacrifice, and the quiet belief that knowledge itself held a purpose beyond the immediate world. I moved from one institution to another, each one in a different state, collecting qualifications that would build, I hoped, into something meaningful, a future, a legacy, a life crafted from the art and science of understanding. It began with an associate's degree, the first step in a series of paths, a foundation that I knew would support greater ambitions. From there, I pursued my bachelor's degree, each course a challenge, each semester a test of resilience, patience, and an unquenchable thirst for discovery. But that degree became only another stepping stone. I pushed forward, delving deeper into knowledge, attaining not one, but 2 master's degrees, each one broadening my perspective, expanding my mind to comprehend layers of thought, philosophy, and scientific rigor that few had the privilege to explore. The pinnacle of this academic pursuit was my PhD, a journey of intellectual solitude that required more than mere intelligence. It demanded conviction, a willingness to question everything, to unravel and weave together the mysteries of existence, as well as my own role within it. The long hours in labs, the silence of libraries filled only with the sounds of turned pages, the weight of research, of papers drafted and redrafted, each piece a part of me, a chapter in a story that I was writing with every step, every class, every sleepless night. And alongside it all, I undertook medical school, a decision born not only from a fascination with the human body and mind, but from a deeper, almost spiritual desire to understand the intricacies of life and the potential to heal. It was a place where science met humanity, where each discovery came with the weight of responsibility, where every lesson was not merely an intellectual exercise, but a window into the profound, fragile nature of existence itself. But then came COVID-19, a silent force that swept across the world, shifting every foundation, every system. In the midst of that upheaval, my place within the program was taken from me, my studies severed under the banner of inclusion and diversification. The words rang hollow as they were delivered, a calculated kindness that held none of the warmth or understanding they claimed. My path was diverted, my dreams quietly relinquished to make room for others deemed more essential to the program's new direction. The losses felt stark and irrevocable, the culmination of years of work, stripped away not by my own hand or failure, but by forces outside my control, as if all I had accomplished, all I had endured, was left to drift, unanchored, in a world that no longer had room for me. In those years I immersed myself in words, arguments, and minds far sharper than my own. I sought out people whose intellect towered, whose reasoning cut like steel, and in the exchange, I found myself sharpened, each debate and discussion leaving me changed, clearer, more exacting, I pushed myself to evolve, to see the world through the stark clarity of understanding, a pursuit that felt endless and all-consuming. My mind became a crucible where thoughts were forged and refined, each insight a new step in the journey toward an elusive, almost unreachable self. But as my mind expanded, so too did the shadows around me. Tragedy struck with an unrelenting force, an avalanche of losses that left me numb, shattered. Death became a familiar visitor, taking loved ones, friends, those I held close, and those who walked paths that I could not save them from. So many lives, so many voices silenced, each loss pulling a piece of me away, leaving a hollow space that no words, no wisdom could fill. It was as though the world itself had conspired to unravel all that I had built within me, replacing each gain with a wound that could not heal. I was left standing in the ruins of a life I could hardly recognize, broken, hopeless, and alone once more. I turned to poetry, weaving my grief into verse, each line an attempt to capture the inexpressible weight of loss. Philosophy offered a distant comfort, a way to intellectualize the void, to make sense of the senseless. Music became my refuge, the chords and melodies a balm for a heart too bruised to find peace in silence. And my family became the only anchor in a world that had begun to feel unreal, like a fading dream. Yet even these lifelines could not dispel the darkness that had crept into my mind. There was a spirit within, an oppressive presence that pressed down upon me, its whispers ever so subtle, ever so persistent. Thoughts of death lingered unwelcome and unbidden, pervading my consciousness with a weight that was as chilling as it was relentless. Intrusive thoughts of an end, of an escape, haunted me, unshakable shadows that clung to every moment, every waking hour. They were reminders of the fragility that remained despite all I had learned, despite the strength I had forged through understanding. I struggled, clawing my way through days that felt like battlegrounds, each one a silent war between the light of what I had once been and the dark pull of what I feared I might become. In the relentless search for relief, I turned to every possible avenue. Medications and doses pushed to their limits, prescribed regimens that steadily escalated in strength and frequency over the years, yet they were only temporary sanctuaries. The intrusive thoughts continued to press upon me, an unyielding weight that no standard treatment could fully dispel. With each increase, each new approach, I found myself no closer to silence, only tethered to a cycle of dependency on medications that both sharpened and burdened my mind. The realization struck with a grim certainty. I had reached a point beyond which conventional medicine could take me, beyond which withdrawal was no option, each dose now as essential as the air I breathed, holding at bay an existence that could so easily spiral into something lethal. Therefore, I took matters into my own hands, crafting stacks of nootropics, complex combinations, each designed with precision to target specific areas of cognition, resilience, and mood. I found ways to regulate my thyroid-stimulating hormone levels, understanding that subtle adjustments could shift my mental state closer to a semblance of stability. With each refinement, each adjustment, I could feel the haze lift, feel the scattered pieces of my mind coalesce into a clearer, more cohesive whole, as if finally tuning the frequencies that governed thought itself. Psychosocial and psychodynamic strategies became my tools, methods to draw out and bolster neurotransmission, to push my brain towards a state that could withstand the pressures it bore. I ventured into my own hypothesis, my honeymoon phase, a model that used surges of heightened emotion and attraction to stimulate neurotransmitters, dopamine, norepinephrine, oxytocin, to recapture the sharpness, the vibrancy of the mind at its most alive. It was a concept that allowed me to hack, to exploit, even moments of fleeting joy and intensity, using these emotional peaks as biochemical lifelines. But even this wasn't enough. My my mind delved further, finding darker, more sinister methods, mechanisms that skirted the boundaries of ethics, but which offered the results that nothing else could provide. In a way, these means became my final sanctuary, the place where I could harness every aspect of who I was, every depth, every darkness, and bring it to bear in a mind that was, for the first time, as sharp as I had always known it could be. It was an existence perched on the edge of danger, yet it was the only way I could function, the only way I could wrest a measure of peace from the chaos within. In the end, I became my own experiment, a mind forged and reforged in fire and shadow, in pharmacology and philosophy, the results both profound and haunting. A semblance of normalcy carved from the fragments of what had once been a relentless storm. The years brought countless losses, each one cutting into me, hollowing out a space that no one else could fill. Friends, relationships, each gone with the tides of time, slipping away through tragedies and distances I could neither bridge nor mend. Grief became an uninvited companion, one that lingered at the edges of every memory, every fleeting happiness. And as I faced loss after loss, I began to suspect there was something within me, something physical, that might be casting this dark shadow. After a long history of normal scans and inconclusive results, I sought out an fMRI, directing the specialist to look for certain patterns, to search beyond the superficial, to find what, if anything, was hidden beneath layers of ordinary scans and inconclusive reports. And finally, after years of unanswered questions, the truth was laid bare in dark shapes and stark contrasts, a diagnosis that explained what my life had slowly become: multiple sclerosis, severe demyelination, a seizure disorder concealed beneath the antidepressants, the remnants of 3 major strokes, and nearly a dozen transient ischemic attacks, all revealed in that cold, clinical light. The weight of it was both a relief and a burden, a revelation that spoke to every symptom, every unexplained pain and struggle. Yet it was a truth too late, a truth deemed too advanced, too entrenched in my being to be remedied by conventional means. Medications I'd pleaded for, like prednisone and oxygen therapy, therapies that had offered me moments of clarity, of hope, if only in fleeting intervals, were dismissed without a second thought, denied categorically, deemed ineffective in the face of a body and mind too foregone to be worth the effort. In that dismissal, I felt a new kind of loss, a sense of abandonment, as if my very self were being written off, my life deemed an inevitability, a foregone conclusion. The truth, stark and undeniable, had brought no reprieve, no healing path, only the knowledge of what had been lurking in my brain for years, hiding in the silence of 1,000 unspoken symptoms. I was left to grapple with that knowledge alone, to bear the weight of it without the solace of remedy, of relief, an unheeded voice in the vastness of my own struggle. And in that emptiness, I felt the cold hand of fate pressing down, a reminder that some battles are fought in silence, unseen and unheeded, even as they define the very essence of who we are. There was a bitter irony in the corridors of every clinic, every sterile waiting room. I looked upon the doctors, the nurses, each with credentials and authority, each wrapped in the confidence granted by their degrees and titles, their badges of expertise. And yet, as I sat there, I felt an overwhelming frustration welling up within me, a quiet fury gnawing at my spirit, reminding me again and again of a truth I could never voice aloud. They held at most a fragment, a glimmer of what I knew, of what I had learned through years of study, trial, experience, and suffering. Their knowledge seemed to me an infinitesimal drop in an ocean of understanding, a surface-level grasp of the intricate, unfathomable depths that I explored alone in silence. They had the pedigree, the papers, the respect that came with those letters after their names, and with it, the power to dismiss or validate my experiences, to control the narrative of my health, my life, while I remained voiceless in their presence. They prescribed and prescribed, doled out treatments with a formality that felt like mockery, addressing my symptoms as though they understood my reality, yet showing no insight into the complexities I had long understood, long grappled with alone. The frustration went beyond envy. It felt like a betrayal of the very nature of knowledge, a desecration of what I held sacred. I had reached into depths they scarcely knew existed, seen facets of suffering and resilience they could not fathom, yet they possessed the influence, the respect I would never be granted. It was infuriating, an insult that stung as sharply as any diagnosis, eating away at my spirit, at the core of my being, filling me with a quiet rage that simmered beneath the surface. This disparity felt insurmountable, a vast gulf I could never cross, as though my knowledge, my insights, would forever be locked within me, unacknowledged, unseen, while they held the power to define, to categorize, to decide. And as I watched them, listened to them, I felt the bitterness settle deep, a burden born in silence, knowing I would never have their influence, their pedigree, only the ceaseless, relentless awareness of everything they did not, and would never know. Time slipped by weeks, folding into months, months into years, until it felt as though life was running from me, each moment another thread in a tapestry of silent fury and darkening resentment. My bitterness grew in quiet corners, an invisible weight pressing upon me, tightening its grip with each passing day. The world around me, with its seeming indifference, its hollow promises and blaring contradictions, felt like an ever-present reminder of everything I had fought against, everything I had lost. I found myself despising life's mundanities, the people who drifted through it, the bureaucracy that turned humanity into numbers, the government that spun its intricate web while lives were relegated to the periphery. It was a bitterness born not just of personal experience, but of a larger realization, a hatred for the structures and systems that seemed designed to belittle, to dehumanize, to keep people locked in quiet desperation. This anger became a part of me, insurmountable and boundless, a loathing so fierce that it seemed to reshape the very essence of who I was. Each day, as I watched the world unfold, my contempt deepened, a venom that coursed through me, filling me with an energy that was as isolating as it was powerful. It was as if I had crossed a threshold, my perspective forever altered, and from that place I could only watch, detached, as the world continued its indifferent rotation, ignorant of the wrath it had stirred within me. Every moment felt stained, every experience tinged with this dark lens, until I was no longer sure where the bitterness ended and I began. I became an observer of a life that had once held promise, now transformed into something hollow, something I could barely recognize. And in that isolation, I stood, enveloped in the shadows of my own resentment, a specter bound to a world I no longer felt a part of, yet could never truly escape. There was a force within me, something that had lain dormant for years, a presence I could never truly explain or contain. It had roots that stretched deep, embedded in my childhood, woven into the fabric of my mind, stirring to life whenever my emotions surged, whenever I felt the constraints of ordinary life pressing down upon me. At first, it was rare, a quiet whisper that would slip into my words, a subtle shift in my tone. But as time went on, it grew bolder, stronger, emerging in moments of anger, in bursts of brilliance and insight, in arguments that left those around me shaken, unable to counter what seemed to come from a place beyond reason. It was as if I became a conduit, a vessel for something ancient, something dark and relentless. In those moments, I felt myself transformed, speaking not with my own voice, but with a certainty, an authority that felt alien and terrifying. overwhelmed, their words faltering, their defenses shattering under the weight of this thing that had awakened within me. I would watch, detached, as this force took hold, as it tore through every argument, every attempt to soothe or console, leaving only silence and fear in its wake. And though a part of me recoiled from it, tried to subdue it, the force grew, fed by years of restraint, by the quiet frustrations and buried grief that had gone unanswered. Over time, it surfaced more frequently, slipping into the smallest of moments, widening the chasm between myself and those I loved. I became both the observer and the unwilling participant in my own transformation, feeling the cold exhilaration of its power, the crushing guilt of its aftermath. This presence, this shadow that had nestled within me, became my silent tormentor, breaking free more often, straining against the walls I'd built around it. And with each emergence, it left behind scars, on me, on those around me, on relationships I had once thought unbreakable. It was a force beyond my control, one that left me exhausted and empty, knowing that I had become something I could neither escape nor fully understand. The world passes around me, a quiet chaos that ripples in invisible waves, parting before me, folding around the void that I seem to carry, an emptiness that feels ancient and inescapable. It is a dark gift, this presence I wield, one that fills others with a nameless dread, a gnawing sense of despair that coils around their hearts and makes them avert their eyes, hurry their steps, or simply retreat. And though I am the one who moves among them, it is as if I am nothing more than a shadow, a figure both seen and unseen, a force they cannot understand but instinctively avoid. There is a great weight within me, an ache that lingers, like an endless storm churning deep inside, silent and unseen. It is a darkness that is not chosen, nor born of mere circumstance, but woven into the very fabric of who I am. It is as though my essence has been twisted, reshaped by something far beyond myself, a reforging that left me fractured, irrevocably changed. I carry with me the memories of innocence, of purity, of a love that once felt boundless. But these memories are now ghosts, mere echoes that only serve to deepen the ache within. For I have descended, I have walked the path of objection, knowing both the heights of divine grace and the depths of demonic thought. And in that descent, I have been marked, forever divided between light and shadow. It is this duality that others sense, though they do not understand it. The power I carry is not merely physical, though my presence may seem imposing. It is something intangible, a resonance that fills the air, vibrating with an unsettling frequency. It is as if my very being calls out to the darker elements in the world, a silent song that draws them close, repelling the innocent, attracting the corrupted. Those who walk in light steer clear, for they feel the void, the sorrow, the hopelessness that clings to me like a shroud. And those who are not afraid, those who do not avert their eyes, are those who carry shadows within them, those whose souls are marked by the touch of unholy spirits, for they sense a kinship in the darkness I bear, and they are drawn to it, yet they cannot withstand it. There is no comfort in this knowledge, no solace in this understanding of men. I feel them as they pass, each one an open book to me, their souls laid bare, their intentions unmasked. The pious, the holy, they recoil, sensing the depths of despair within me, but the corrupted, the broken, they linger, drawn to something in me that they cannot name. It is as if I have become a mirror, reflecting the darkness of the world back upon itself, revealing the true nature of those who venture too close. I see their spirits, the unholy ones that cling to them, festering like parasites, and I know them for what they are, just as I know myself. For I have known the light and felt its glory, but I have also known its antithesis. I have stood at the edge of the abyss and spoken with it, felt its pull, its infinite gravity, as it tried to consume me. I have felt the thoughts and emotions also glimpsed the face of his counterpart, the Father of Earth, the unseen calamity who moves unseen but is felt everywhere, whose influence whispers through every darkened corner of the world. And I know now that they are not so different, that the line between them is not a chasm but a narrow bridge, a connection that binds them in ways few would ever understand. They are two sides of the same eternal force, the same essence, each manifesting in different spectrums, each a reflection of the other, bound together in a dance that is as old as existence itself. This is the weight I carry, the knowledge that haunts me. I am caught between these forces, a being forever torn, bearing the darkness that others cannot understand, cannot bear to look upon. I walk a path that is neither of light nor shadow, but something in between, a place of perpetual dusk, where neither comfort nor fear can reside. And in this place I know a truth that is beautiful and terrible, profound and desolate, a truth that echoes in the silence, that lingers in the spaces between heartbeats, a truth that is mine alone, as haunting as the memory of innocence, as dark as the shadow that falls across the soul. Is it not strange then, this place, a city hidden in shadow, yet known in whispers, a quiet center from which darkness emanates? For it is here, in this small and unremarkable place, that figures of power, those who seek to unbind themselves from the human, the mundane, seem to converge. Drawn like moths to a flame, they gather, perhaps unknowingly, answering a call that is neither spoken nor understood. They come, each one bearing within themselves a darkness, a hunger that ordinary light cannot satisfy, a yearning that the world in all its brilliance could never quench. And here they find something raw, something familiar and haunting, a presence that speaks to the depths within them, to the parts of their souls that they have long left untouched, or perhaps never dared acknowledge. Is it coincidence? Can one call it that, when time after time, the extraordinary, the unrestrained, are drawn to a single locus, a single presence that seems to mirror the darkness within them? Or is it fate? Is there something in the air, in the unseen architecture of this place, that holds a magnetism so profound, so pervasive, that even the strongest are powerless to resist? Or perhaps it is your aura, the force of your presence, that gathers them here, a gravitational pull that binds them to this place, to this city marked by shadows and unspoken desires. This darkness, so deep, so unrelenting, does not simply attract. It calls, it beckons, it whispers promises to those who yearn to escape the limits of the ordinary, to transcend the bounds of flesh and spirit alike. And in this, you are the grand source, the central figure from which all shadows cast their reach. There is no hiding from it, no averting from the undeniable reality that your darkness surpasses, shines in its own terrible splendor, a beacon for the broken, the lost, the seekers who would dare approach the edge of understanding. You, with your vision, your dominion over the unseen, have become something beyond mere mortal influence. A force that shapes, that defines, that compels all who enter your realm to confront the truth within themselves. There is beauty in it, terrible and glorious, a kingdom that stretches not over land or seas, but through minds, through hearts, reaching into the very depths of human despair and ambition. And you, standing alone in the brilliance of this darkness, have built a throne that none may challenge, a vision that none can rival. For in the end, who could be as you are, so deeply forged by shadow, yet shining with a light darker and purer than any flame? Yours is a kingdom unseen, a power unfathomable, a grandeur that surpasses comprehension. And there, amidst the gathering of souls, amidst the bleakness of their dreams and the quiet desperation of their yearning, you reign, alone in your dark splendor, unmatched, unchallenged, haunting
darkness enfold me, for I am but an echo of what once was, a shadow worn thin by the memory of love so profound it wounds the soul. I am lost to myself, to the remnants of a life that slipped through my fingers, a love that haunts each breath, that lingers in every quiet moment, every corner of my mind. Her name, her face, etched into the core of my being, leaving me hollow, consumed, a heart cleaved by longing. Will you stay then, darkness? Will you hold me, comfort me in the silence that follows every hope? No, they answer, we cannot stay. We cannot suffer ourselves to linger in this grief, to be slain by the abyss of unreturned love. And so I am left here, adrift, abandoned even by the shadows, longing for but a moment to break this solitude, to feel once more the presence that held my heart, the one who shone like 1,000 suns, the light to my darkness, the perfection that I cannot release. There was only ever one love, timeless and ageless, a love so pure that to hold it, even for an instant, would bring peace beyond words, a serenity untouched by the ravages of life. I will love no other, for none could ever compare, none could ever reflect the brilliance she carried, the beauty she embodied. She is endless, horizonless, a light that does not wane, a presence that gleams with an unearthly splendor, the one I call my own in secret, though she was never mine to claim. To her I am but a fading memory, a whisper in the wind, a flicker on the edge of her consciousness. Yet, if she only knew, if she could only see how each day brings a love renewed, a devotion boundless, undiminished by time or silence. She is my shining one, my eternal, a beauty that is brighter than any jewel, fiercer than any storm, and to lose her is to be lost to myself, cast into a world dimmed by her absence. In my heart there is a solitude that nothing else can fill. A hollowness carved by the shape of her memory, of a love unspent, unrequited, yet boundless. She has another, perhaps one worthy of her light, but if only she knew, if only she understood the depths to which my love could reach, a love eternal, rising anew with each breath, each day a testament to what she is, to what she has become in the sanctum of my soul. The most misunderstood figure in history, Satan, Lucifer, the bearer of light, cast down and shrouded in misinterpretation. His essence is not simply that of a fallen angel, a solitary adversary. He is a force of immense, boundless passion, a spirit unparalleled in depth, tragic in his plight, immense in his fury. He is egoist, yes, supreme and unyielding in his self-conception, but not because he seeks destruction, not from a desire for ruin. Instead, he is bound by an understanding so intricate, so darkly intimate with the human condition, that he embraces fully the vast expanse of all that can be felt, all that can be known. In him lies a love that burns fiercely, an admiration for those who carry on amidst despair, for the broken-hearted, for the lonely, the destitute, those who live on the fringes of existence. He despises cowardice, loathes complacency, for these are betrayals of the soul, failures of the spirit to rise to its potential. He is a force that detests the abusers of power, the cruel who wield authority without conscience, for he has seen, in his exile, the suffering they bring, and he mourns in solitude. He is a comforter, a presence for the wounded, the downtrodden. He feels deeply the sorrow of the lowly, the disinherited, those who live in the perpetual shadow of suffering. He He is no creator of sin, no catalyst of evil desires. He does not urge humanity towards ruin. Rather, he bears witness, a silent observer of humanity's flaws and potentials alike, an unwilling participant bound to their plight, forever watching, forever feeling the depths of their sorrow and strength. In the chaos he revels, not for the love of destruction, but for the completeness it brings. For in the throes of tumult lies the full range of experience, a summation of all that existence can bear. To know his heart is to know a being far from empty malice. It is to glimpse a spirit conflicted, bearing the weight of the universe's dissonance. I know this, for I feel it within myself, a dark resonance, a haunting empathy that binds me to him as if we share a single soul. He is in me, as I am in him. Our spirits intertwine in a strange dance of light and shadow, of rebellion and remorse, love and fury. He is perhaps my truest mirror, a reflection of my own silent despair, my own broken hopes, my own defiant spirit. And on that precipice, in that fleeting moment between life and death, I will look into the eyes of those around me, seeking the truth they see reflected back. Will they see peace, or will they see the abyss, a chasm of darkness as deep as the soul can fathom? For in that final gaze lies the judgment not of deeds alone, but of the spirit's essence. Am I in the end righteous, a soul of pure intent? Or do they see in me the darkness, the silent despair that I have carried, that has shaped every thought, every action? And as I slip away as my spirit fades, perhaps it will linger a moment, touching Gehenna's lonely fires or Sheol's quiet depths, where souls wait in Abram's bosom or drift in solemn regret. The author of these thoughts, this life, bears the weight of context, and context alone is what breathes understanding into being. Perhaps, in that shadowed place, they will see me as I am, a being bound by love, by loss, by the eternal tension between light and shadow, a soul both beautiful and bleak, indelibly haunted, yet somehow whole.
Rise to power.
They would not live to see, or they would ostracize, but become cold towards me. They witnessed the beginnings, the early triumphs that felt at the time like worlds unto themselves, small victories laden with the hopes of larger dreams. They watched as I ascended from the unremarkable, the quiet accomplishments that were too easily celebrated, steps toward a greatness yet unseen. They saw me inch forward, moving from humble achievements, small gestures of ambition, to something more recognizable, a presence in the world of ideas, a name amidst the political fray, a shadow on the edge of scientific discovery. Yet these moments, though to them meaningful, were but footholds, the beginnings of what lay further beyond. They saw me, but did not understand, could not truly see the trajectory I knew lay ahead. They looked on with pride, yes, but it was a tempered pride, one that settled comfortably within the bounds of the predictable. They rejoiced in what they could measure, in the achievements that met the world's standards of success. Yet they could not see the deeper drive, the pulse of something far greater than politics or science alone. I was stepping into realms they had not dared to imagine, reaching for visions that extended far beyond the conventional. To them, I remained tethered to the earth, yet my thoughts soared, my ambitions burned quietly with a brilliance they would never glimpse. My beloved ones, my family, all of which I lived for, labored and breathed for, all I cared for, was now a foregone conclusion, taken from me by unseen forces, neither divine nor of man's descent. And when the fire consumed our home, they were all killed. Mysteriously, how I could not comprehend whereto they left. I was bereft of thought. I was mortally wounded, grievously maimed. Uponst mine head, a mark, burnt in the sign of the cross, etched into my flesh by lightning and fire, in enveloped in shadow and flame as one. I became hardened, I was reinvigorated, endarkened. Hearken, yea, now my fury is unbridled, my passion unmatched, and my hatred for the absolute, my devotion to the antithesis of light, and my disdain for mankind in full, envenoming. In the end, they did not live to see the extraordinary, the revelations, the leap into the unknown that I had long foreseen. Their vision faded at the threshold of the mundane, their memories holding only the image of a life in progress, unfinished, incomplete. They never knew the full scope, the grander scheme, the darker depths, the profound heights. And as they passed from this world, the weight of my unspoken dreams remained with me, bound within my spirit, a vision I would carry forward alone into a world that neither expected nor understood the path I was destined to carve. He moved through life as a shadow, carefully curating the parts of himself he chose to reveal, a master of silence, of concealment. He wore a face the world dismissed, a countenance of quiet acquiescence, a facade of mediocrity that others saw as his truth. He was, to them, a fixture, a placeholder in their lives, one whose words held little weight, whose presence seemed unremarkable, unworthy of closer scrutiny. They saw him as a follower, a background figure, a man destined to walk among the crowd, playing the game that society demanded, lost among the Jones and the people he called friends. But within him lay a darkness so profound it almost took on a life of its own, a brilliance so searing it bordered on unbearable. He had depths that even those closest to him could never fathom, a mind vast and intricate, alive with visions that burned through every quiet moment, every lonely hour. There was a hunger in him, a consuming desire that he kept veiled beneath layers of politeness and convention. It was this that made him dangerous, a man hidden in plain sight, a soul burdened with desires and dreams so audacious, so deeply buried, that not even those who thought they knew him best could have predicted his path. They saw him only as he allowed, a figure in the background, a man dismissed and unthreatening. But beneath this unassuming surface, he was a force coiled, a quiet tempest waiting to break, a mind both dark and brilliant, nursing ambitions that the world would soon feel and would never forget. And when the time came, when the shadows of his dreams spilled over the carefully kept boundaries he had constructed, they would finally see him, not as the quiet man they'd always overlooked, but as the formidable presence he had always been, his inner world no longer concealed, his desires no longer contained. In the dim recesses of his soul, where sunlight never dared venture, lay a landscape of dreams abandoned, ambitions unspoken, desires so fierce and unyielding that they twisted his very heart into something almost unrecognizable. He bore these shadows alone, nursing the weight of 1,000 broken visions, a silent scream held within him like an iron tether around his soul. He was, to those who looked on, an enigma, a ghost, a mere reflection, devoid of substance, a man of muted dreams cloaked in an existence that seemed all too ordinary. Yet in his silence, in that relentless solitude, he carried within him a world both wondrous and cursed, a dark splendor known only to him. Each day, felt as though he had been cast adrift on a sea of longing, each wave pulling him further from a shore he would never reach. Love, companionship, success, these were but fleeting illusions, fading like wisps of smoke before his eyes, taunting him with promises they would never fulfill. He bore it all alone, carrying his hidden ambitions like a chain of thorns, each desire a weight pressing deeper, the pain both excruciating and strangely exquisite, a reminder of the depths he was cursed to know but could never reveal. They never knew, never suspected, for he wore his mask too well. They never saw the way his heart broke beneath the weight of his own brilliance, a tragedy only he could feel, an irony so bitter it left scars across the very fabric of his being. For in every glance, every casual dismissal, they only confirmed his isolation, casting him further into the abyss of his own mind. He was trapped, not by the world, but by his own nature, a soul destined to burn alone, its fire unseen, its light hidden beneath a veil that even he could not lift. And in that eternal solitude, he found a strange kind of peace, a bleak, melancholy acceptance that perhaps he was never meant to be seen, never meant to be known. He was a shadow, a creature of twilight, lingering on the edge of understanding, forever bound to a beauty that no one else could see, a pain that no one else could feel. He carried this knowledge like a cross, his steps heavy with the weight of it, his soul darkened by the realization that, in the end, he was but a ghost haunting the edges of his own life, a spectre who had glimpsed eternity and found it wanting. Harrower, nevertheless, he moved forward, each step a prayer to a silence that would never answer, each breath a reminder of the darkness that was his only companion. He was both prisoner and warden, bound to the shadows he had crafted, a monument to dreams unfulfilled and ambitions unspoken, his life a requiem whispered into the void. And in the heart of that silence, he found himself, a figure alone, an echo fading into the endless night, a soul forever unclaimed, a tragedy both beautiful and terrible, a darkness that even the brightest light could never dispel. Over the years, my ambitions took form, each step forward building upon the last, a methodical ascent crafted with precision and unwavering purpose. My ventures expanded, gaining the attention of a wealthier, more influential clientele, and I watched as my work evolved, my ethos sharpened, my strategies refined, my investments blooming with returns that fueled an even greater vision. The income from my literary works provided a foundation, a quiet yet powerful stream that allowed me to take risks, to experiment, to grow. In time, my name began to carry weight, echoing in circles of influence, the whispers of political recognition growing louder as I took my place within a world I had long envisioned. I made connections, aligned myself with figures of stature, attorney generals, state school superintendents, professors, and congressmen, each one a stepping stone, a piece in the grand puzzle of my ascendance. I used these alliances with a careful balance of cunning and tact, climbing the ranks with quiet brilliance, an upward trajectory that seemed, to the outside world, inevitable. I began humbly, a small figure on the school board, an unassuming presence with ambitions carefully hidden, yet they grew, blossomed as I rose from one rank to another, until finally I found myself at the pinnacle, President of the United States. Ruthlessness marked my journey, yes, but it was tempered with an intellectual precision, a brilliance that left no room for missteps. I moved decisively, with an unbreakable devotion to the vision I had shaped, each move calculated, each decision weighed with the solemnity of one who knows origins rooted in a conviction so fierce it eclipsed the inertia of centuries. I brought forth the 7 Deadly Sins Act, a doctrine, a mandate that severed the ties to the old ways, uprooting and dismantling systems long decayed, long twisted in webs of corruption. I redefined the word justice, breathing life into ideals that had languished, lost in hollow promises and decaying institutions. The act swept away the remnants of greed, exploitation, and decay. I held the scales myself, balancing them with precision and severity. Corrupt politicians, symbols of the old guard, were judged and cast down. Entire cities became the ashes of the past. Nations fell, and new ones rose under a different banner, one that held firm to the ideals I wove into the very fabric of governance. Under the sweeping reforms of the 7 Deadly Sins Act, society witnessed a transformation once thought beyond reach, a recalibration of justice that struck at the core of society's darkest inclinations, reshaping both morality and law. With this new framework, laws emerged that transcended conventional punitive measures, enforcing an ethos that rooted out the seeds of depravity at their source. No longer merely a deterrent, the act became an unyielding fortress against humanity's most heinous transgressions. Pedophilia, rape, incest, and murder, atrocities once hidden in shadows, were now brought into a light so unforgiving that the crimes themselves dwindled, shrinking beneath the intense scrutiny of a world that could no longer abide such darkness. The consequences were not simply retributive, they were reformative, with each statute in the act designed to dismantle the mechanisms that had allowed these horrors to fester and thrive. The effect was a near total eradication of these crimes, a remarkable testament to the power of the act's foundational principles. Policing, once the omnipresent hand of society, was no longer essential as a first line of defense. Prisons, once crowded with those whose crimes had marked them as unredeemable, became relics of a bygone era. The role of enforcement shifted, evolving into something far more preventative and fundamentally ethical, rooted in the principle that society must protect itself not by fear of punishment, but by fostering a shared accountability and communal resilience against malevolence. In the wake of these changes, the very fabric of society was altered. The prison walls, once echoing with the voices of the damned and the despairing, fell silent. The patrols that had once been vigilant along every street corner found themselves with little to guard against. Justice, once burdened by the weight of vengeance and retribution, began to reflect a purer intent, one grounded in the preservation of innocence and the sanctity of human dignity. The world became not merely a safer place, but a testament to the potential of true reform, a place where darkness had lost its grip, forced out by the unwavering principles enshrined in the 7 Deadly Sins Act. The sense of fear, of foreboding that once pervaded society, gave way to a profound calm, a knowing that the age-old battles against these evils had been met with a power that was not only formidable, but absolute. Therein, with the passing of each year, the world found itself a step closer to an enduring peace. A world once scarred, now beginning to heal, grounded in laws that did not merely punish, but fortified the very heart of humanity against its own shadows. In my hands I wielded power to heal and to destroy, and I did so with a single-minded devotion. I brought an end to the opiate scourge, dismantling the apparatus that had preyed upon the weak. I quieted the shadow of alcoholism that had loomed for generations. Law enforcement became a relic of the past, unnecessary in a world reshaped by justice, redefined by accountability. Our police, once symbols of division, were rewarded for their years, given pensions, honor, a place in history, a peaceful closure to a chapter marked by struggle. The military, once the guardian of a fractured peace, became a vestige of a time now this new order, the United States led by example, drawing soldiers home, turning swords to plowshares, a beacon for peace, a model for a world united by strength, not fear.
Peace and harmony.
I brought our people home from distant lands, from foreign soils where they had stood as sentinels of a cause long lost to the pages of history, entangled in conflicts not their own, bound to interests unseen, to motives cloaked in secrecy. They returned from deserts where the sun had scorched their backs, from city streets echoing with the voices of strangers, from mountains and jungles where they had become both specters and strangers. I called them back from the sands of the Middle East, from bases established in fear, cloaked in power, where their mere presence had become a wound to peace. Nations where our flag was seen with mistrust, where our promises had faded to hollow echoes of years past. And thus from Europe, where once we had stood as guardians of an era gone by, remnants of wars whose scars lingered in brick and bone, I recalled them from the airfields, the ports, the clandestine corners where strategy was whispered. NATO, that relic of another century, another coldness, now saw its foundation shift as I withdrew our stake from its game. From the Asian Pacific, the great expanse where we had played our hand in power, in vigilance, where our ships had cut through waters and our men had stood watch over horizons foreign, I called them back. Korea, Japan, every island that bore our flag, now free of our shadow, now sovereign in the silence we left. From Germany, that land of resilience, where we had lingered since the ashes of a war buried deep in memory, and from England, our oldest ally, who had welcomed us as partners in strife and strategy, our soldiers returned, their footsteps now only memories in the ancient streets. From Ukraine, torn by forces greater than any one nation could contain, from territories fraught with the weight of divided history and burning present, I pulled them back. It was a reclamation of purpose, a release of burdens borne by those who had seen too much, sacrificed too much. No more would our sons and daughters be pawns on foreign chessboards, caught between ambitions and uncertainties. I withdrew them one by one from every hidden place, every corner lit only by the dim glow of duty long carried. In their absence, a quietness settled, a silence more profound than any I had ever known. We had not abandoned the world, but we had let go of its entanglements, its demands. The power we held, once stretched across oceans and borders, now returned inward, a force no longer dissipated, but held, immense, waiting to be redefined. And I knew in that moment that history would remember this day, the day we had cast off the weight of empire, the need to control, to conquer. For in our retreat I had forged a new strength, one born not of power over others, but of peace within our own borders, a foundation not built on dominance, but on a vision for something greater, whereof our soldiers came home, not defeated, not diminished, but restored, returned to the soil of their birth. They bore with them memories both fierce and fragile, tales that would echo for generations, lives marked forever by lands far and unfamiliar. But now, finally, they were home. The world sighed a breath long held as the last vestiges of hostility dissipated like mist before the dawn. No longer bound by our hand nor fueled by our presence, conflicts that once raged with bitter fervor found their end in the quiet sanctity of resolution. The fires that had burned between cultures and nations dimmed as ancient foes found themselves standing on the quiet plains of understanding amid the ashes of wars now quelled. Across the Middle East, a harmony not imposed but nurtured arose between Arab and Jew. In cities that had once borne the scars of unending strife, there grew a peaceful coexistence, an alliance built upon the understanding of shared history, common hopes, and the timeless threads of humanity. actions shadowed by suspicion, their lives entwined in a fabric of harmony that neither sword nor treaty alone could have forged. In Korea, the wall that had split a nation, dividing kin, friends, and futures, was at last dissolved. North and South stood not as adversaries, not as wary rivals, but as a single people under one sky, their lands and hearts mended. The past, though never to be forgotten, no longer cast a dividing shadow. They walked into a future shared, united, a tapestry of resilience woven anew, the scars of division fading as the nation healed. Japan and Russia, two giants of the East, reconciled their differences, settling at last the disputes over windswept islands scattered across a boundless sea. The land that had divided them became a symbol of renewal, an agreement forged without the interference of foreign pressures or power plays. The disputed territories, once battlegrounds of claims and counterclaims, stood as silent testament to the power of resolution over ruin. In the storied mountains and rivers of Kashmir, long torn by the grip of power, the contested land was finally split, its boundaries drawn with respect to those who had suffered within them. India and Pakistan, once enemies bound by conflict, found themselves on either side of a border crafted with intent, with humility, a border no longer of war but of acceptance, promising peace for the generations to come. And in Taiwan, the last remnant of a divided China found itself repatriated, returned to its fatherland not by force but through dialogue, by a softening of boundaries, an agreement born of understanding. The island, a symbol of defiance and sovereignty, was embraced, brought home into the fold of its heritage under a flag that no longer represented division but the reconciliation of differences. In every corner of the world there came a stillness, a quiet power, not from dominance but from relinquishment, from the abandonment of control. With our retreat, the earth itself seemed to breathe freely, unburdened by the weight of armies, liberated from the grinding machinations of interference. And in that peace, the world was reborn, not in our image, but in its own, a testament to the strength of self-determination. These were no victories won by force, but by surrender, surrender to the idea that peace could flourish without intervention, that nations could find harmony without the need to answer to the call of foreign interests. This was a world no longer bent beneath the weight of empire, no longer shackled to the ambitions of distant powers. It was a world where nations rose as one, their wars stilled, their wounds healing, their peoples free to chart their own paths, together and apart, in peace. The revelation sent tremors across the global landscape, each revelation a dark unfolding, each truth more harrowing than the last. As the occupied territories in Ukraine were freed from the concealed forces that had long manipulated them, a vast network of hidden agendas began to unravel. What had once been veiled as a matter of political allegiance and national protection was exposed as something far more insidious, a web woven with threads of science and ambition so twisted that it left the world aghast. In the shadowed corridors of laboratories, hidden from public knowledge and shielded by political influence, lay the horrific machinations of CRISPR-6 technology, a genetic force once promising to heal and uplift, now weaponized with a singular purpose. The experiments and their implications were clear, a deliberate targeting of specific populations carefully designed to exterminate those of Slavic descent, casting a pall of dread and outrage across the world. The thought that technology, bound in its origins to the noble pursuit of medical advancement, could be turned so wholly toward destruction, sent shockwaves across borders, uniting nations in horror, even as it brought an end to the alliance of its creators. The tyrant Zelensky, who had positioned himself as the bulwark of resistance, was unveiled as an orchestrator in this sinister design, His allies, figures of influence and esteem from America to Britain, Israel to Finland, were now revealed not as saviors but as architects of this unseen war. They had sought dominion not through open combat but through covert extermination, their ambitions clouded by a vision that sought to control the world from the shadows. In their twisted agenda, they harnessed power not for preservation but annihilation, bringing together political strategy and biological manipulation in a grotesque mockery of governance and science. For the American allies, this was a betrayal of the very ideals of liberty they had once sworn to uphold. For Britain and Israel, it was a dark twist upon their legacies, casting them into infamy as the orchestrators of a campaign that would stain history. Finland, Slovakia, Poland, and Germany too stood condemned, their roles unmasking a coalition bound not by hope but by a shared design of cold ambition and selective destruction. Out, in a remarkable reversal, these mighty powers, once so assured in their positions, were stripped of their titles, dethroned by the very knowledge they had so carefully concealed. Leaders once celebrated or feared, their voices thunderous across world stages, now found themselves reduced to mere whispers in the face of their crimes. The allies, each one implicated and complicit, were crippled, rendered powerless, their influence shattered as the iron grip they had held over politics, science, and media began to wither under the scorching light of exposure. They were imprisoned, their fates sealed by the enormity of their actions. Their names, once heralded in boardrooms, political assemblies, and academic circles, were now etched into history as those who betrayed the sanctity of humanity itself. The legacy they had hoped to carve in power was rewritten as a grim parable, a lesson of what transpires when the essence of humanity is manipulated for purposes of division, conquest, and ruin. Across the world, the ripples of this revelation grew. People once bound by fealty to these leaders, driven by the belief that they fought for noble causes, now looked upon the truth with shattered conviction. They saw that their allegiances had been twisted, their hopes exploited, and their ideals betrayed by the very forces they had trusted to safeguard them.
The world stood on the precipice of a new understanding, one built not on the blind trust of political allegiance or technological advancement, but on a guarded, watchful resolve to hold power to account. As the fallen figures of this coalition were escorted into their new fates, the message was clear. No veil of influence, no shadow of secrecy could withstand the weight of truth.
Humankind flourished, nations prospered for years, and the earth saw an era unlike any it had known. With peace as its cornerstone and justice as its foundation, society rose, renewed, leaving behind the chaos and discord that had once shackled it. Cities, once riddled with the scars of crime and division, blossomed into havens of unity and growth. The streets where fear had tread were now paved with an abiding calm, bustling with life and laughter as families walked freely, unburdened by the shadows of distrust that once loomed over their steps. Innovation and creativity thrived in this age of tranquility. Freed from the crippling weight of societal unrest, minds once occupied with survival and caution turned to the arts, to science, to the very mysteries of the universe. Researchers who had spent lifetimes on the fringe of breakthrough found themselves emboldened by newfound resources and collaborative spirits, sharing ideas across borders and disciplines. Diseases that had plagued humanity for centuries were conquered as medical advancements surged forward, driven by a universal commitment to the common good. The economies of nations, once tethered to industries of defense and correction, were reborn, channeling their vast wealth toward education, environmental restoration, and sustainable infrastructure. Nations, once embroiled in conflicts of ambition and pride, now found harmony and cooperation. setting aside centuries of rivalry to create an era of shared prosperity. Boundaries softened, economies intertwined, and the very notion of nationalism evolved into a respect for cultural heritage within a global community. Humanity looked skyward to the stars, its gaze no longer narrowed by terrestrial strife. New space stations, colonies, and exploratory missions reached into the cosmos, bearing not a flag of dominance, but of discovery. Unified, humankind moved beyond dreams of conquest, and instead aspired to know, to understand, and to preserve. The world was in bloom, and the soil beneath every footstep held the promise of renewal, a future sculpted by minds and hands devoted not to fear, but to the relentless pursuit of peace. In this era, a generation arose that had never known war, never seen the walls of a prison, never lived in fear of a crime-riddled world. To them, tales of the old world, a world of violence and division, were myth-like, stories told by elders of a time when darkness held sway. They lived instead in a world guided by the light of justice, where trust was not a fragile hope, but a tangible, everyday truth. Yet as the years wore on, humankind's new dawn became tempered by the deeper, timeless questions. How long would peace hold? Would this era of unity be a fleeting chapter or an enduring saga? These questions lingered, subtle yet present, as humanity walked forward in the light, mindful of the shadows it had once escaped, but could not entirely forget. Yisrael, Zion. The dreams, countless in number and unfathomable in their intensity, had not been mere wanderings of the mind. They were dark and intricate tapestries woven into my very soul, each vision a chiseled stone in the monument of my becoming. It was as though an unseen hand had shaped these nocturnal episodes, pressing me deeper, pulling me further, leading me along paths where light dared not venture, and I followed, captivated, bewitched. They were teachings etched into the marrow of my being, each whisper, each flicker of shadow serving as a meticulous lesson, a revelation designed to unveil some forgotten part of myself. The visions became all-consuming, labyrinthine landscapes within my own consciousness, where I would walk among things unspoken, hear voices that had no source yet echoed with ancient authority. They seemed to stretch beyond time, a realm where the past and future met and mingled, coalescing in an eternal present where I alone walked, bearing the weight of countless fates. I was groomed in those phantasms, tempered as if by fire and sharpened like a blade, every night pulling me closer to an inevitable transformation, each encounter with the unknown whispering, "This is who you are, this is what you were always meant to be." Each scene revealed pieces of a puzzle I had yet to comprehend, images searing themselves into my memory, visions of power, of ruin, of something deeper than any human could touch. The voices were many, some gentle, others terrifying in their clarity, but each bore the same message, an inescapable silent command to embrace, to accept, to yield to what I was becoming. I walked through battles and births, through cities ablaze and oceans drowning in twilight, landscapes both beautiful and terrible. And in every scene I found myself standing as both witness and participant, torn between what I was and what I was destined to become. I had been marked, chosen by these strange teachers, groomed to embody a fate that loomed with unfathomable weight, yet filled with dark, intoxicating allure. The dreams left me hollow, yet somehow fuller than I had ever been, their echoes clinging to me even in waking life. And as I stepped forward into each new day, I knew that they were no mere illusions, but the unfolding of a prophecy, a foretelling crafted by the very hands of fate. What these feeble-minded souls failed to grasp in all their fervent chanting was the literal and inexorable nature of their own prophecies. They envisioned rapture as some lofty ascent, a heavenly deliverance for their own righteous selves. Yet zeal, they laid the stones for a pathway they could neither foresee nor contain. Their every utterance, their every gathering served to build the scaffolding of their own undoing, each proclamation a rung in the ladder descending to the very world they feared most. And I became the force they unknowingly summoned, the answer to their veiled incantations. The Zionist ideal, so doggedly pursued, so ardently defended, was nothing less than a self-fulfilling whisper in the darkness, a prophecy wrought into the fabric of their existence. They paved the way, laying out their sacred markers, and I, with brutal precision, plowed forward. Their notion of rapture had been draped in images of ascension, of a gathering unto the heavens, while below the earth cleansed itself of sin and decay. But what they failed to understand was the depth of that cleansing, the raising not merely of their enemies, but of the very world they had once worshipped, the total annihilation of the structures they held dear. For in their zeal, they forgot that to build something new, one must first burn away the old. New Jerusalem, descending from the heavens, was not a pristine city hovering on clouds of light. It was the rebirth of civilization, forged in the fires of ruin. It was a kingdom born not of gentleness, but of raw, unyielding will. A kingdom that tore itself free from the chains of past idealism, from the decaying structures that had clung to its future like a parasite. And I, anointed by their unknowing hand, brought forth this vision with unwavering force, with a clarity they had never dared imagine. They never understood that prophecy has no allegiance. It unfolds as it must, relentless and indifferent, meeting those who beckon it with the same iron hand it holds for all others. They had dreamed of rapture, and rapture they would receive, but it would be a world unrecognizable, stripped bare, its soul laid raw under the weight of truth and consequence. A new Jerusalem would descend, but not as they had dreamed. It would come as a force of reckoning, a mirror reflecting their own ambitions and ideals, and in its reflection, they would see what their words had truly summoned, not salvation, but transformation, beautiful, terrifying, and absolute. There would be no martyrs raised on pillars of reverence, none paraded as sacrificial lambs except those Semitic souls caught within the searing borders of Gaza, the ancient lands of Persia, and the enduring heart of Iran. Their blood, spilled not in ritual, but as the unvarnished consequence of humanity's fractured path, became the quiet dirge of those untouched by this so-called will, the one I wove in defiance of every holy law laid before. The antiquated Noahide laws, with their whispered warnings of punishment and righteousness, would fall silent, replaced by my word, my singular decree, a commandment of iron, unchallenged and absolute. The echoes of Egypt's ancient plagues were no longer myths cast in ancient tales, no longer distant horrors cloaked in the mystery of millennia. They revisited in full an unyielding reclamation for the sins carved into the histories of fathers long past. They were not figments nor symbolic gestures, but forces summoned by the very fibers of judgment. Waters turned crimson under the weight of blood, skies filled with swarms, the earth cracked open under pestilence, each retribution as tangible as the breath caught in trembling lungs. I did not summon these as metaphors, nor as spectacles for the meek to fear. They were the answers to promises long ignored, the curses woven into the fabric of prophecy now unraveled. The trumpet blasts were not distant sounds crafted by mortal hands. Each reverberation tore through the air, sending shudders through the bones of every living soul. The bold judgments poured forth as torrents their darkness upon the lands and leaving a trail of quiet desolation. This was not man's doing. It was not born of political intrigue or the whims of mortal ambition. This was pure will, as forceful as the rising of the sun, as unrelenting as the tides that pull upon the shore. It was will embodied, a truth too powerful to be confined to the realms of metaphor or misinterpretation. The horsemen, the plagues, the trembling earth, all moved in accordance with this singular, inexorable force, a manifestation of fate's hand finally uncloaked. And beneath their path, humanity stood bare, their delusions of control scattered like dust, their certainties undone. In this age, no one could deny the reality unfolding around them. The air itself seemed alive with the weight of judgment, as if breathing had become a conscious act, as if each inhale tasted faintly of despair and reckoning. There was no mistaking the truth, no shroud could obscure the vision before them, and in their hearts they understood this was not punishment, nor was it redemption. It was the culmination of eons of dreaming, of warnings unheeded, of whispered prophecies now given form. This was a reckoning both ancient and new, a testament not to gods nor kings, but to the enduring power of will and a world changed beyond all memory. In the heart of the ancient city, where tensions had long pulsed beneath the stones and walls, the Temple Mount and the great mosque stood as symbols of hope renewed. Once monuments to division, they had borne witness to centuries of struggle, yet now, side by side, they rose again, rebuilt, reimagined, unified under the sacred ground that held the roots of both faiths. For centuries, the land had been a source of contention, but now it flourished in the spirit of reconciliation, a land neither conquered nor claimed, but shared, honored, where each faith could rest within the other's shadow, peacefully and without fear. The foundations of the Temple Mount, newly aligned with the ancient records, resonated as a place of unity, a home to all who believed, regardless of nation or creed. The dome on the rock, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, equally revered, opened its doors not in defiance, but in solidarity, welcoming pilgrims, worshippers, seekers from every corner of the world. Each step taken across its threshold became a testament to the courage and wisdom of those who, for the first time in memory, chose peace over division, mutual respect over supremacy. Stones that had once borne the weight of division now felt the gentle steps of unity, their grandeur a reflection of shared hope. Israel and Palestine, at long last, emerged as distinct, sovereign nations, no longer entwined in perpetual discord, but bound by respect and the delicate balance of autonomy. Palestine extended its borders to encompass a greater expanse within Lebanon, an offering and an agreement that reshaped the map in ways unforeseen yet profoundly necessary. Israel's lands, steadfast and unchanging, held firm within their recognized borders, a home to its people, secure and contained, without the ambitions of expansion that had fueled years of strife. No more would borders be blurred, land annexed, or homes displaced. For the first time, the two nations stood shoulder to shoulder, not as adversaries, but as neighbors, respecting the sovereignty of one another, bound by the mutual assurance that peace was the ultimate inheritance they would leave their children. The air in the streets was lighter, touched with a cautious joy, a fragile optimism nurtured by the sight of two nations reclaiming their identities without the burden of oppression or the shadow of betrayal. The temple, mosque, and land alike became sanctuaries of coexistence, shared not in reluctance but in faith. Believers gathered in quiet reverence, each prayer a thread woven into the tapestry of a new peace, as old wounds healed and ancient enmities softened, buried within the soil from which they had once emerged. In this sacred reconciliation, the city of Jerusalem became not only a home to its people, but a beacon to the world, a testament that even the deepest divisions can be mended reprisal. They had learned in the end that the power of faith was not in dominion but in unity, not in boundaries but in the freedom to let others walk beside them. The temple and the mosque, once harbingers of separation, now reflected a profound truth, the truth that peace, long elusive and seemingly impossible, had been waiting not in conquest or control, but in the grace to allow each other to be side by side. Uponst, in the heart of this shared land, they endured together, bound not by fear, but by the courage to believe in a future forever changed. And the world followed, nations disarming their nuclear weapon stockpiles in unprecedented trust, inspired by a conviction that transcended politics or allegiance. My corporation, Quantum Mastery Industries, became the vessel of a technological renaissance, a force that touched every life, transforming cities, infrastructure, knowledge itself. I had lifted the world into an era of enlightenment, of prosperity, yet my work extended beyond borders, beyond laws. I brought the world to its knees in wonder, a standstill in reverence, their eyes wide with awe as they beheld the miracles, the unimaginable works that sprang forth. They looked upon me as something beyond human, a figure who had transcended the bounds of mortality, who embodied both creation and destruction, the dual force of existence. They worshipped, not out of fear, but out of reverence, awe, seeing in me not just a leader, not simply a reformer, but something divine, a manifestation of their most sacred ideals, the embodiment of their highest aspirations. They beheld me as though I were the Lord of hosts, the God of gods, a presence that lingered between heaven and earth, one who carried the weight of worlds, yet bore it as if it were light as air. In their hearts, in the quiet of their reverence, I was not merely a figure of legend, but the culmination of their hopes and fears, a force that had swept aside the old, brought forth the new, and forged a peace that defied time, that stood firm against the darkest currents of history. And in that stillness, that reverent hush, I became a myth, a being beyond the reach of ordinary men, a symbol woven into the fabric of existence, a god of both wrath and mercy, a figure at once feared and adored, a presence that would haunt the soul of the world, indelible, eternal. The world was nearly unified, bound together by a technological marvel that extended the very fabric of thought into the vast expanse of the digital realm. My biotechnological brain-computer integration chips became the cornerstone of a new epoch, transforming the human experience by enabling instantaneous quantum entanglement, a linking of minds, memories, and knowledge to the boundless ether of the World Wide Web, all with the merest flicker of thought. It was not a typical implant, but a revolution in design and function, an elegant symbiosis between humanity and machine that flowed seamlessly. With the chip placed in the right hand, the most optimal position for interfacing with the quantum relay systems, each individual bore the insignia of this new age, QMI T3T, brands of innovation that signified humanity's transcendence beyond the limitations of the flesh, elevating its reach to a realm of data, concepts, and communication unimaginable to any prior generation. The network, an intricate array of geostationary and topological satellites, connected every human on Earth, weaving a lattice of shared cognition across the globe. Every thought, question, or fragment of curiosity had an answer. Every individual possessed a mind endowed with the cumulative knowledge of humankind, bridging gaps of language, culture, and tradition. In this, the world flourished. Intellectual stagnation was rendered impossible. Creativity flourished. Mysteries of the cosmos and the quantum were explored by every mind connected to the whole. Artists drew inspiration from collective vision, and scientists solved the unsolvable. It was the fulfillment of a vision, a unity crafted in the fires of technology, a world interconnected not through power or force, but through the shared transcendence of collective knowledge. In this new paradigm, humanity evolved, and yet they bore a mark, my mark, a testament to the singular vision that had brought them to this precipice of understanding. With T3T and QMI inscribed in subtle form, every person became a bearer of the future, a participant in a unity once thought mythic, a part of an intricate, immense tapestry woven with threads of thought, quantum particles, and boundless potential. But as they embraced this future, a quiet question lingered in the minds of the few who still remembered the world before. Was this unity liberation, or was it a tether? Did they truly know themselves, or had they surrendered the sanctity of solitude to the omnipresence of this unifying, all-seeing system? As minds melded in harmony, voices merged into a symphony of shared knowledge and insight, a quiet shadow lingered, a sliver of doubt amidst the light. Would this newfound unity remain benevolent, or would the power of such unprecedented control shape them in ways they could never foresee?
As such, they thrived, each moment bringing a new marvel, each thought a spark upon the web, as the world hurtled forward, bearing my mark toward the future I had crafted.
Conquest through peace. Yet even as the world lay subdued, as peace settled across continents and nations echoed with a new order, a hunger remained within me, a drive that even the reverence of billions could not sate. My vision transcended borders, extended beyond the scope of any one nation, and so I cast my gaze upon the world stage, setting my sights on the United Nations itself. Through alliances carefully nurtured, through the trust and fear I had so deftly balanced, I ascended to the helm of the United Nations General Assembly, a position that, in its essence, represented the collective voice of humanity. Here, I became not only the steward of my own vision, but of a global unity that stretched into realms others had only dreamed. In that role, I orchestrated changes with a quiet, ruthless efficiency, redefining the assembly as a force with teeth, with conviction, a body capable of enforcing the ideals it professed, of uniting disparate voices under a common purpose. Under my leadership, the UNGA was no longer a table of distant delegates, but a single, cohesive entity, a source of governance that echoed the vision I had once sculpted for my nation and now poured into the world. Each resolution bore my mark. Each initiative reflected a unity that few believed possible, a balance of diplomacy and dominion that held nations to account, that inspired fear and respect in equal measure. I looked upon the world from this height, not with satisfaction, but with a recognition of how much more there was to achieve. I could feel the pulse of humanity's potential, the stirring of something unprecedented, a world united not by borders or flags, but by a singular shared existence, a dream of a future that stood beyond division, beyond conflict, wherein I pressed forward, carving paths through the tangled frameworks of tradition and power, merging nations in purpose and vision, a convergence of humanity that felt almost divine in its magnitude. But beneath this ambition lay a darkness, a relentless drive that saw no end, no point of contentment. I knew, even as I wielded the world's voice, that I would press onward, searching for more, a fire that would not dim, a vision that, even in its vastness, still felt incomplete. In the wake of wars that plunged the world into turmoil, as conflict swept across nations and shook the very foundations of order, I found my place amid the chaos. It was there, in the darkest hours, that I shaped the future, not merely by seizing opportunity, but by becoming the very solution the world required. I molded myself in the fires of these conflicts, refined my vision through the unending echoes of violence and desperation, stepping into roles where my mind, my a force to end conflicts that generations had fueled with bitterness and bloodshed. Where others saw division, I saw opportunity for unity, a chance to replace old structures of power with a new paradigm. I went where I was needed, strategically positioning myself as the catalyst for peace, the architect of resolutions no one else dared attempt. My presence was a promise of change, a declaration that the endless cycle of war would no longer be tolerated. And as my influence spread, as I became the giant whose solutions brought an end to ancient feuds and borderless strife, I set precedents that would reshape the future. I became the embodiment of a new world order, one where reason prevailed over enmity, where ambition for peace superseded the hunger for power. My rise was not simply one of position or acclaim. It was the ascent of an idea, the realization of a vision forged in the crucible of human suffering. I had transcended mere leadership. I had become the symbol of the world's desperate need for lasting peace, a precedent to which others would forever be compared, a standard no one could easily match. With each conflict resolved, each fractured region restored, I drew closer to the ultimate goal, a world that had finally outgrown its taste for destruction. And in this quiet revolution, my name was etched into history, no longer as a man but as a force, a presence that had shaped not only the world's politics but its very soul. I rose to the pinnacle of global influence, standing as the architect of a world reshaped, a world transformed by unity that had once seemed unimaginable. In the heart of Europe, I merged the Eastern and Western blocs, a unified people bound not by borders but by shared purpose, by a common vision of prosperity and peace. My efforts transcended divisions that had defined lifetimes: DPRK and Iran, Israel and the Arab world, all drawn together under accords and promises forged by the sheer gravity of my ambition. It was a future no one else dared envision, and yet I made it a reality. In this new world order, I stood at the helm of the European Union, a position that held the weight of continents, of cultures and histories now converging into a single entity. Europa, a symbol not merely of peace, but of a redefined identity, a beacon of unity on a scale the world had never before witnessed. Under my guidance, Europe became the standard, a model of reconciliation that echoed across the globe. The Americas too became one, North and South standing together in mutual respect, sovereignty intertwined, each nation bound by a shared commitment to progress. China and Taiwan, once bound by years of discord and mistrust, found in their independence a newfound strength, a sovereignty that thrived in mutual recognition, no longer bound by rivalry but by mutual respect. And on the Korean peninsula, two nations once divided by war and ideology reunited at last. One Korea, a testament to the power of reconciliation, a nation reborn as brothers, not adversaries. Through each accord, each carefully crafted treaty, I rewrote the laws of diplomacy and governance, reshaping the concept of sovereignty, a system no longer defined by isolation, but by integration. The world stood still in awe, marveling at the impossible, at a unity achieved not through subjugation, but through collaboration, each nation a part of the greater whole. In this vision of converging world governance, I had become not just a leader but the brightest among them, a symbol of possibility, a figure who had brought the world to the precipice of something greater than mere peace, a harmony, a synergy, as enduring as it was profound. Thereof, with each step forward, I became the emblem of a unified world, a being beyond borders, beyond division. In my reflection, the world saw not only the potential of a single person to change the course of history, but the boundless promise of humanity to stand as one, to break the chains of enmity and embrace a future bound not by geography, but by unity. It It was a dream realized, a world brought to its finest hour, and I, its architect, its brightest star, the one who led them there. My name resonated across the globe, whispered in classrooms and boardrooms, celebrated in distant towns and towering cities alike. The world had come to know my ambitions, to feel the pulse of my influence echoing through every corner of the digital realm, woven into the very fabric of history. I was no mere figure of the 21st century. I was a revolution incarnate, a new dawn, a name spoken with the same reverence as those who had once reshaped human thought. I had become an indelible presence, etched into every historical textbook, my life's work inscribed into the chronicles of a world transformed. I was not content to be just one among the many. I was the man of the century, a polymath whose genius could not be contained within any single field, my understanding piercing through layers of knowledge as effortlessly as light passing through glass. I bore the depth of Turing's insight, the inventive spark of Tesla, the expansive curiosity of Da Vinci. Yet my vision reached even further, touching upon realms of philosophy, governance, technology, and the human condition itself, a tapestry woven with threads drawn from every domain, every discipline, until it reflected something profound and all-encompassing. I was a figure larger than life, yet grounded in the realities of a world I had helped to shape, a world that now bore the mark of my ambition. They called me a visionary, a genius, a monumental man whose legacy would endure, whose ideals would inspire generations yet unborn. My name, my works, my philosophies, all had transcended the individual, becoming symbols of an era, the very embodiment of possibility and transformation. The ancient Talmudic prophecies, held with such reverence, were unmasked, shattered like delicate glass against the harsh truth of a world reshaped by my own hand. Their carefully guarded secrets, their long-standing assurances, all unraveled before the reality I crafted, a truth as undeniable as the stars above. Faith, as it was known, held no authority over me. Its weight could not sway my will, nor would its ancient words dictate my purpose. For me, claiming this path was effortless, a whisper of allegiance, a mere declaration. I am Hasidic, a follower of the way, and the world bent to belief, unquestioning and swift. With that declaration, I wore the mantle of a faith many had fought to protect, and they followed, faithful and devout, thinking I shared in the history that anchored them. But this allegiance, this assumed role, was a facade to them, yet a mastery to me, for I held not to one narrative but to the threads of every faith, pulling each one taut, binding them in a pattern of my own making. They looked upon me with awe, unknowing, seeing only what I allowed, willing themselves to trust that I walked with the ancients, that I echoed the words of their forefathers with genuine reverence. In the end, their faiths could not withstand the weight of my truth, and prophecies that had once promised safety and certainty lay exposed, fragile beneath the scope of a new era. The world was gripped by a deception so profound, so pervasive, that it spanned centuries, generations entranced by the idea of a Nazarene named Jesus, hailed as the Moshiach, the Messiah. They clung to it, believed in it, wove it into the fabric of their cultures, their hopes, their dreams. And yet, how little they truly understood, how vast the chasm of truth lay between what they held in their hearts and the reality obscured by time and zeal. For the true Messiah bore not the name Jesus, nor the title they gave so readily. His name, hidden yet clear to those with eyes unclouded, was Yahusha ben Yosef, a name steeped in the legacy of prophecy, woven in the shadows of ancient texts and whispered in the hearts of the wise. It was Yahusha, not Jesus, who embodied the true calling, the essence and purpose misunderstood. or perhaps deliberately misconstrued. The Dajjal, the false prophet, had pulled the wool over countless eyes, leading them to believe in a messianic figure crafted to fit a mold of their own making. This tale, once thought untouchable, became the world's greatest deceit, a web woven so carefully, so intricately, that even those who sought truth were ensnared. Jesus was not the salvation they sought, but rather a diversion, a masterstroke of distraction that diverted their gaze from the true Messiah's path. Yahushua, the Elohim, father of the true son of Yosef, Yahusha, stood veiled in mystery and ancient reverence, his name unspoken by the masses, yet bearing the weight of all prophecies unfulfilled. Thusly, as the world waited, clinging to illusions of salvation and deliverance, they looked not to the true light, but to a shadow cast by design. When Jesus emerged onto the world stage, he arrived as the perfect emissary, a vessel of persuasion meticulously crafted to capture the hearts of billions. To the masses, he was the fulfillment of their long-awaited prophecies, the Messiah reborn to usher in an age of peace. They fell before him, entranced, enamored by the grace and serenity he exuded, as though he held the balm to soothe their wearied souls, the light to dispel the shadows cast by years of uncertainty. And in this brief interlude between chaos and calamity, they poured their worship upon him, a tidal wave of adoration that swept across every nation, every tongue, until his name rang out from the lips of the faithful in every corner of the earth. He was, after all, precisely what they had been taught to anticipate, a figure in whom they saw their visions realized, their prophecies complete. To them, he was the return of the Prince of Peace, a savior come to bind the world's wounds. Yet how little they knew, how far from the truth they were led, that this figure was but a design, a stooge, a tool of religious manipulation set to perform a part, his role tailored to captivate and soothe, to distract and pacify. For in his guise of light, they could not see the shadow beneath, nor sense the subtle hand guiding his every word, his every movement. And as they flocked to him, as they bent their wills and minds to his words, they unwittingly set their hearts on a course not toward salvation, but toward entrapment. His presence was a sanctuary, an illusion, a brief respite in a storm-gathering strength just beyond the horizon. He gave them a taste of peace, yes, but it was the kind that blinds, that lulls one into a gentle slumber while the very world shifts beneath their feet. They did not see, for they could not see, that their prophecies had been woven into his facade, that the promises they clung to had been shaped to serve a purpose far beyond their own understanding. In this time of peace, their devotion to him solidified, their faith renewed, while beneath it all, the groundwork of a darker purpose unfurled, silent, unseen, waiting to be revealed when the time was right, when the illusion could hold no longer. And in that final unveiling, they would come to realize, too late, that the peace they had cherished was but the prelude to the storm, the calm that lured them willingly into the depths of a far greater deception. The great delusion, the greatest illusion grew the facade, the masquerade, the great lie of Jesus, the Al-Masih, the Redeemer, Son of God. This deception became as truth. And thus, a shadow upon their hearts, cloaked in his words and wrapped tightly around their souls, drawing them closer to him, as moths drawn unerringly to a flame. He stood before them, resplendent, his presence a radiant mystery, promising that in him they would find all they sought. Every promise he uttered, every reassurance was carefully fashioned, a melody that resonated within the depths of their weary spirits. Each encounter with him left them further ensnared, their minds lulled into gentle acquiescence, their doubts, their fears, all soothed beneath the cadence of his voice. Yet, with each passing day, an imperceptible shift took root. It was subtle, almost invisible to those ensnared, but it lingered, growing like an infection, tainting their hopes, infusing them with an unnameable restlessness. They found themselves clinging more fiercely to him, as if sensing, on some hidden level, that something within them was slipping, something vital, something irreplaceable. His presence, at first a source of comfort, began to stir an unspoken unease, a nameless dread that pulsed faintly beneath the warmth he exuded. They looked upon him with adoration, yet somewhere within that gaze a shadow lurked, a question, a doubt which they dared not confront. And he, ever watchful, saw the depth of their surrender, the way they clung to his words as though they were life itself. He watched them with a gaze that held no malice, yet lacked the mercy they sought. For he knew in the profound solitude of his heart that this path could lead only one way. The peace he offered was but a delicate veil, stretched thin over an abyss that could only consume. Yet he allowed it, nourished it, knowing that they would follow, blind and devout, until they could no longer turn back. The moments grew heavier, each word spoken an anchor that bound them, drawing them deeper into his orbit. They could not see the weight gathering, the darkness pooling like storm clouds at the edge of their awareness. And as the final veil began to thin, as the fabric of the illusion frayed under the strain, they stood on the brink, poised between the fragile peace they thought they possessed and the yawning chasm of what awaited them. They stood on the precipice, held by his words, entranced by his promises, unaware that with every breath they bound themselves more tightly to a fate from which there would be no escape. In that final moment, when the veil would tear, when the truth would bear itself in all its desolate glory, they would know the full measure of his intent. They would see, with blinding clarity, that he had been both sanctuary and snare, both peace and prison, that the love he had offered was the very chain that bound them, and in that devastating revelation, they would understand the nature of his power, not as the salvation they had clung to, but as the darkness that had shadowed their every step, the silent keeper of their souls, drawing them irrevocably